The cause-seeking ring is activated, and Lin Moyu uses it to lock the final location of the Cursed Avenue. Once the Great Tao enters the place of origin, it establishes an inexplicable connection with the core of the realm. The natural formation evolved from the divine talisman that this avenue deals with will become more powerful and will move closer to the most important position in the core of the realm. In other words, once you enter the avenue that leads back to the origin, its position in the core of the realm will become different. This is determined by the rules and is the natural result of the evolution of the world. The part of Cursed Avenue in the land of origin has been completely destroyed, but there is still a last trace of essence left in the talisman at the core of the realm. If this talisman is not destroyed, the essence will evolve again under the rules and evolve into a new curse of heaven in the place of return. Of course, this process is very long. As long as Lin Moyu comes to attack from time to time, the Lord of Curse will never be able to turn over. But Lin Moyu didn't have the time to care about him. If he wanted to destroy him, he would destroy him completely. If he wants to completely destroy the Cursed Avenue, he must destroy the Shepherd Talisman in the core of the realm. Zhulong said that the Great Tao was destroyed and the Divine Talisman was shattered, which would cause the core of the realm to vibrate and the heaven and earth would be in chaos for a while. At first he didn't tell the specific reason, but after talking a lot with Lin Moyu over the past 10 years, he gradually understood why. This is also the ultimate secret of why eternal beings are almost impossible to be killed. If Lin Moyu didn't know this, he would not have thought that the avenue in the land of return is actually related to the divine symbol in the core of the spring domain. After learning all this, Lin Moyu decided to put on a show for others to see. Let others know that his methods are very powerful. In this way, he can establish his unparalleled position in the 5 worlds. He wants no one to dare to provoke him. It's like killing the chicken to scare the monkey, Lin Moyu thought. In the backlash of the cause-seeking ring, the body and soul shattered again, and then were reborn in the purple light. The answer obtained from this search for cause and effect was rather solemn, and the backlash from the search for cause was also quite strong. Lin Moyu's body and soul collapsed at the same time as before. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the causal force used by the cause-seeking ring was not the causal path of this realm. Its backlash contained the power of chaos, so it was difficult to bear. If one can transcend and turn the body and soul into chaos, then one can freely drive the cause-seeking cycle. But even now, there would be no problem for him to use the seeking cause ring. The worst that could happen is that he would die a few times. The person who seeks the causal ring for himself has also calculated that he can use it. Looking at the entire world, no one can use the causal ring except himself. The cause-seeking ring was fully activated after the backlash. A faint light shot out from the ring, directly locking onto the location of the last trace of essence of the Cursed Avenue and opening up a space-time channel. At that moment, a number of divine symbols and naturally evolved formations appeared before everyone's eyes, and the eternal beings cried out in amazement. It's the core of the realm. The most mysterious place in the legendary realm. I always thought that place was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be real. The core of the realm is the most mysterious place even for eternal beings. None of them had actually seen the core of the realm, and what Lin Moyu had done today opened their eyes. Lin Moyu said loudly, "I will destroy the Cursed Avenue with my own hands." There may be a small chaos in the world at that time. If your world is affected, I would like to apologize in advance. Lin Moyu spoke very politely, but his attitude was also very firm. It's an apology, but it's actually a notification. Of course, facing such a powerful Lin Moyu, several eternal beings dared not raise any objections. What a joke! Who would dare to provoke a guy who can wipe out the avenue in the land of return and open the core of the realm at will? Anyone who provokes Lin Moyu may be killed by Lin Moyu. Although they have lived in there for countless years, they still want to live for countless more years. The longer they live, the less they want to die. Lin Moyu's aura began to rise, and quickly reached the peak of half-step transcendence, just a step away from true transcendence. At this moment, he had already stood on top of the world. The overwhelming pressure he exuded shook the land of origin, causing all the eternal beings present to feel terrified. Lin Moyu's current state was a level they had been pursuing for countless years but could not reach. As a result, a little fellow like Lin Moyu, who had just been promoted to eternity, achieved it so easily. Several old faces were slapped. Although they knew that Lin Moyu was very strong, they could only know how strong he was when they were in close contact with him. Lin Moyu has reached the limit of his realm, but this is not his limit, nor is it the limit he wants to show. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "Zhulong, thank you for your help." Zhulong slowly appeared in the void. This time not only a pair of eyes appeared, his true body arrived. This situation is also telling everyone that what is to be done next may be surprising. Zhulong glanced at Lin Moyu, then his breath rose and he slowly closed his eyes. For a moment, the place of origin became dark, and all rules fell silent. Zhulong used his own power to suspend the operation of the rules of the world. As the rules were suspended, Lin Moyu let out a low cry, and his aura, which had already reached its critical point, rose again. Bang! It was as if glass was shattered. Lin Moyu's sight penetrated the sky and earth in an instant and saw the world beyond the sky and earth. Countless soul-devouring spirits appeared in his sight, and there was also endless chaos beyond the soul-devouring spirits. So this is what's outside the realm. At this moment, Lin Moyu officially entered transcendence. Quick! I heard Zhulong's urging voice. Lin Moyu retracted all his thoughts. Zhulong helped him block the rules. Otherwise, he would have been expelled from the heavenly region the moment he broke through. The great Tao world-destroying palm. With one palm strike, Lin Moyu exerted the strongest force he could. A palm print, not very big, carrying unimaginable power, rushed into the core of the realm along the channel given by the Seeking Cause ring, straight to the divine power corresponding to the Cursed Avenue. After the palm strike, Lin Moyu was shattered to pieces on the spot, but was immediately reborn, staring at the palm strike he made. Zhulong withdrew his power, and the rules began to flow again. At this moment, the eternal beings all looked horrified and looked at each other. They had a feeling that if Lin Moyu had used that palm just now on them, they would have surely died. They watched in horror as the palm print fell on the talisman. The natural formation evolved from the talisman was shattered on the spot, and then the palm print crushed the talisman. The talisman was broken, the balance of the core of the realm was disrupted, and a single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Boom! The core of the realm vibrated violently, and the entire realm was like an earthquake. The avenue was vibrating, the place of origin was also vibrating, and all the power of the avenue fell into chaos. The abnormality in the core of the realm was quickly transmitted to the place of origin, then spread to the ancestral land, and spread to thousands of worlds. Zhulong roared, and he used the rules of heaven and earth to try to stabilize these worlds. At the same time, a huge amount of cause and effect rushed towards Lin Moyu. Lin will handle all the consequences. Lin Moyu growled. He took on all the consequences and suffered for the world. Infinite causes and effects passed through the void, poured into the place of origin, and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Destroy the divine talisman of heaven and earth, shatter the cursed road, and cause turmoil in heaven and earth. The consequences of this incident are disastrous. Countless lives may die as a result, and the accumulated cause and effect will be unimaginable. However, part of these consequences were originally to be borne by Lin Moyu, and the other part by Zhulong. Zhulong naturally did not want to bear these consequences. He was afraid that causes and effects that were too huge would affect his plan of transcendence. Therefore, he never thought of telling Lin Moyu that the last essence of Cursed Avenue remained in the core of the realm. Simply destroying the Cursed Avenue in the Land of Return cannot truly destroy the Cursed Avenue. But this matter could not be hidden from Lin Moyu. After all, whether the avenue had collapsed or the Lord of Curse had truly fallen could be felt and could not be deceived. He tactfully expressed his thoughts to Lin Moyu, and after a discussion, Lin Moyu agreed to take full responsibility for all the consequences. Because of this, Zhulong told Lin Moyu the final location of the Cursed Avenue. He knew that Lin Moyu had a magic weapon that could use cause and effect to locate and lock onto the Cursed Avenue. Now that cause and effect are pouring in like crazy, Zhulong, in order not to affect the place of origin, deliberately uses the rules to open up independent channels for these causes and effects. Of course, this was also discussed in advance. Belief. Lin Moyu shouted in a low voice, and countless creatures in the world simultaneously contributed their power of faith to Lin Moyu. The power of these beliefs can offset the cause and effect to a certain extent, but it can only offset part of it. More than 70% of the cause and effect still falls on Lin Moyu. Even the backlash brought about by 70% of the cause and effect is not something Lin Moyu can bear. Bang! Lin Moyu's body exploded, shattered, and even his soul was torn into pieces. This incident was so huge that all the eternal beings present could feel the wrath of heaven and earth. Not only Lin Moyu, any one of them would not be able to bear it and would die under the first wave of causal impact, and the great Tao of return would fall into silence directly. Of course he won't really die, but with such a huge karma, no one knows how many years it will take for him to come back. At this moment, everyone felt that Lin Yu was too confused. Even if you have a grudge against the Lord of Curse, you won't get yourself involved. The next second, a purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu reappeared in a lively manner, completing her new life. Even the punishment of the rules of heaven and earth could not stop him from being reborn. The backlash of cause and effect comes in waves, like a raging storm. Lin Moyu didn't know how the rules of heaven and earth calculated cause and effect. Zhulong had warned him before that the consequences would be very huge. Heaven and earth may use destiny to predict the future, taking into account all possible events that may occur in the future. After all, what he had done had touched the bottom line of heaven and earth and affected the core of the realm, so the punishment would inevitably be heavier. Lin Moyu, who had just completed his rebirth, had his body and soul shattered again. Died again, but just a second later, Moyu was reborn again. The punishment from heaven and earth continued to push the backlash of cause and effect, and the invisible force crushed Lin Moyu again, but only a second later, Lin Moyu reappeared in high spirits. Dying again and again, Lin Moyu kept dying and being reborn. Before I knew it, I had died dozens of times. All the eternal beings present were stunned. It seemed that Lin Moyu could not die at all. He died so many times, but he came back to life every time. If it were them, they would have been silent for who knows how many rounds. The punishment from heaven and earth is too weird, coming one wave after another without stopping for a moment. No matter how serious the cause and effect is, it's almost time for it to end. Zhulong's eyes were also full of surprise. The severity and duration of the punishment from heaven and earth exceeded his expectations, and he did not expect it to be so severe. At the same time, he was also shocked by Lin Moyu's resurrection ability. It would be fine if he could be resurrected a few times, but now it seems that he can't die at all. He really can't die. After Lin Moyu was promoted to Eternal, his talent has been enhanced. Now a new life can be created every second. If this speed is maintained, new life can continue until the end of time. That's why he was willing to take responsibility for all the consequences, because he was not panicked at all. Nowadays, there are very few things that can kill me in this realm. Even if it is the punishment from heaven and earth, it is difficult to really kill me. The human emperor sighed, so this is the way to immortality. The old man also said, yes, he can't die at all. Even the heaven and earth can't do anything to him. The Lord of Strength said, he is invincible. Even heaven and earth cannot kill him. Invincible, this is how Lin Moyu appears in the minds of these eternal beings. The eternal beings were all about the same strength, but now they had to admit that Lin Moyu was far ahead of them. After dying exactly 99 times, the punishment from heaven and earth finally stopped, and the backlash of cause and effect disappeared. The strongest punishment in history finally ended. Zhulong said, remember what you promised me. Lin Moyu nodded, I will go. After he finished speaking, Zhulong disappeared and left. Lin Moyu turned around and looked at the Eternals with a smile on his face. Everyone, did you enjoy watching this show? The human emperor laughed and said, fellow Taoist Lin's big show really opened our eyes. We now know that the core of the realm is like this. The old man also agreed, yes, we only know that there is a boundary core, but we have never seen it. Today, thanks to Taoist fellow Taolin, I was fortunate enough to see it. It is really an eye-opener. Lin Moyu said, now that the land of return is missing a road, this position has been vacated. I don't know who will be lucky enough to become the next eternal being. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately began to think. Yes, if the cursed avenue is gone, there will be an empty passage at the land of return, and then the heavenly gate of the land of return will also open. Even if it doesn't open, the difficulty of becoming the eternal lord of the avenue will be greatly reduced. They all have friends and relatives of the Lord of the Great Tao, and even descendants. It would be best if they could fight for this spot. Lin Moyu raised his lips slightly. Okay, Lin has finished his business here, and it's time to fulfill this promise. See you again if we are lucky enough. His figure slowly faded away, and he had left his place of origin. After Lin Moyu left, all the eternal beings left one after another. Not only did they leave their place of origin, they also left the Hengduan Mountains. They want to bring back the news that there is a vacancy in the land of origin and let their people give it a try. Maybe they can become new eternal beings. Lin Moyu returned to the Hengduan Mountains and came to An Yuyan's palace. The palace has been sealed for many years. There is an aura of cause and effect coming from the palace. It is obvious that An Yuyan is practicing in seclusion. Lin Moyu thought about it, moved his palm slightly, and condensed the spiritual flower. He left a few words in the spiritual flower and turned away. The spiritual flower floated in front of An Yuyan's palace and merged with the formation. As long as An Yuyan finished her retreat, she would be able to see the spiritual flower and receive Lin Moyu's message. Lin Moyu returned to the Great Wasteland and flew towards the center of the Great Wasteland, where Chu Long was waiting for him. Along the way, we saw many sewage pools. Now, among the 108 sewage pools, 78 have been purified by soulless beasts, and the soulless beasts are getting stronger and stronger. The Wild Beast King did not seem to stop the soulless beast anymore, and seemed to not want to care anymore. During these 10 years, the soulless beast lived a very comfortable life. He continued to purify the sewage pool, and at the same time, he also purified a large number of wild beasts. His power became stronger and stronger. The Wild Beast King seemed to have disappeared differently, and no one cared about him anymore. It seemed that the wild beasts had been defeated in the last battle. Lin Moyu felt a little strange. He didn't think the Wild Beast King would be afraid. He must be planning something. Lin Moyu thought in his heart and came to the area where the Imperial Pool was. Instead of seeing the Wild Beast King, Lin Moyu looked through the Imperial Pool and saw that there was already a Wild Beast King's body in the pool. Not only was the Wild Beast King missing, but all the wild beasts that should have been nearby were also missing. He flew over the Imperial Pool and saw those special polluted pools, but still did not see the wild beasts. The special sewage pool breeds mutated wild beasts, which are no different from the previous ones. This made Lin Moyu feel even more strange. Of the countless wild beasts in the wilderness, only a small number were left. It seems that these wild beasts that remain are specially given to the soulless beasts. The Wild Beast Kings are extremely intelligent. They will not sit still and wait for death. They will definitely counterattack before dying, but we don't know how they will counterattack. Lin Moyu didn't want to care about it, so he just let the soulless beast deal with Huang Zheng's problem. After purifying so many wild beasts, no souls have grown in the bodies of the soulless beasts. Lin Moyu still knows nothing about the process of the birth of living things. This matter cannot be rushed, we can only take it one step at a time. Entering the central area of the Great Wasteland and arriving at the location mentioned by Zhulong, a space channel automatically emerged as the space distorted. Come in. Zhulong's voice came, and Lin Moyu entered the space channel. After a short transmission, Shit arrived at Zhulong's territory. The statue of Zhulong still stood, with pure and powerful filthy power flowing in it. As one of the two fundamental forces of the great way of heaven and earth, the power of filth is the extreme of the power of heaven and earth, surpassing any other great way. But Lin Moyu felt that Zhulong seemed to be just one step away. If he could take one more step, the filthy power he had condensed would undergo a qualitative change. By then, it will not only transcend the great Tao of heaven and earth, but also transcend this realm and be ranked in the chaos. And he can also use this power to achieve a chaotic body and complete transcendence. Lin Moyu asked, "How do you want me to help?" Zhulong whispered, "I am only one step away from taking this step. I need the soul-devouring essence." Lin Moyu whispered, "You want me to kill the soul-devourer? Why don't you do it yourself? With your strength, it won't be a problem at all." Zhulong said, "I can't do it. I am the manager of the rules of heaven and earth. I can't leave heaven and earth without permission. You should know that the filthy power I gathered was formed by the impurities of the great Tao, while the soul-devouring spirit was formed by the impurities of heaven and earth. You can regard the soul-devouring spirit as another kind of desolate beast. Only by fusing the two impurities together can my filthy power be perfected and transcend the boundaries of heaven and earth, allowing me to break free from the constraints of rules and achieve transcendence." Lin Moyu's understanding of heaven and earth naturally made him understand what Zhulong said. The rules of heaven and earth are a blessing to him, but also a constraint. With the rules of heaven and earth in place, he cannot leave heaven and earth, which means he cannot collect the soul-devouring essence, and he is destined to be unable to transcend. This is the limitation given to him by heaven and earth, but heaven and earth have not completely blocked his way. He could ask others for help, but it was almost impossible to find a cultivator who could kill the soul-devouring spirit. Throughout history, no matter which eternal being, it is difficult to deal with the soul-devourer. The soul-devouring spirit's immunity to the great Tao alone means that they are destined not to be afraid of practitioners. Zhulong prepared for so many years, but was finally stuck at this step. Now that the power of filth is sufficient, we just need to wait for the soul-devouring essence to fill in the gap. Back then in the chaos spirit realm of the void realm, when he saw Lin Moyu being able to slaughter the soul-devouring spirit, a fire suddenly ignited in Zhulong's heart, and he saw hope. He had been waiting for Lin Moyu to become eternal. Lin Moyu's growth still exceeded his expectations. He felt that hope was growing and that his own transcendence was just around the corner. Zhulong said, "The soul-devouring spirit essence can only be possessed by the soul-devouring spirit king. The soul-devouring spirit king is very strong, you have to be careful." Lin Moyu asked, "Before we do anything, please tell us in detail about the soul-devourer. Only by knowing both yourself and your enemy can you win every battle." Lin Moyu doesn't know much about the Soul Eater now, and he needs more information about it. Zhulong needed Lin Moyu to go all out and hope to succeed in one go, so he was generous and told him everything he knew. Although he cannot leave the world, he has always been paying attention to the research of the soul-devouring spirit. The habits of the soul-devouring spirits, their composition, and their levels have all been clearly understood. Soul-devouring spirits and great Tao wild beasts are very similar. From weak to strong, they can be divided into ordinary soul-devouring spirits, soul-devouring spirit kings, and soul-devouring spirit emperors. ********. The power of ordinary soul-devouring spirits is not that strong. Their strength is still one step away from being a master of the great Tao, and they are only slightly stronger than ordinary wild beasts. The soul-devouring spirit king is equivalent to eternal existence, while the soul-devouring spirit emperor is beyond eternity. It's not that there is no way to deal with ordinary soul-devouring spirits. All you need to do is use two or more great ways at the same time. In history, there have been Tao masters who have killed soul-devouring spirits. The soul-devouring spirit king and the soul-devouring spirit emperor are not only more powerful, but also more immune to the great Tao. They can be immune to multiple great Taos at the same time, so it is more difficult to kill them. Zhulong's research over the years was not in vain, as it allowed Lin Moyu to learn a lot of information. It turns out that the soul-devouring spirit is immune to a single avenue. For example, if a Taoist master attacks with the power of an avenue, the soul-devouring spirit will become immune to this avenue. If this Taoist master uses two great ways to attack at the same time, the soul-devouring spirit can only be immune to one of them and will be injured. But there is another problem. If two Tao masters take action at the same time, using two different avenues to deal with the same soul-devouring spirit, the soul-devouring spirit is immune to attacks from both avenues at the same time, so having more people is useless. The soul-devouring king can be immune to as many as 10 avenues at the same time, and the soul-devouring emperor can be immune to as many as 1,000 avenues at the same time. Such an increase also illustrates the power of the soul-devouring emperor. It is not possible to kill the soul-devouring spirit emperor. Even the soul-devouring spirit king is difficult to kill. No lord of the great Tao or eternal being can manipulate more than 10 great Taos to attack at the same time. Even if there are, the power of the extra avenues is not that strong and cannot cause much damage. The attack of the soul-devouring spirit can devour the soul and the avenue. The longer the fight lasts, the stronger the soul-devouring spirit will become, and the practitioner's power will be exhausted. And once infected by the power of the soul-devouring spirit, one's own power will be weakened and no longer pure, which will damage one's cultivation. Lin Moyu looked at Zhulong. Have you ever asked someone to try to deal with the soul devourer before? It is impossible to obtain results for some studies without conducting real experiments. Zhulong was able to obtain such detailed results after going through many experiments. Zhulong did not answer directly. This is not important. Your magic should be able to deal with the soul-devouring spirit king. Then you only need to kill a few soul-devouring spirit kings to obtain the soul-devouring essence. I don't need more, 3 will do. Zhulong's requirements may seem low, but they are actually not easy to achieve. The number of soul-devouring spirit kings is not as great as that of wild beast kings. According to Zhulong, he has observed for so many years and is sure that there are only 3 soul-devouring spirit kings among the soul-devouring spirits. There are no more than 1,000 soul-devouring kings. It is not easy to find soul-devouring kings in such a large area outside the entire realm of heaven and earth, and at least 3 must be found. Not every soul-devouring king possesses the soul-devouring essence. If you are unlucky, you may have to find more. But Lin Moyu is not worried about this. I can use the origin of the breath to attract them over. Originally, to deal with them, we had to use concentration, and this method was actually a must. Zhulong said, I know, there is a problem. If you attract the soul-devouring emperor, you may be in danger. Outside of heaven and earth, I can't help you. How could Lin Moyu not know what Zhu 920 long meant? What he was really worried about was not that he was in danger, but that if he died, no one would be able to help him transcend. I have waited countless years to see someone like me. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know how many more years I will have to wait. Lin Moyu looked relaxed. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Tell me more about the soul-devouring spirit king. I've seen a soul-devouring spirit king before. It's really hard to deal with. Zhulong said, I know that the soul-devouring spirit emperor is a little special. He is not an ordinary soul-devouring spirit emperor. After another explanation, Zhulong naturally knew that the soul-devouring spirit emperor behind the door had entered the real world, but he did not take any action at that time. Because he couldn't kill the soul-devouring spirit emperor, the best he could do was exile it. The soul-devouring spirit emperor he touched was indeed special. The soul-devouring spirit emperor did not come from our realm, but was the remnant of another realm that had already died. It absorbed some of the power from the realm's debris and became more powerful than an ordinary soul-devouring spirit emperor. He is also smart and will run away if he cannot win, so unless he really wants to cause some big trouble, the dragon group will take action. Zhulong knew that he was looking for that door and that he wanted to go back, so Zhulong didn't care. The destruction of several worlds is just a trivial matter to Zhulong. The realm of Wanling Pavilion is dead. The space behind the door is a dead realm, and can also be seen as the remains left behind by that realm after its death. The realm was dead, and the soul-devouring spirits that once enveloped the realm naturally died as well, except for the soul-devouring spirit king, who was a little special and survived. A guy who is more powerful than the ordinary soul-eating spirit emperor was definitely not someone I could deal with back then. Zhulong said, any other questions? Lin Moyu said, no more for now, Please open the passage and send me out. Zhulong turned his head and bit off a scale from his neck. Take this, it can locate the way back. You have to be careful outside the domain. I can't do anything. Song Ning watched. Lin Moyu hummed and put away the scales. Zhulong activated the statue. This time he did not use the rules, but used his own power to open a passage. The formation under the statue was activated, and the clouds of the avenue in the sky naturally dispersed, revealing a dark void. Beyond the void is the outside world, and this place is very close to the outside world. Zhulong said, for countless years, I have been using the power of filth to grind the boundary barrier. The boundary barrier here is already very thin. The boundary barrier is a barrier to block the soul-devouring spirits. With its existence, the soul-devouring spirits cannot enter. In the past, in order to achieve transcendence, Emperor Kunlun once drilled through the boundary barrier in the virtual world and brought in the soul-devouring spirit. Zhulong's approach was obviously more clever. He simply thinned the boundary barrier, making it thin enough that he could set up a teleportation array on the boundary barrier and teleport himself out. The boundary barrier has not been broken, so the soul-devouring spirits cannot get in, and it is still very safe. The filthy power rising from the statue became stronger and stronger, and a formation appeared on the boundary barrier, which ran through the inside and outside of the boundary barrier. Zhulong said, you go into the formation, and be careful when you get outside. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, flew to the boundary barrier, and entered the formation. The formation took Lin Moyu through the boundary barrier and came to the outside of the domain, where a strange yet familiar breath came towards him. Lin Moyu felt as if this was not his first time in the outer realm. The atmosphere in the outer realm was a mixture of realm and chaos. It was obviously very strange, so why did he feel like he had touched it before? I didn't have this feeling when I was in the great spiritual realm of Kunlun. After thinking about it for a while and making sure that it wasn't in my memory, I stopped thinking about it. Lin Moyu stood still, scanning the world outside the domain. Strictly speaking, this place cannot be completely considered as outside the domain. It is still shrouded by the power of the boundary. Behind us is the boundary, and the way back is right under our feet. This is at most half outside the domain. The Lord of Strength once came here through the cracks in the Deathland. At that time, he was besieged by the soul-devouring spirits and escaped after being seriously injured. Lin Moyu sensed the place of origin and found that he could indeed still get in touch with it. In addition to the dragon scales given by Zhulong, he also had a second way out. Zhulong said that it would be dangerous if he met the soul-devouring emperor, which also meant that the soul-devouring emperor had the ability to prevent him from returning. Otherwise, there would be no danger at all. With a sense of vigilance in his heart, the space around him was distorted, and the undead servants were already flying in all directions. The undead servants flew in all directions, and before they flew far, they had already discovered the soul-eating spirit. Soul-devouring spirits wandered aimlessly in the void. Their soul flames were very strange and filled with countless impurities. Sometimes they were strong and sometimes they were weak, which was very chaotic. This also means that these ordinary soul-eating spirits have no intelligence. At the same time, the confused soul also told Lin Moyu that these guys were crazy and would be lunatics once they took action. Lin Moyu decided to take the initiative to provoke the madman. The undead servants can use the chaotic energy and the universe to resonate with the avenues in heaven and earth and manipulate various avenues. But Lin Moyu had never tried to let his undead servants manipulate multiple avenues at the same time. At Lin Moyu's instruction, an undead servant simultaneously manipulated the two great ways of gold and fire and the five elements, fusing the power of the two great ways together to form a glittering golden flaming sword. The long sword passed through the void, dragging a long sword light, because there was no soul-eating spirit. The combat power of an ordinary soul-devourer is comparable to that of a Taoist master, and they have no power to resist undead servants that are infinitely close to eternity. He instinctively fought against the great Tao, but the sword contained two great Taos at the same time, and he could only be immune to one of them. This soul-devouring spirit was immune to the avenue of fire, but was torn to pieces by the avenue of gold. It really works. Lin Moyu felt relieved. If the attacks of the undead servants were effective, then it would be easy to deal with. At least these ordinary soul-eating spirits were nothing to be afraid of. The Soul Devourer's soul disintegrated on the spot, leaving behind some fragments. The spoils of killing soul-eating spirits can strengthen one's own soul, which is exactly the same in the virtual world. The undead servant brought it back, and Lin Moyu immediately refined it into soul powder. His soul had reached its limit, and he didn't want to leave the realm too early, so he couldn't absorb any more. Lin Moyu put it away and gave it to Xiaomei and other girls for their practice. More undead servants were sent out, spreading out like ripples, killing a large number of soul-eating spirits, and bringing the powder back for Lin Moyu to refine. The amount of soul powder he possessed increased at an alarming rate. Soul powder is a good thing. It is of great help to the soul, surpassing many top treasures in the realm. The key is that it has no side effects. Lin Moyu had collected a lot in Su Kunlun before, but later he used them all up. Xiaomei and others, Hao Daozuan and others all enjoyed them. This time we can collect a large amount of them again, which Momoyu thinks is very good. He was not in a hurry to look for the soul-devouring king. It would be a waste if he didn't get some soul powder during such a good opportunity. Outside the domain is a void, and there is no map to speak of. Undead servants can go in any direction, and they will encounter soul-eating spirits. Lin Moyu had seen the world outside the domain once before, and knew that the soul-devouring spirits were concentrated in a place a little further away from the domain. The closer you are to the realm, the fewer soul-devouring spirits there are. This distance is not short, it is over 1,000,000 miles. The range of the undead servants continued to expand, gradually moving away from the realm. The farther away from the realm, the weaker the power of the avenue that the realm can provide. If it were ordinary practitioners, their power would also weaken accordingly. This was one of the reasons why the Lord of Strength was severely injured by the Soul Devourer. Far away from the boundary, he cannot exert his full strength. Other practitioners have this problem, but Lin Moyu does not. The projection of the universe emerged outside the boundary and would not conflict with the boundary. For the first time, the universe was displayed in a relatively complete manner. The phantom occupied hundreds of thousands of miles of void, revealing the majestic appearance of the world, and the mighty power of the avenue was projected out, continuously providing power for the undead servants. With the help of the universe, the undead servants were like fish in water, and they could use the power of the avenue freely and easily kill the soul-devouring spirits. Zhulong watched Lin Moyu's movements through the boundary barrier. He hadn't moved a step since Lin Moyu went out. All the actions were taken by his undead servants, which fully demonstrated Lin Moyu's caution. Now when he saw the world again, Zhulong narrowed his eyes suddenly. I saw it wrongly. I saw it wrongly before. He had seen Lin Moyu's universe before, but within the realm, the universe was restricted and its influence was limited. It looked just like the rule world of cultivators, and was even somewhat similar to some magic weapons in the inner world. Zhulong didn't see anything at the time. It was not until now that he could see clearly what Lin Moyu's world was. Zhulong murmured, "This guy actually owns a realm." He couldn't believe that what Lin Moyu owned was not a small world, but a realm. This realm may not be strong enough now, but it will definitely become stronger in the future. It is inevitable that Lin Moyu will become the master of the realm in the future. It is just a matter of whether it happens sooner or later, or bigger or smaller. Zhulong realized that the path Lin Moyu was walking on was one that no one had ever walked on before, and it was a path that belonged to him alone. At this moment he was completely sure that Lin Yu would definitely take off his clothes. His path will be difficult at first, but it will become broader and broader in the end, and he can achieve transcendence from different directions. As the manager of the rules of the 5 worlds, Zhulong has looked down upon the world for countless years and has seen all sorts of so-called brilliant geniuses and evildoers, but in his eyes, they are nothing more than that. Even if he is as amazing as the human emperor, who has knocked on the door to eternity and realized that things will turn around when they reach their extremes, and is clearly at the forefront of eternal existence, in Zhulong's eyes, becoming an emperor is just that. Now he finally developed an emotion called admiration. In his eyes, Lin Moyu's future path was already determined. As long as he didn't fall, he would definitely transcend. Even transcendence is not the end, one can also reach that legendary realm. Beside Zhulong, ripples suddenly appeared in the void, and a skinny old man in a green robe appeared. Zhulong trembled all over, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Xiaolong greets the master, "How are you?" The old man in green robe laughed and said, "It's been many years since we last met. It seems you are doing well." Zhulong said, "If it weren't for your guidance, Xiaolong wouldn't be able to get to this point now." The old man in green robe hummed and looked into the void. His eyes passed through the boundary and took in everything outside the boundary. He whispered, "I hope it will succeed this time." Zhulong shuddered all over. He heard a message from the tone of the green-robed old man. The green-robed old man seemed to regard Lin Moyu as a being of the same level as himself. This is quite terrifying, which means that Lin Moyu's identity is unusual. But he didn't dare to ask and lowered his head even more. The old man in green robe said, "Don't be nervous. In fact, I have been here many times, but I just didn't tell you. His identity is indeed somewhat special. You don't need to know. It will be the same in the future as it was before. I have no other intention in coming here. I just want to tell you that you will most likely be able to transcend this time, and come to find Lao Lian after you transcend." As he spoke, a green token appeared in the hand of the old man in green robe, with a picture of a person in green robe on it. He sent the token to Zhulong, holding the token, "You can get guidance in the chaos and find me." Zhulong took the token in a hurry and thanked him repeatedly, "Thank you, celestial being." The old man in green robe waved his hand, "No need to do that, there will be another transcended in this realm soon, not bad, not bad." The old man in green robe laughed softly, and he slowly disappeared in the laughter and left. Zhulong's heart was in turmoil at this moment. The old man in green robe revealed some information in his words. There had been transcendence in the 5 worlds before, and he was one of the 10 more. But he monitored the heaven and earth and never saw anyone transcendent. The only Kunlun Emperor was only half a step beyond, not truly beyond. But he didn't dare to doubt the words of the old man in green robe, nor would he doubt it. A person like the old man in green robe would definitely not speak nonsense. Zhulong thought about it but couldn't figure out who it was. Who had transcended? Looking at the world from ancient times to the present, there are very few things he doesn't know. Because there are so few things, once he can't think of them, he gets a headache and is very annoyed. He thought of an existence, the listening beast in the virtual world. He knew that the D-Ting beast was not from this realm, but the D-Ting beast was related to another terrifying person, so he couldn't ask. After thinking for a long time without any idea, Zhulong felt like his head was about to explode, and finally stopped before the explosion. "I don't want to think about it anymore. I can't think about it anymore. Whoever he is, I will know when I transcend." Zhulong comforted himself. He felt that he, as the rule manager, was just a decoration. He didn't even know about such a big thing happening in the realm. Such a manager is not suitable. Transcend early, leave this world early, experience the true vastness, and see what the pinnacle of everything is like. Zhulong even had an ambition in his heart. Perhaps one day, he would be able to reach the level of the old man in green robe and become a truly invincible figure. At the outer edge of the realm, the undead servants were extremely busy. Hundreds of billions of undead servants kept going back and forth to bring back the soul powder of the soul-devouring spirit. The number of soul-eating spirits far exceeds that of great Tao wild beasts. They have had no enemies and no damage for countless years, and their numbers are constantly increasing. No one knows how many there are now. In any case, they cannot be killed all in a short time. Suddenly, a roar was heard from afar, and the undead servant was seriously injured. The soul-eating king is finally here. After entering the outer realm for several days, he killed countless ordinary soul-devouring spirits and finally encountered the first soul-devouring spirit king. With one strike, the soul-devouring king severely injured many of his undead servants. Judging from the feedback from the undead servants, the soul-devouring king's combat power was indeed comparable to that of an eternal, and was not much stronger than an ordinary eternal being. The key is that the soul-devouring king can be immune to 10 avenues at the same time, and it's all targeting the same person. If it is a different enemy, his immunity count will not increase. Lin Moyu tried to have the undead servants besiege the soul-devouring king. Hundreds of undead servants used different avenues to attack the soul-devouring king at the same time, but failed to cause any damage to the soul-devouring king. This also confirms what Zhulong said before. If one wants to deal with the soul-devouring king, one person must control more than 10 avenues to attack. This is very difficult. As far as Lin Moyu knows, no one can do it, whether it is the Lord of the Great Tao or the Eternal Being. Even if he could barely control multiple avenues, except for the one he majored in, the power of the other avenues was too weak to kill the soul-devouring king at all. Not only them, even the undead servants cannot control so many avenues at the same time. While maintaining its power, the limit of the number of avenues that an undead servant can manipulate is 5. Therefore, the undead servants are unable to defeat the soul-devouring king, no matter how many there are. The soul-eating king seemed to be aware of his existence. After injuring a large number of his undead servants, he rushed straight towards him. Lin Moyu guessed that it should be related to soul powder. He had refined and collected so much soul powder, and there was a lot of soul powder scent left here. At the same time, his body was also stained with the scent of soul powder, which was equivalent to showing the way for the soul-devouring king. Soon, the soul-devouring king appeared in sight. This soul-devouring spirit king is very similar to the one he saw in Su Kunlun. Thinking back to when he had lured the soul-devouring spirit king into the great spirit realm of Su Kunlun, the other party was just a clone at that time, and the power it could exert might be less than 1/10 of what he had seen, so he already had no way to deal with him. Not only himself, but Zhulong couldn't do anything to him either. Now facing his true form, Lin Moyu was not completely sure. The soul-devouring king approached quickly, and in a blink of an eye, he crossed billions of miles and was less than 1,000,000 miles away from Lin Moyu. The distance of 1,000,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye, and at this moment he had entered the projection range of the universe. Lin Moyu raised his hand and pointed, the great flow. The projection of the universe lit up with a bang, and hundreds of avenues burst out, turning into a rolling torrent that surged towards the soul-devouring king. This place has entered the projection range of the Great Thousand World. The power of the Great Thousand World has become the protagonist, firmly locking onto the soul-devouring king. The invisible force confined the soul-devouring king to the spot, making him unable to move. The torrent of the avenue rushed in and crushed the body of the soul-devouring king. In terms of power alone, this blow is comparable to a blow from eternity. However, this attack was like the nemesis of the soul-devouring king. Hundreds of avenues smashed the soul-devouring king into pieces. The soul-devouring kings are very powerful and immune to the great Tao, but their defenses are also very weak. When faced with a number of great Taos exceeding the limit, their defenses will collapse instantly. But this is not a sign of killing them. Another difficult thing about the soul-devouring king is that he will not die even if he is torn to pieces. Not only can it be resurrected, but each fragment can also independently transform into a clone, scatter in all directions, and reassemble when needed. Their recovery speed is also extremely fast. No matter how serious the injury is, it will take only a few breaths to recover. Lin Moyu had dealt with the soul-devouring king's clones before and knew their characteristics, so his attacks never stopped. The torrent of the avenue continued to crush, turning into a millstone to grind the soul-devouring king into pieces. The soul-devouring king was no longer shattered into pieces, he was ground into powder, but he still did not die. Soon Lin Moyu found that this method was useless. The millstone had its limits and could not crush the soul-devouring king who had been reduced to powder. He had been shattered to the extreme. In Lin Moyu's eyes, every bit of him had turned into a soul-devouring spirit king, as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at him at the same time. The soul-devouring king seemed to have no sense of pain, and there was nothing but murderous intent in his eyes. Bang! Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and the world-burning fire burned fiercely, merging into the torrent of the avenue and refining the soul-devouring Spirit King. He had tried to refine the soul-devouring king before, but to no avail. Now that the world-burning fire had become much stronger, it might be of some use. The soul-devouring king struggled in the world-burning fire, and at the same time let out a sharp cry, cutting into Lin Moyu's soul like a knife. Lin Moyu's soul was shaken, and he had a lot of hallucinations before his eyes. His relatives and friends appeared, and the things he had experienced in the past also reappeared. These relatives and friends either treat me gently or act like elders with authority. All kinds of reactions are present. The soul-devouring king's attack on the soul level goes straight to the heart of Tao. If it were someone else, they would definitely be affected. Even if one's determination to be an eternal being is firm, there will be some changes to a certain extent. Unfortunately, Lin Moyu didn't have that. His heart of Taoism was as solid as iron, and this illusion was of no use to him. With a wave of his hand, a raging flame also ignited in the illusion, destroying the illusion. Lin Moyu, you ungrateful villain! Lin Moyu, you must not die a good death for betraying your master and ancestors. Moyu, why did you attack me? The former relatives, lovers, elders, and masters screamed in the fire that burned the world, and scolded Lin Moyu one by one. But Lin Moyu remained unmoved. He was conscious and clear. Fresh air continued to flow from the world tree, keeping Lin Moyu's soul awake at all times. Lin Moyu knew that these were all illusions, and he only did what he wanted to have a clear conscience. The illusion disappeared, and Lin Moyu found that in just a moment, the soul-devouring Spirit King who had been turned into dust had escaped from the world-burning fire. Countless pieces of powder gathered together and transformed into the soul-devouring king once again. His aura did not weaken at all, but his murderous intent became even stronger. The soul-eating king roared, and his body shape suddenly changed. In this instant he became Zhu Jiwu. This senior who had guarded the battlefield for thousands of years had helped Lin Moyu when he was young, and Lin Moyu respected him very much. Zhu Jiwu is now in Yudao City. He has become a Dao master and is not far from the Dao realm. After entering the Origin continent, Zhu Jiwu's talents were fully demonstrated, and his cultivation speed became faster and faster, no less than Hao Daozuan and the others. The soul-devouring king transformed into Zhu Jiwu's appearance and spoke in human language, "Die." He threw a punch, and a huge fist mark suddenly appeared in the void, sweeping over with a chaotic avenue. Lin Moyu recognized this punch. Zhu Jiwu called it the world-suppressing fist, which is one of Zhu Wu's most powerful techniques. Unexpectedly, the soul-devouring king imitated the world-suppressing fist to attack him as soon as he arrived. Lin Moyu immediately realized that something was wrong. Although he knew about the world-suppressing fist, he had never seen it before. There was no information about this fist in his memory, so how could the soul-devouring king know it? Lin Moyu's thoughts raced, and he quickly came up with a possibility. The soul-devouring king can not only turn into the person of one's own subconscious, but he can also further dig out the information of that person, even if the person himself does not know it. The soul-devouring king can know it. It's really magical. Lin Moyu's aura rose rapidly, and he instantly broke through to the half-step transcendence. It is impolite not to return the favor, and the way of heaven will destroy the world. Lin Moyu slapped out with one palm, and a huge palm print swept across the void, crushing the world-suppressing fist with absolute power, and at the same time hit the soul-devouring Spirit King who had transformed into Zhu Jiwu. The Great Tao world-destroying palm integrated countless great ways and evolved the Great Tao's original energy. This palm has exceeded the scope that the soul-devouring king can be immune to, and at the same time this palm has also exceeded the limit of eternal existence. The soul-devouring king was beaten into powder on the spot, but he did not die. In a blink of an eye, the powder refused and turned back into the soul-devouring king. However, this palm strike was not completely ineffective. Compared to the previous Great Tao Flood Millstone, Moyudu's palm strike obviously injured him. The soul-devouring king's aura was a little weaker than before, but it was enough. At least Lin Moyu knew that his attack was effective. The soul-devouring king was not easy to kill, and he had been mentally prepared. He knew that he could kill it with a little bit of wear and tear. But Lin Moyu still wants to try other methods. After all, such good eyelid test products are not easy to find. As soon as he thought about it, countless avenues in the universe were activated at the same time, evolving into countless chains that flew towards the soul-devouring king. The soul-devouring king seemed to sense the danger and retreated screaming. Lin Moyu moved, the wings of the time curse emerged and vibrated, and time within a radius of tens of millions of miles around him became chaotic. The wings of time vibrated, and Lin Moyu appeared behind the soul-devouring king as if teleporting, and slapped him with one palm. The soul-devouring king's body exploded into pieces. Facing Lin Moyu, who was in a half-step transcendent state, he had no power to fight back. The chains of the great Tao came one after another, transforming into a cage that enveloped the soul-devouring king. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, flames flickered, and the skeleton hell appeared in the cage. The fire of hell gushed out continuously, and the evil spirits of hell devoured the powder frantically. They were ground into powder and turned into tiny soul-eating spirits. They screamed nonstop, and there was fear in their screams, which was obviously different from their previous screams. The evil spirit of hell swallowed the powder made by the soul-devouring king into its stomach, but because the powder was too small to chew, it could only swallow it directly. The stomachs of the evil spirits of hell swelled up one by one. After a few seconds, the evil spirits of hell exploded with a bang. The swallowed powder evolved into tiny soul-eating spirit kings that escaped from inside. The aura of these devoured soul-devouring kings was significantly weakened. Although they escaped, they were not completely unscathed. Although the evil spirits in hell exploded, they were reborn in the flames of hell the next second. The evil spirits in hell would not die until the hell of skeletons was destroyed. Lin Moyu watched this scene. It turned out that the evil spirits in hell ate everything. Even the soul-devouring king could be devoured by them, but their efficiency was lower. Previously, the evil spirits of hell devoured a part of the cursed avenue, making the skeleton hell much stronger, and it has now reached the eternal level. If I could devour the soul-devourer king this time. You don't need to swallow it all, just swallow a part of it. The soul-devouring king regrouped and recovered. He launched one attack after another, defeating all the approaching evil spirits from hell. An impassioned dragon roar sounded, and Black Prison rushed out, killing the soul-devouring king. With the promotion of the skeleton hell, the Black Prison has also become stronger and is no weaker than the eternal existence. Moreover, he does not manipulate the avenue, but only relies on his own strength. Even the soul-devouring king is not immune to him. Black Prison and Soul-Devourer King fought fiercely. Soul-Devourer King seemed unable to read Black Prison's memory and used his own power. The evil spirit from hell took advantage of the fight between the two to pounce and took a bite when it got the chance. Each bite can chew off a small piece of meat, which is then digested at the cost of the body exploding into pieces, devouring and consuming the Soul-Devouring King's power. The evil spirits in hell have no wisdom and are not afraid of death at all. Lin Moyu watched the show from the side. The battle was very exciting and worth watching. The soul-devouring king was harassed by the evil spirits of hell and was constantly injured. His breath was gradually weakening. As long as he continued to fight, he would eventually be killed. The soul-devouring king suddenly glanced at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt his soul slightly fluctuate and knew that some of his memories were read by the soul-devouring king. His ability to read memories is so incredible that I can't stop him. A dragon roar resounded through the void, and the soul-devouring king turned into the appearance of Zhulong. Then he closed his eyes, and in an instant countless evil spirits from hell fell like headless flies. Black Prison was also affected to some extent, but fortunately the impact was not significant. The soul-devouring king transformed into the candle dragon, which was burning with flames. This kind of flame was very strange and Lin Moyu had never seen it before. The flames were extremely powerful, and countless black air came out of Heiyu's body. He could not stop the candle dragon's flames. Lin Moyu had never seen Zhulong use such a fierce flame. The soul-devouring king only read his memories, but was able to use a power that he had never seen before. It's really not that simple. Lin Moyu is certain that the soul-devouring king's ability is not as simple as reading memories or transforming into a being. Instead, he used certain rules of heaven and earth to master all the techniques of the being he transformed into. It doesn't matter whether you have seen it or not. The black prison could not hold out in the flames and retreated, and the evil spirits of hell could not get close to it or bite it. The soul-devouring king rushed into the skeleton hell, killed his way into the hellfire river, and turned the skeleton hell upside down. Lin Moyu moved his mind and put away the skeleton hell. The avenue cage tightened, compressing the soul-devouring king's activity space. The experiment of the skeleton hell failed, but it was completed. Lin Moyu has confirmed that it really eats everything, and that is enough. The soul-devouring king continued to attack the avenue cage, causing it to vibrate continuously, and large cracks appeared on it. The world was at full firepower, maintaining the avenue cage. Lin Moyu stepped into the cage and slapped it with one palm. The great Tao world-destroying palm. When Zhulong saw Lin Moyu, he rushed over with a roar. His whole body was spewing fire, and he transformed into a fire dragon that slammed heavily into the great Tao-destroying world palm. Boom! The strong aftermath caused Zhulong to be blown away, and the great Tao world-destroying palm weakened slightly, but continued to crush him. But this time he failed to crush it into powder. He turned into Zhulong and seemed to have gained Zhulong's defensive power. However, Lin Moyu also discovered that he did not use the filthy calendar collected by Zhulong. The power he is using now should be the power that Zhulong himself possesses. A little stronger than eternal existence, but not to the level of transcendence. Lin Moyu had a rough idea in his mind and knew the limit of the soul-devouring king's strength. Palm after palm was slapped out, continuously landing on the soul-devouring king, who retreated step by step. He was constantly injured and recovering. While he had the Zhulong defense, his recovery ability was not impaired. Transforming into a candle dragon did increase his strength greatly, but it was still a little bit behind Lin Moyu, who was in the half-step transcended state. No matter how the soul-devouring king resisted, it was useless. His breath began to weaken. If this continued, he would be killed soon. He looked at Lin Moyu again and read his memory again. Lin Moyu felt a breeze blowing across his soul and knew that his memory had been read. He was somewhat curious about who the soul-devouring king would become this time. In his memory, Zhulong was already the strongest, and there were only a handful of people stronger than Zhulong. If they become your relatives or friends, I'm sorry, that's of no use. The soul-devouring king began to change again while roaring. A green light slowly appeared, and a figure appeared in the green light. He was wearing an eye-catching green robe. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. The soul-devouring king was actually going to turn into an old man in a green robe. The soul-eating king was actually going to transform into an old man in a green robe. Lin Moyu stopped unconsciously, with curiosity flashing in his eyes. The old man in green robe is not a creature from the realm. The soul-devouring king evolved from the impurities of the realm and belongs to the Five Worlds realm. Moreover, the old man in green robe is very likely to be the great lord of heaven and earth. An eternal existence in a realm must become one of the great lords of heaven and earth. This is courting death. Lin Moyu didn't think the soul-devouring king could succeed. This time the change was a bit slow, and the soul-devouring king seemed to be struggling. The green clothes were already formed, but the old man in green robes never appeared. The soul-devouring king seemed very anxious and kept roaring. Finally, his roar transformed into the appearance of an old man in green robe. Then there was a bang. Green light exploded, and the soul-devouring king was blown into pieces on the spot. Each piece of debris flashed with green light that lasted for a long time. The soul-devouring king did not recover immediately. The fragments were regrouping, but the speed was very slow. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He felt that a strange force came from the void and fell on the soul-devouring king, smashing him to pieces. This power is very strange, never seen before, and beyond the calendar of heaven. The soul-devouring king was enveloped by this power, and it took him a long time to recover. Moreover, this power was still eroding the soul-devouring king, making him weaker and weaker. After a long while, the soul-devouring king finally recovered and turned back into his normal self. At this time, his vitality was less than 20% of what it was before. He was injured at the root, and it was difficult to recover. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the soul-devouring king at this time was not much stronger than an ordinary soul-devouring spirit. The soul-devouring king couldn't make a sound. He just whimpered like a wounded wild dog, his eyes full of fear. Obviously, the experience just now frightened him. The invisible force that came from nowhere shattered all his hopes. Why did you have to be this guy when you can be anyone else? You deserve it. Lin Moyu said with a little disdain. In his memory, there are two people who cannot be touched. The soul-devouring king insisted on becoming one of the two, which was nothing more than seeking death. In this case, Lin Moyu would not be polite and would send him off for the last time. He slapped out with one palm after another, repeatedly crushing the soul-devouring king, and refined it with the help of the world-burning fire. The skeleton hell appeared again, and the spirits in the hell area devoured it without any hesitation. Using multiple approaches, the soul-devouring king was completely defeated. After repeated attacks, the soul-devouring king finally exhausted all his vitality and was killed by Lin Moyu. When it completely dissipated, a ball of essence appeared in the void hand. The essence is only the size of a fist, and looks like colored glaze on the outside, with water flowing inside. Lin Moyu could feel that there was a huge power contained within the essence. This power was very mixed. It was not the Great Tao, but was better than the Great Tao. This is a collection of impurities from the realm of heaven and earth. It is said to be the essence, but in fact it is terribly poisonous. If it were poured onto an eternal being, it would be enough to shatter his avenue and cause him to become silent. If you take just one drop of it, it is enough to kill the Lord of the Great Tao. Lin Moyu put it away and whispered to himself, the first one. According to Zhulong's request, he had to obtain 3 portions of this essence. Now he already knew how to kill the soul-devouring king. As long as he could find him, he could kill him with a little effort. If any soul-devouring king were to become those 2 guys again, it would be much easier to kill them. Isn't it possible to use this to make a fuss? Lin Moyu had an idea. If he could actively seduce the soul-devouring king to change into a green robe or a white robe, then everything would be easy. If you think about it carefully, it is not impossible. Soon, a plan was formulated and Lin Moyu got up and left. There are no soul-devouring spirit kings in this area anymore. There are only 1,000 soul-devouring spirit kings in such a large area. They are extremely scattered and can only move to other places. Inside the realm, in the wilderness, Zhulong saw with his own eyes Lin Moyu kill a soul-devouring spirit king and obtain a piece of essence, and excitement flashed in his eyes. It really worked. He felt that his hope of transcendence was right before his eyes, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Choosing Lin Moyu was absolutely the right thing to do. It was the best thing he had ever done in countless years, bar none. Suddenly his statue vibrated. Zhulong turned around and saw what happened through the ubiquitous rules in the realm. You're really courting death. There was a hint of disdain in Zhulong's eyes, with waves of murderous intent emerging. He raised his head toward Shuko and spoke slowly. All the eternal beings within the realm, whether they were in seclusion or doing anything else, heard Zhulong's voice at the same time. All Eternals return to the Hunduan Mountains and prepare to defend against the enemy. The army of undead servants swept along the periphery, killing countless soul-eating spirits, and Lin Moyu harvested a large amount of soul powder. Dozens of days later, another soul-eating king was finally discovered. The undead servant did not stop him and let him come. The soul-devouring king must be defeated by Lin Moyu himself, and there is no need for the undead servants to go up and die. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When the soul-devouring king came into view, Lin Moyu had already used his concentrated strength to take a half-step toward transcendence. He took a step forward and instantly arrived less than 100,000 miles away from the soul-devouring king. A projection of the universe emerged, and the avenue turned into a cage. At the same time, Lin Moyu slapped out with his palm. The great Tao's world-destroying palm swept over, crushing the soul-devouring king, and at the same time, the great Tao's prison took shape, leaving him with no way to escape. Lin Moyu's eyes were cold and his face expressionless, completely different from his previous appearance. If there were people familiar with Lin Moyu present, they would have noticed something unusual. Something must have happened to Lin Moyu, leading to some unexplainable changes. Something did happen to Lin Moyu, but it was his own doing. The soul-devouring king was smashed to pieces by Lin Moyu several times, and was burned by the world-burning fire. He finally seized an opportunity to recover. Point 0. He gave Lin Moyu a vicious look, read Lin Moyu's memory as usual, and then began to transform into the strongest person in Lin Moyu's memory. A man in a white robe appeared, and the soul-devouring king was about to turn into the white-robed old man in Lin Moyu's memory. Lin Moyu stopped and watched the soul-devouring king's performance quietly. Under the white clothes, the appearance of the old man in white robe gradually emerged. At the moment when the appearance was formed, white light exploded, and the soul-devouring king was blown into pieces. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt an invisible force suddenly descending from the void. This situation is exactly the same as what happened to the soul-devouring king before, the only difference is the green light and the white light. The strange power coming from the void was exactly the same in Lin Moyu's perception. Since he didn't understand it anyway, Lin Moyu simply stopped thinking about it. The soul-devouring king who was shattered by the explosion was trying hard to recover. Just when he was about to fully recover, Lin Moyu took action and added insult to injury. The fire of burning the world, the hell of bones, the palm of destroying the world, a multi-pronged approach, exactly the same as before, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. With this wave of assists, killing the soul-devouring king became easy, and it was killed in just half a day. It's a pity that no essence was obtained this time. Not every soul-eating king will leave essence behind. Lin Moyu's expression and breath returned to normal, and he returned to his previous appearance, with a slight smile on his face. It really works. It will be easy from now on. If we can do this to deal with the soul-devouring spirit king, then can we do the same to deal with the soul-devouring spirit emperor? If it can be done, killing the soul-devouring spirit emperor does not seem impossible. Lin Moyu's sudden idea was very successful and turned into a powerful weapon against the soul-devouring king. Since the soul-devouring spirit can read memories, transform into the person in the memory, and find that person's strongest power from the rules of the realm and heaven, it can use it to deal with itself. Then Lin Moyu sealed part of his memory and only kept the part he wanted the soul-devouring king to read. Of course, Lin Moyu was not sure whether this method of sealing his own memory would be effective. It was not impossible for a soul-devouring king to break through the seal. Lin Moyu was just trying, and the self-sealing time was not long, only about half an hour. During the time when his memory was sealed, Lin Moyu's expression and temperament would naturally change. Memory plays a very important role and carries everyone's life. If you lose your memory, it is like changing a person. Fortunately, my method was correct. The soul-devouring king could only read unsealed memories. Lin Moyu sealed most of the 100 memories, mainly retaining the memories of the green-robed old man and the white-robed old man, and strengthened their status in his memory, making the soul-devouring king feel that these two people are very powerful. The result was that the soul-devouring king obtained information such as their appearance and identity, then changed into their appearance, and also obtained their strongest power from the domain rule vehicle. These two are most likely the great masters of heaven and earth. There is an unimaginable gap between the soul-devouring king and them. The result was that he suffered backlash before he could successfully evolve and was almost killed on the spot. Lin Moyu's trick was successful, and it became easy to destroy the soul-devouring king. The undead servants continued to sweep across the country, looking for the next soul-eating king. Lin Moyu had more and more soul powder in his hand, but there was no such thing as too much. In fact, the more the better. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also studying the essence of the soul-devouring king. It is better to say that it is the essence of the impurities of the realm of heaven and earth than to say that it is the essence of the soul-devouring spirit king. Its level is extremely high. Impurities may seem useless on the surface, or even poisonous to practitioners, but this is only on the surface. Everything has its use, and Zhulong can use it as a trigger to push his own filthy power to break through the limit. And Lin Moyu felt that if he wanted to become the master of the realm, he would have to deal with these things. The impurities are only on the surface, but the core is a certain rule of the world. Similarly, the soul devourer is also a product of rules. If you can study it thoroughly, you will understand the rules, which will be of great benefit to you. Lin Moyu already knew that although Zhulong was the manager of the rules, he didn't really understand the rules. Just as the universe belongs to oneself, but one is not the creator of the universe from nothing, because the universe also has its previous life. I have no idea how the world of the Sea of Boundaries came into being in my previous life. However, due to the limitations of the relationship between himself and the universe, he has no way of figuring out the specific rules of the universe. After all, I am standing too high, and I can control the world with just a thought. Many things become more difficult if you try to delve into them in detail. This is like an excellent chef who can cook delicious dishes, and he also knows that his vegetables are grown. But chefs may not know how vegetables are grown, what the whole process is, when to water and fertilize, and how to make the vegetables taste better. Zhulong is an excellent chef in the 5 worlds, and so is he in the Great Thousand Worlds. But now, he had to learn how to farm in the 5 worlds domain, figure out the rules, and eventually control the 5 worlds domain and become the domain master. What I thought about before, how living creatures were born, is actually secondary. Maybe I will understand it when I figure out the rules. Gradually, Lin Moyu's goal changed. He no longer wanted to obtain only 3 essences. He also wanted to get some more for his own research. 10 days later, another soul-devouring king was found. Lin Moyu followed the same method and sealed his own memory. He first suppressed the soul-devouring king and tricked him into actively reading his memory and making a wrong evolution. After he was seriously injured, he added insult to injury and easily defeated him. Deep in the void, the 2 men in green and white robes were sipping tea. The old man in green robe shook his head helplessly. We were actually used as pawns. The man in white robe laughed. It's not like we haven't been fooled before. You and I should be happy that you came up with this idea. The old man in green robe smiled and said, yes, it seems that there is a chance this time. The white robe nodded. The chance is not small. The drop of ancestral water essence I gave him has not been used yet. It seems that he doesn't like to rely on external forces. The old man in green robe said, that's not true, because the ring works very well. Don't be fussy about details. Just use what you need. Not bad, not bad. The 2 chatted. They knew everything Lin Moyu did, and everything that happened in the 5 worlds could not be hidden from them. In the Hengduan Mountains, all the eternal beings in the world gathered together. Even the Lord of Destiny, who was in the Deadly Land, came to the Hengduan Mountains at this moment. He was brought here by Zhulong, who used the power of rules to call him over in a semi-commanding manner. Eternal beings must also abide by the rules. There can be exceptions, but they must be allowed by Zhulong. As a rule manager, Zhulong has some privileges. Lin Moyu, who is currently working for Zhulong, is an exception. Zhulong's eyes appeared above the Hengduan Mountains. I summoned you here to tell you that the Wild Beast King is now planning a major change. They have already succeeded for the most part. By then, there will be more than 4 mutant beasts appearing. Before the Immortal Lord returns, you need to defend the Hengduan Mountains. The Lord of Destiny said loudly, Zhulong, will you take action this time? Zhulong whispered, I will not take action until you are all quiet. That would be against the rules. It's not that Zhulong can't take action, but once he does, he will be punished. There have been precedents in the past. It doesn't matter if it's normal, at most it will take tens of thousands of years to cultivate. But now is the critical period for Zhulong. he cannot get hurt. Moreover, the mutated wild beasts are not difficult to deal with. As long as Lin Moyu comes back, it will only take a few minutes to defeat them. As long as they can hold on until Lin Moyu comes back, it will be fine. The Lord of Fate whispered, "When will the Lord of Immortality return?" Zhulong said, "I don't know." The old man asked, "Where did fellow Taoist Lin go?" "It cannot be said." Zhulong's voice remained calm. And Yuyan asked, "Fellow Taoist Lin arranged for the soulless beast to deal with the wild beast before. Where is the soulless beast now?" Zhulong said, "The soulless beasts are still in the great wilderness." This time, the wild beast king took advantage of the soulless beasts. It is hard to say whether the existence of soulless beasts is a blessing or a curse. All you have to do is hold on until he comes back. As long as he comes back, everything will be solved. The emperor's eyes turned slightly. "Is it second only to the fate of heaven and earth?" Zhulong said, "Yes, if you succeed, you will gain a huge amount of luck." Joy immediately showed on the faces of all the Eternals. At this point, there is not much left for them to pursue, and the luck of heaven and earth is the most important thing they pursue. Zhulong continued, "I have informed the Lord of the Great Tao that they will arrive soon to help you. This may be the last battle with the wild beasts. If you win, you will enjoy peace for countless years." Zhulong used the rules to open up a passage for the Masters of the Avenue and let them all come over. Soon, thousands of Avenue Lords arrived, and several eternal beings directed them to deploy their defenses. According to Zhulong, the war will happen in these few days and may break out at any time. Although Zhulong knew very well that there would be no danger in the realm of heaven and earth, he could also take action if they couldn't hold on. But that is the worst option. The best way is to not take action yourself, so as not to cause the rules to backfire. The fight between the great Tao beasts and the cultivators was originally determined by rules. If he took action, he would actually be breaking the rules. He can't be both a referee and a player. Zhulong understood the cause and effect, and knew that he was half responsible for the current situation, and the other half was due to Lin Moyu. The result is that when the war comes, I don't want to fight, and Lin Moyu is not here. It is really unreasonable to let others fight and sacrifice. In this way, new causes and effects arise, over and over again, endlessly. Zhulong had no choice but to transcend as soon as possible, completely sever the cause and effect of this realm, and gain freedom. 5 days later, the clouds of the avenue began to boil, and countless black spots appeared densely in the distance, turning into dark clouds that swept over. The 15th method of the Hengduan Mountains array was activated, and the tall towers were shining, and huge forces began to gather. Lin Moyu knew nothing about what was happening in the realm. He continued to sweep through the soul-devouring spirits, searching for the soul-devouring spirit king. There are so few soul-devouring kings that it takes dozens of days on average to find one. Killing them is not difficult. My method is very effective and I can easily seriously injure them. Then I solved the problem in just a few moves. On the 200th day after entering the outer domain, Lin Moyu had killed 5 soul-devouring kings, collected 3 essences, and fulfilled the agreement with Zhulong. He did not stop and continued to look for other soul-devouring kings. He also wanted their essence for research. On the 300th day, Lin Moyu had 2 more essences in his hands. Why do I feel a little uneasy? Lin Moyu frowned slightly, looking for the source of uneasiness. He lowered his head and glanced towards the realm. The 5 world domains surrounded by the boundary barriers are like being separated by a layer of frosted glass. The boundary barrier was filled with the rules of the boundary, blocking Lin Moyu's sight. Could it be that something happened within the realm? The great Tao wild beasts have been frightened. The soulless beasts have purified so many filthy pools. The power of the great Tao wild beasts has been greatly reduced, and their numerical advantage is getting smaller and smaller. Lin Moyu couldn't think of what would happen for a moment. If the wild beasts would pose a threat to practitioners, the wild beast king would definitely not be enough. Only those mutant wild beasts would be enough. But it is not easy to revive the mutated wild beasts. The wild beast king paid a huge price to barely revive one. Before he set out, he checked and found that the remaining 8 mutated wild beasts were all normal and there was no abnormality. In less than a year, nothing should change. But my own feeling seems to have never been wrong. An idea popped up in Lin Muyu's mind: why not go back? As this thought arose, it became stronger and stronger, as if there was a voice constantly urging me on, and at the same time, the feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Go back. Lin Muyu made a decision immediately. He still believed in his feelings as before. At this point he was already 40 meters away from where he came from. If he wanted to fly back, it would take at least a few days. Lin Muyu intends to open the channel directly and return to the place of origin. This is the convenience of being an eternal being. Even if he is far away, he can always open the road to his place of origin. With a thought, a connection is established with the place of origin. The rules in the place of origin begin to flow, and a channel is established. A space entrance appeared in front of Lin Muyu, and he could return by entering it. Just as he was about to go in, Lin Muyu suddenly stopped. The moment the entrance appeared, his sense of uneasiness was magnified countless times. The entrance is like a dangerous abyss. Once you enter, you will fall into a hell from which there is no escape. At this moment, Lin Muyu's heartbeat accelerated several times, and he had a creepy illusion. Still believing in his feelings, he did not go in, but instead stepped back a distance. Staring at the entrance, what on earth is going on? The dangerous feeling in my heart just now appeared very abruptly and for no reason at all. It seemed like a whim, but now that I think about it, it's actually very strange. It seems that some kind of force has influenced my mind and caused me to have wrong thoughts. If this is true, then the passage I opened is not the path to the place of origin, and what I sensed is not the place of origin either. It can affect my heart and make me have illusions. Soul-devouring Spirit Emperor. Lin Muyu was startled and thought of a possibility, that is, he had encountered the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor. Zhulong said that the soul-devouring emperor was extremely dangerous and one must flee immediately upon encountering him, but there was a high chance that one would not even have a chance to escape. But Zhulong did not say where the danger was, nor did he say how the soul-devouring spirit emperor appeared. There is only one possibility for coming now, and Zhulong doesn't know either. I didn't think much about it at first. After all, I had seen the soul-devouring spirit emperor from another realm and had some dealings with him. Although the soul-devouring emperor is powerful, he is not so powerful that he cannot escape. But it is obvious that the soul-devouring spirit emperor in each realm is different. Lin Muyu slowly retreated and took out the scales given by Zhulong. The scales still guided the direction. Lin Muyu flew in the direction indicated by the scales, returned to where he came from, and thus returned to the cause of the civic domain. Just after flying out for a while, he suddenly stopped. Space channels appeared one after another in the surrounding void, and tens of thousands of entrances were densely packed and stacked in the void. Behind each entrance came the breath of the land of origin, as if they all led to the land of origin. 827 But in Lin Muyu's eyes, all of these entrances led to hell. If he was just doubting before, now he was absolutely sure that he had encountered the soul-devouring spirit emperor. The soul-eating emperor is different from the soul-eating king. It is no longer as simple as reading his own memory. Instead, he can create various illusions based on his own memory. He can directly influence one's heart and make one mistakenly believe that what one does is correct, which is more terrifying than ordinary illusions and hallucinations. If it weren't for my keen spiritual perception, who knows what would have happened if I had really entered that entrance? Something happened in the Hengduan Mountains. Go back quickly. A thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and then Lin Muyu seemed to see countless wild beasts attacking the Hengduan Mountains. The formation in the Hengduan Mountains was broken, and the eternal beings were seriously injured and could hardly hold on. Lin Muyu suddenly realized that this information seemed to be his subconscious. He had thought about this possibility for a moment. Unexpectedly, the soul-devouring emperor would magnify it and present it before his eyes as if it were the real situation. Lin Muyu subconsciously thought it was fake, but he was so real that it seemed true. The soul-devouring Spirit Emperor has already surpassed the scope of illusion and has instead influenced his heart and soul to allow himself to see the real picture. Lin Moyu stayed true to his Taoism and left through the crack, not getting entangled with the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor. The enemy is in the dark and I am in the light, so the best option is not to get entangled. Lin Moyu ignored the distraction and continued walking in the direction indicated by the scales. The wings of the time curse spread out, and Lin Moyu reached his maximum speed, leaving a long strip of light in the void outside the domain. Suddenly, Lin Moyu stopped again. He saw Zhulong, or rather, Zhulong's eyes. The huge eyes lingered in the void. The Handuan Mountains are under siege by wild beasts. We are under great pressure and are about to give up. Come back soon. Lin Moyu frowned. Get lost. He felt that this pair of eyes was not real, but an illusion created by the soul-eating spirit. Zhulong said that he could not leave the realm. Where is he now? How could Zhulong come out? What's more, if you really insist on not believing it, Zhulong is not a vegetarian, and the great beasts are nothing in his eyes. No matter how powerful the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor is, he seems to have flaws. Zhulong narrowed his eyes, looked into the distance, and cried out strangely, "Soul-devouring Spirit Emperor, you actually encountered a soul-devouring spirit. I'll block it for you, hurry up." There was some anxiety in Zhulong's eyes, and rays of light shot out from his eyes, turning into countless sharp arrows that shot into the void. The rosy glow exploded, covering the void for tens of millions of miles, and a giant beast appeared in the rosy glow. When Lin Moyu, the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor, saw the other party's appearance, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This scene seemed to tell myself that Qianlong was real. He really came here, really wanted himself to go back quickly, and also found the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor and attacked him. In his perception, Zhulong was real, the attack was real, and the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor being forced to show up was also real. It is difficult to distinguish between true and false. But the more this is the case, the more unbelievable it is. Lin Moyu chose to believe the dragon scale that Zhulong had handed to him. At this moment, the soul-devouring Spirit King screamed, and the sound was like a knife cutting through the soul. In an instant, countless wild beast kings appeared in the void, and all of them stared at Zhulong. The next second, the wild beast kings rushed towards Zhulong. Zhulong was forced to appear in the void and started a fierce battle with the wild beast kings. "Rule Administrator, you shouldn't be here," the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor whispered. The sound vibrated the void and made Lin Moyu's soul tremble. "What is happening before my eyes is telling me that dragons are real." Zhulong roared, and blazing flames emerged from his body, burning the wild beast king to death. At the same time, the dragon's tail swept across, forcibly cutting a crack in the void. "I opened a space channel, go back quickly," he urged Lin Moyu, and at the same time, a voice deep in Lin Moyu's soul was urging him to enter the crack cut by Zhulong and retreat back to the realm. The wings of the time curse vibrated, and Lin Moyu flew towards the space crack, apparently believing what Zhulong said. But just before approaching the crack, Lin Moyu suddenly changed direction, flew over the edge of the crack, flew farther, and disappeared into the void. The war is still going on, and it has not stopped because of Lin Moyu's departure. Lin Moyu could still feel the aftermath of the battle from behind him, but he still did not stop. He couldn't tell the difference between truth and falsehood, whether it was his Tao heart, his eyes, or his soul's eyes. None of them could see clearly. When he couldn't tell the truth from the false, he chose the most conservative path and returned the same way he came. The soul-devouring Spirit Emperor was too strange, and Lin Moyu was not even sure whether the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor who had just appeared was his true appearance. "This is the first time I have encountered such a strange enemy." The scales in his hand glowed, pointing the way for Lin Moyu, but as he flew, Lin Moyu realized something was wrong, so he came down again. He felt that he was getting farther and farther away from his place of origin and was moving away from the realm. But there is nothing wrong with the direction the scales are pointing. Looking down, I found that I was not far away from the boundary. Lin Moyu felt that his perception was affected again. With no other choice, he chose to believe in the scales and move on. After flying for a distance, Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. The uneasiness deep in his heart grew again, and he felt that he was further away from his place of origin. If he continues like this, he might enter chaos and be unable to return. Chaos. Lin Moyu did not see the chaos. The realm was not far from his feet. The barriers of the realm were so clear that he could feel the rules of the realm. However, the feeling of uneasiness in my heart was getting stronger and stronger, and warnings kept coming. Lin Moyu was in a dilemma as to who to believe. The weirdness of the soul-eating spirit emperor directly affects one's Tao heart and spiritual perception, causing one to lose track of what is real and what is fake. Lin Moyu realized that the next choice was very important. If he made the wrong choice, he might be doomed. The current situation is the most dangerous one since I started practicing. While thinking, Lin Moyu suddenly had an idea: both are fake. He was shocked. If both were fake, then no matter how he chose, the result would be the same. At this moment, his thoughts raced like lightning, and he thought of a possible way to break the impasse. Gather your strength. As the magic was unleashed, a vast aura of chaos surged from his body. A terrifying force surged from his undead servants and the universe, pushing Lin Moyu's realm to continue to rise. This place is outside the realm, where he can break through half a step to transcendence and truly step into the transcended level. He won't be evicted again here, so there's no need to worry. A strange aura rose, and Lin Moyu used his magic to push himself into a transcended level. After entering the transcended level, his eyes swept across like lightning. The situation in front of me is exactly the same as what I saw before, with no difference. But it cannot be said that there is no difference at all. He vaguely saw something hidden in the void. The great Tao world-destroying palm. With a slap, a giant palm appeared in the void and rolled away. After Lin Moyu slapped out this palm, his body and soul exploded at the same time. Surrounded by purple light, silent words complete the new life. After the rebirth, Lin Moyu found that everything he saw was different. The void ahead turned into chaos, and the realm was already very far away from him. The direction that the dragon scales pointed to was completely opposite to the direction he was heading. According to where you are standing and the direction you are moving, if you move forward a little further, you will truly enter chaos. Chaos is truly outside the domain, and the rules of the realm cannot reach there. There is a clear difference. If he really rushed into the chaos, it would be difficult to return, and the creatures in the chaos would not let him go easily. If he fell, he would be in endless danger. And what he saw was the creature hidden in the chaos. The great Tao world-destroying palm caused ripples in the chaos. The creature collided with the great Tao world-destroying palm, and the palm print shattered with a loud bang. The creature was also blown away, but did not die. He seemed to be screaming, but the sound could not be heard. The rules of the realm blocked the chaos, and everything in the chaos could not get through. The fact that it could withstand my full-strength attack and survive proved how powerful this chaotic creature is. Lin Moyu took advantage of his new life and finally got rid of the influence of the soul-devouring spirit emperor for a short time. What he thought at the last moment was correct. As expected, both were false. No matter which direction he chose, the final result would not be good. There is nothing true or false, everything is false. Lin Moyu recognized the direction the dragon scales were pointing, and he vibrated the time curse wings and flew away quickly. After flying for a while, the body exploded with a bang, and then a new cabinet emerged in the purple light. He used this method to eliminate the influence of the soul-devouring spirit emperor. Lin Moyu kept exposing himself along the way. Every time he is reborn, he can eliminate the influence of the soul-devouring spirit emperor and keep his mind clear. With each rebirth, the changes in the void of heaven and earth in his sight, and the subtle feelings of his own Tao heart, Lin Moyu gradually discovered some clues. Although the soul-devouring emperor's abilities are strange and terrifying, they are not completely silent and there are still some clues. Moreover, the influence of the soul-devouring emperor did not happen overnight, but went through a process of development from weak to strong. The longer the time, the greater the impact, and the more difficult it is to distinguish true from false in what you see and hear. In the beginning, perhaps there are some true and some false, but eventually, the heart and soul of Tao are blinded, and everything seen becomes difficult to distinguish, and almost all of them are false. Rebirth can reorganize the soul and eliminate the influence of the soul-devouring emperor. By self-destructing regularly, the soul-devouring emperor's abilities will no longer pose a threat to oneself. Lin Moyu flew quickly all the way, getting closer and closer to where he came from. The soul-devouring emperor should be unable to sit still any longer. Lin Moyu thought to himself that up to now, he had not really seen the soul-devouring spirit emperor. If he doesn't want to return to the realm, the soul-devouring emperor should take action. But it was strange that the soul-devouring emperor did not actually show up until he returned to the entrance. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that things were not that simple, but he could not find any clues. After flying for 2 days, I finally returned to the entrance where I came from. I was only one step away from returning to the realm. The soul-devouring emperor still did not appear at 950, which made Lin Moyu feel that the score opening was weird. Could it be that the soul-devouring emperor had given up on hunting him down? Thinking about it, it seemed unlikely and did not match what he knew. But now his spiritual sense told him that everything was normal, and after his rebirth, he was also sure that what he saw was real. What on earth is the soul-devouring emperor doing? Although he had doubts in his heart, he did not want to confront the soul-devouring emperor yet, so he stepped into the passage and returned to the realm. After a short transmission, Lin Moyu has returned to the realm, and a familiar breath is blowing in his face. Below is the statue of Zhulong. The calendar of pure filth still looms large. Next to the statue, Zhulong slowly raised his head. You are finally back. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Have you been here all the time? Zhulong said, I have been out a few times and dealt with some heavy things. Lin Moyu asked, have you ever been outside the domain? Zhulong looked at him strangely. Why would I go outside the domain? He told Lin Moyu that he would not go outside the domain. After Zhulong confirmed it, Lin Moyu laughed and said, sure enough, they are all fake. Bang! As he spoke, Lin Moyu exploded again and was reborn in the purple light. What he saw before him did not change. This, Phi, also proves that I am really back, and what I did and saw was not false. Zhulong was even more eccentric. Why would he explode for no reason? Lin Moyu sighed, there's nothing I can do. The illusion created by the soul-devouring emperor is too real. I can't tell the difference. I can only use this method. Zhulong's expression suddenly changed. You met the soul-devouring spirit emperor? Lin Moyu hummed, I met him. Zhulong said, wow, it's amazing that you can come back after encountering the soul-devouring spirit emperor. Lin Moyu looked at Zhulong with a strange look. It seems that you are very afraid of the soul-devouring spirit emperor. Zhulong shook his head. I'm not afraid, I just don't like dealing with that kind of guy. Let's not talk about that for now. Did you bring the things back? Lin Moyu took out 3 portions of soul-devouring spiritual emperor essence and presented them directly to Zhulong. I'm back. Zhulong narrowed his eyes. His eyes were full of excitement. His body was shaking. He was very excited, but he was suppressed. How can I not be excited when countless years of anticipation are about to come true? He quickly put away the 3 essences and said to Lin Moyu sincerely, thank you. Lin Moyu said, tell me in detail about the soul-devouring emperor. Zhulong was about to speak when suddenly the statue shook slightly and the clouds of the avenue churned violently. Lin Moyu looked into the distance. Something happened in the Hengduan Mountains? He felt that all the formations he had set up had been activated and were under attack. Could it be that the illusions created by the soul-devouring emperor before were not all fake? It's not impossible. The soul-devouring king can make use of some of the rules of the realm, and the soul-devouring king can do it even more. It is entirely possible that he knows some of the things happening within the realm through the rules of the realm. Zhulong said, yes, something happened among the wild beasts. They are attacking the Hengduan Mountains. But you don't have to worry. I have gathered all the Eternals and the Lords of the Great Tao in the Hengduan Mountains. Together with the formation you set up there, we can completely block it. Lin Moyu nodded. What happened in the wild beast? In this matter, we each bear half the responsibility. Zhulong recounted what happened. This incident was caused by Zhulong. In order to condense the power of filth, Zhulong changed the natural formation formed by the sewage pool and created a special sewage pool. The 9 special sewage pools gave rise to 9 mutant wild beasts. He also enhanced the intelligence of the Wild Beast King so that he knew how to use these 9 mutant wild beasts. However, it is very difficult to use mutated wild beasts. The Wild Beast King tried various methods, but only used one, and he paid a considerable price for it. This is half of Zhulong's responsibility. The other half of the responsibility lies with the soulless beast created by Lin Moyu. Soulless beasts can purify wild beasts, purify sewage pools, and eliminate wild beasts at the root. But it also caused a problem. After purifying the sewage pool, the total amount of waste produced by the avenue did not change. As the number of sewage pools decreases, more of the dregs of the road will gather in other sewage pools. The other polluted pools received more of the dregs of the avenue, and the imperial pool refined and purified even more dregs. The same was true for the 9 special polluted pools. Although the Wild Beast Kings were frightened by Lin Moyu, they were not resigned to this. Instead, they used the soulless beasts to purify the polluted land. Use more of the dregs of the Great Way to activate and control the mutated wild beasts. They succeeded. After paying some price, the 9-headed Wild Beast King created a total of 4 mutated wild beasts. With the support of a large amount of Dao dregs, many Dao wild beasts evolved into Lyre Beast Village. Nowadays, the great Dao wild beasts have tens of thousands of wild beast kings, 5 wild beast emperors, and 4 mutant wild beasts. It can be said that the strength of the great Dao beast is stronger than before. The soulless beast didn't know this, and he was struggling to turn into a filthy pool. According to Zhulong, it won't be long before the remaining 5 wild beast kings can also transform into mutated wild beasts. By then there will be 9 mutated wild beasts, and the Hengduan Mountains will be in danger. So half of the responsibility lies with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't expect that the soulless beast he created would be used by the Wild Beast King. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After Zhulong finished speaking, he summarized, "Since you are back, then take action and completely eliminate the wild beast." Anyway, Zhulong is about to transcend, so it doesn't matter whether Huangzheng exists or not. Lin Moyu said, "Okay, then get rid of all the wild beasts." Zhulong said, "Then I will take you there." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Lin Moyu's expressions suddenly changed and they looked into the distance. Zhulong's gaze passed the infinite distance and saw the outer battlefield. Oh no, they have actually reached the origin ancestral land. Go back quickly. There was a hint of shock in Zhulong's eyes. No matter what happened in this world, there were not many things that could shock Zhulong. Perhaps Zhulong was getting a little excited because he was about to transcend, so he lost control of his emotions. Lin Moyu asked, "What happened?" Zhulong said, "Let's talk while we walk." He used the rules to open up a passage directly in the cloud of the avenue, and headed towards the ancestral land of origin with Lin Moyu. On the way, he explained, those guys actually went upstream from the underground undercurrent, sneaked across the Hengduan Mountains, passed through the outer battlefield, touched the formation, and went straight to the outside of the origin ancestral land. Lin Moyu was surprised. How did they do this? There are formations in the Hengduan Mountains and on the outer battlefield. These formations lead directly to the underground undercurrents, and normally they cannot be smuggled through. Zhulong said, they should be mutant wild beasts. They opened up the underground source mountain and opened up a new path, thus avoiding the formation. Lin Moyu joked, it seems that we need to redistribute the responsibilities between you and me. You account for at least 70%. How could such a thing be accomplished without wisdom? The wisdom of the Wild Beast King was given by Zhulong. Zhulong looked indifferent. 70% is 70%, it doesn't matter. When passing through the Hengduan Mountains, Zhulong considered whether to move all these eternal existences and the uses of the heavenly Tao to the ancestral land of origin. But Lin Moyu felt that there was no need for that. As long as he was here, these people were not important. At the same time, Lin Moyu also has a selfish desire. He wants the luck of heaven and earth. Without anyone else, he will deal with the wild beast on the road by himself, and because of the arrival of the earth's energy, he will have the exclusive power to buy it. The luck of heaven and earth is very important. Whether it is the last step or anything else, the more the better. Lin Moyu knew that one of his goals was to become a domain master, and the luck of heaven and earth might play a great role in this. Zhulong used the rules of heaven and earth to send him back to his ancestral land in a very short time. There is a barrier between the ancestral land of origin and the outer battlefield. The wild beasts are attacking it. Under the repeated attacks of the mutated wild beasts, this barrier will be broken in a short time. Caught up? Zhulong said in a low voice that he was not actually concerned about whether Pingdadeohuang would cause damage to the original ancestral land. Even if some avenues were destroyed, it would not have much impact on him. But he knew that Lin Moyu cared about it very much. If Lin Moyu wants to become the domain master, he doesn't want the avenue to be destroyed. Let me do it. Lin Moyu whispered, and a large number of undead servants rushed down from the cloud of the avenue and rushed straight towards the wild beast of the avenue. The number of wild beasts on the avenue is astonishing, with hundreds of millions of ordinary wild beasts, tens of thousands of wild beast kings, 5 wild beast emperors, and 4 mutated wild beasts. Judging from the strength alone, the wild beasts of heaven are far superior to the practitioners. If there were no formation to rely on, the cultivator would have been defeated long ago. But now with Lin Moyu, the army of undead servants rushed in like a hot knife through butter, killing the wild beasts on the road like chopping melons and vegetables. Lin Moyu was not idle either. He fell from the cloud of the great Tao, and his aura had already risen to the level of half-step transcendence. The great Tao destroying world palm. His hands were like shadows, and countless palm prints swept across the world. All the helplessness he had felt before when facing the soul-devouring spirit emperor outside the domain was vented out at this moment. No matter whether you are the wild beast king or mutated wild beast, Lin Moyu will suppress you with all his strength. The 4 mutant wild beasts worked together to kill Lin Moyu with the Tao-destroying palm. Their power was greater than that of ordinary eternity. It was already the limit of Tao Lord Realm, but it was still a little short of half a step to transcendence. A small gap can hardly be made up by quantity. Faced with Lin Moyu's venting attack, they were knocked down as soon as they flew into the air, and fell to the ground with a bang, without any chance. Countless palm prints slammed onto the ground, causing the ground to sink. The aftermath swept across, and countless wild beasts died with screams. Even the wild beast king could not withstand the aftermath. Even without their undead minions, these wild beasts could not withstand Lin Moyu's attack, and the aftermath alone was enough to turn them into ashes. The difference in realm cannot be made up by quantity. The ground sank, and the originally flat land became a basin. The source mountains collapsed one after another, and the barrier between the outer battlefield and the ancestral land of origin also collapsed in the aftermath of the attack. After this battle, there is no need for barriers anymore. Although most of the wild beasts in the Great Tao can be resurrected, Lin Moyu will not give them another chance. He wanted to change the structure of the Heaven Realm and win a long period of peace for the realm. In his opinion, the wild beasts of heaven and earth are a manifestation of the imperfections of the world itself. In this case, let the imperfections be fully revealed, so that he can see them clearly and make repairs. Zhulong is about to become enlightened, and by then there will be no one to manage the rules of the realm. I don't know whether the world will choose a new manager. If there is a new manager, will they look for one from the existing creatures or give birth to another one? But none of this matters. Lin Moyu knows that the rules will definitely change drastically by then, and this will be a rare opportunity. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Only when the world changes drastically will many group relationships have a chance. Lin Moyu mercilessly slaughtered all the wild beasts with one palm after another. There was a stream of light coming from afar. The Lord of the Avenue and the eternal beings came. They sensed the changes here, but stopped far away. They saw Lin Moyu, whose power that shook the heavens and earth and transcended eternity made it impossible for them to get close. They could only watch from afar, all of them feeling terrified. Especially those eternal beings. They know best to what extent Lin Moyu has reached at this time. To put it bluntly, Lin Moyu alone is enough to kill them all. After a while, Lin Moyu finally stopped. He had to stop, otherwise the rules of the realm would expel him. Half a step to transcendence has already exceeded the limit that the realm of heaven and earth can accommodate, but at least he can stay for a while, and with the help of Zhulong, he can stay a little longer. Even so, there is a limit, and now Lin Moyu has reached his limit after venting his anger. The flat land turned into a basin, like a huge hole, 10,000 meters deep. The great beasts had long since died out, and even the mutated beasts had died not long ago. Looking at the thousands of Avenue Masters who had just arrived, as well as all the eternal beings in the world, Lin Moyu grinned, and the calculation of the time curse unfolded. The wings of the time curse stirred up time, causing chaos in space and time. Lin Moyu's speed suddenly increased, and he rushed towards the wilderness as if teleporting. The old man shouted in a low voice, "Follow him quickly." The human emperor caught up without waiting for the old Yingtu to shout, and whispered, "Fellow Taoist Lin, you must kill them all." The old man said, "I am afraid that after this battle, the situation of the great Tao wild beast can be resolved, and the rules of the realm will undergo a major change." The Lord of Strength said, "As long as the great Tao is still there, the great Tao beasts will not die out." And Yuyin said, "Fellow Taoist Lin naturally knows this. At least we won't have to worry about the great Tao beasts for a long time." The Lord of Destiny, who was the oldest and lived the longest, did not speak. He did not care about the great Tao beast. At this moment, he exuded a strange aura, which was different from other eternal beings. Only Lin Moyu and Zhulong could see that the Lord of Destiny was already on the path of transcendence. He has already taken some of the last step that belongs to him. As long as he keeps going, he will also be able to transcend. Once he transcends, what does the affairs of heaven and earth have to do with him? Lin Moyu rushed into the wilderness, and at this time, some wild beasts had been resurrected and flew out of the sewage pool. Most of those ordinary wild beasts without intelligence did not know what fear was, and they rushed towards Lin Moyu. The result was predictable. Wherever Lin Moyu passed, all the wild beasts on the road died. The army of undead servants transformed into a long dragon and rushed into the filthy pool, destroying the body of the wild beast in the pool and completely cutting off the wild beast's chance of resurrection. At the same time, he contacted the soulless beast with his mind and asked him to come and purify the pond. As the creator of the soulless beast, and having used the secret method of all things in it, he can control the soulless beast as long as he wants. The soulless beasts immediately took action and followed the undead legion to purify the sewage pool. Lin Moyu rushed into the center of the wilderness and entered the imperial pool. When the newly resurrected wild beast kings saw Lin Moyu, they were so scared that they turned around and ran away. After gaining wisdom, they become afraid of death. This is not the first time that the wild beast king has escaped, but this time may be the last time. The wings of the time curse vibrated, and Lin Moyu caught up with the wild beast king as if teleporting, and the information once again soared into half a step of transcendence. The great Tao world-destroying palm. The wild beast king, who had just escaped a short distance, could do nothing but scream in pain when faced with the great Tao world-destroying palm. The great Tao world-destroying palm crushed the wild beast king, and he died again just after being resurrected. At this moment, the new body of the wild beast king has not yet been conceived in the imperial pool. After his death, his soul had nowhere to go, and eventually, under the rules of the realm of heaven and earth, it turned into a ball of essence. Only then can the wild beast king be truly killed, but as long as the emperor pool is still there, a new wild beast king will appear in a few years. Lin Moyu naturally would not give the wild beast king another chance. Once the soulless beasts had purified the other polluted pools, they would naturally come to purify the royal pool. The soulless beast's abilities are no longer what they used to be. He can purify the sewage pool faster and faster, so purifying the Imperial pool should not be a problem. Lin Moyu did not stop and continued to kill all the way. The wild beast kings had nowhere to escape and were all caught up and killed by Lin Moyu. After killing all the wild beast kings, Lin Moyu headed towards the special sewage pool area. Behind him, a group of Eternals and thousands of Avenue Lords followed, watching Lin Moyu killing everyone in the crowd, with all kinds of mixed feelings. They had guarded for countless years, fought against the great Tao beasts for countless years, and put in endless efforts and energy, but in the end, they were wiped out so easily by Lin Moyu. For a moment, they didn't know what language to use to describe their inner feelings. But anyway, it's a good thing. Seeing those special pools again, 9 of them were arranged by Zhulong himself. They were used to condense the power of filth, and also gave birth to mutant wild beasts. The special filthy pool is stronger than the royal pool, and the mutated wild beast is stronger than the wild beast king. The rest are very similar. The filthy pool can only breed 10 transformed wild beast bodies at the same time. Lin Moyu had killed all the mutant wild beasts before, and now all the wild beast kings have been killed, and no one can control the bodies of the mutant wild beasts anymore. Lin Moyu's eyes darkened slightly, and he communicated with Zhulong with his mind. What are you going to do with these special sewage pools? Just handle it as you see fit. Zhulong said indifferently. Now that he has completed the collection of the filthy power, the next step is to transcend. The wild beasts have lost their value, and these special filthy pools are dispensable to him. Lin Moyu said, in that case, I won't be polite. Zhulong said, it's up to you. Lin Moyu chuckled and flicked his fingers. Talismans flew out one after another. Some fell to the ground, and some stopped in the void, interweaving into a large net. Lin Moyu set up a formation, drew a circle in the air, and covered the space. He regarded the special sewage pool area as his own territory and did not allow outsiders to enter. The formation is not very powerful, and anyone who is a master of the Great Way has the ability to force their way through. But now the person setting up the formation is Lin Moyu, so who would dare to force their way in? People in the distance watched what Lin Moyu did, and no one dared to come over and ask why he did this. Lin Moyu was too strong and no one wanted to feel uncomfortable. What's more, this is the core area of the Great Wasteland, the hinterland of the hinterland. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, they would never have the chance to come here in their lifetime. Besides, no matter what this place becomes or what Lin Moyu is going to do, what does it have to do with writing about them? After arranging the formation, Lin Moyu said loudly, the situation of the wild beast has been resolved. Although the essence has not been broken, there will be no more disasters from wild beasts for at least 1,000,000 years. The rules of heaven and earth are about to change. You no longer have to stay in the ancestral land every day. You can be free for a while. As Lin Moyu finished speaking, there were bursts of roars from heaven and earth, as if responding to Lin Moyu, and subtle changes were taking place. Lin Moyu naturally knew that this was Zhulong helping him to gain momentum. The rules of heaven and earth did not change overnight, so the one who could react so quickly was naturally Zhulong. Zhulong used his privileges to speed up all these changes. The changes in the rules of heaven and earth were quickly transmitted to each practitioner. Their souls received the information from heaven and earth, and they all showed joy on their faces. The rules have really changed and we can go back now. Indeed, we don't need to stay in the ancestral land for a long time. This time we can come and go freely. I practiced so hard to reach this state, and thought I could be free, but I didn't expect to be trapped here for half of my life. Now I am finally free. My fellow Taoists, I will leave first. We will meet again in the future. See you again if we are lucky. The masters of the avenue left one after another amid discussions. Their subconscious minds all yearn for freedom, and part of the pursuit of cultivating to the master of the great Tao is also the same. But they are helpless due to the limitations of the rules of heaven and earth. Now that they were finally free, they all had happy expressions on their faces, and even their minds became clear. Before long, Most of the Avenue Masters had left, and there were still a few left. They wanted to see how Lin Moyu dealt with the wild beasts. Several eternal beings did not leave. They were curious about what Lin Moyu was going to do next. In the distance, the soulless beasts are working hard to purify the sewage pool. Every time a sewage pool is purified, a large amount of luck from heaven and earth will descend. Most of the luck of heaven and earth fell on Lin Moyu, and a small portion was given to the Lord of Eternity and the Great Tao. They had fought great battles with wild beasts before and killed quite a few of them, so naturally they could share some of their luck. To a certain extent, the world is fair and will not treat any 0.9 person unfairly. They could feel the good fortune that Lin Moyu had obtained, and they didn't know how many times better it was than their own, so they couldn't help but feel a little envious. But it was only envy, there was no jealousy. This was what Lin Moyu deserved, and with Lin Moyu's strength, even if they were asked to snatch it, they would not dare. Lin Moyu sat cross-legged in the void, quietly waiting for the soulless beast. No one knew when Zhulong left. The situation with the wild beasts had been decided, and it was time for him to do his own thing. After countless years of preparation, Zhulong is about to officially make the breakthrough to transcendence. Transcendence is very dangerous. If you fail, you will die. As the first living being born in the realm of heaven and earth, and appointed as the manager of the rules, Zhulong has a noble status, but also the heaviest constraints. His heart was extremely longing for transcendence, and this was his only chance, so he would definitely go all out. May you succeed. Of the 108 naturally formed polluted pools, the soulless beasts purified 99, leaving only the last 9 imperial pools. The purification speed of the imperial pool is obviously much slower. It is not so easy to purify a place where the dregs of the avenue are concentrated. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. Although the purification of soulless beasts was slow, as long as they could be purified, it would be fine. He could just grind them slowly. After confirming that the soulless beasts could purify the imperial pond, Lin Moyu left and began to measure the great wasteland. After going back and forth in the great wasteland several times, the undead servant had walked almost all over the great wasteland, but he himself had never measured it properly. The situation of the wild beasts has been temporarily broken, but as long as the dregs of the Great Way are still being produced, things similar to the wild beasts will be bred again sooner or later. It is better to unblock than to block. If you forcibly block the dregs of the road, when the dregs of the road accumulate to a certain extent, worse things may happen. Therefore, we must find a way to channel out the excess dregs of the avenue so that they can be used for other purposes. Only in this way can we truly and completely solve the problem of wild beasts. The formation that Zhulong had set up before gave Lin Moyu some inspiration. He planned to use the dregs of the Great Road to set up a formation that would cover the entire wasteland. In the vast wasteland, some of the dregs meandered from underground, forming undercurrents, while others rushed on the ground and turned into large rivers. All kinds of strange creatures appeared in the rivers and streams. They were similar to wild beasts from the Great Tao, but different from them. They looked more savage and primitive. But without exception, they are all very powerful, no worse than the Great Tao Academy. The same dregs of the Great Way can give birth to different creatures. This is the magic of heaven and earth, and it is also what Lin Moyu has always wanted to study. The world can also give birth to living things. Lin Moyu is now in a state where he knows the facts but does not know the reasons. As the cesspool was purified, the dregs on the road had nowhere to go, resulting in a large amount of dregs accumulating in the wilderness. Whether it is underground rivers or large rivers on the ground, the amount of waste in them has increased dramatically. In this way, the creatures born from the dregs will become stronger and their numbers will increase. If the dregs of the Great Tao continue to have nowhere to go, after thousands of years of accumulation, these creatures will become beings similar to the wild beasts of the Great Tao. Even hundreds of thousands of years later, natural formations will be generated here, and it will evolve into an environment similar to a sewage pool. As long as the root cause of the evil in the Great Tao is not resolved, even if new wild beasts do not appear, similar things will appear. Lin Moyu, with the idea that it is better to open up than to block, measured the vast wasteland and tried to set up a super formation to make use of these dregs of the heavenly way. Zhulong can gather filthy power, so naturally he can too, but his aspirations are higher and his goals are more ambitious than Zhulong's. He was not simply trying to transcend, he also wanted to use this to move towards becoming the master of the realm. According to the information he has currently obtained, first of all, the chaotic world is not peaceful. There are still fights and killings, and strength is respected. Even transcendents have different strengths. If one can become the master of a realm, then one can borrow the power of the realm and reach the pinnacle of transcendence in one fell swoop. With a realm, one can not only call upon the power of the realm, but also possess countless living beings in the entire realm. In the eyes of other transcended people, that is the walking cause and effect. To provoke such a person would be to invite endless troubles. Even the great Lord of heaven and earth would not be willing to kill the domain lord easily. As for things like cause and effect, even the great being of heaven and earth can try to save money if possible. It's not because he is afraid of it, but because there is no need to do so. Another point is that the Lord of the Realm may have a chance to figure out how living beings are born. Lin Moyu has a feeling that there will be a big secret between the birth and death of living beings. The body is easy to create, but the soul is hard to find. Where does this soul come from? Even the soul avenue has not been touched upon. It will be of great benefit to you to figure it out. Therefore, becoming a domain master will bring you hundreds of benefits and no harm. Lin Moyu continued to measure the land, and the map formed in his mind was more complete than the map drawn by the undead servants. Especially the changes in underground undercurrents, which are winding and tortuous, are extremely difficult to figure out, and cannot be figured out clearly by sensing alone. He sent a large number of undead servants into the underground undercurrent, and let the undead servants follow the underground undercurrent and walk to every corner. It took a lot of time to do this, and finally, after half a year, the situation of the entire wasteland was fully understood. An extremely complex formation gradually formed in Lin Moyu's mind. Lin Moyu began to set up the formation. The scale of this formation was extremely large, larger than any formation Lin Moyu had set up before, and its power was even greater than before. The essence of the dregs of the Great Tao is comparable to the eternal power of the Great Tao. If one wants to call upon their power, the requirements for the formation are extremely high. Ordinary formations simply cannot withstand it and will soon be corroded by the dregs of the Great Tao, eventually rotting away and the formation collapsing. For this purpose, Lin Moyu improved many talismans. The improved talismans were more powerful and could withstand the erosion of the evil spirits of the Great Tao for many years. Now in the realm, besides Zhulong, only Lin Moyu can do this, and no one else can do it. The difference is that Zhulong's formation imitates natural formations everywhere and is very close to the rules of heaven and earth. The formation arranged by Lin Moyu has a strong personal aura. It is different from the natural formation, but not weaker than the natural formation. Lin Moyu can also imitate natural formations, but he doesn't like to do so. In his opinion, the ultimate point of imitating natural formations is natural formations, and it is difficult to surpass natural formations. The path he has to take must ultimately transcend the natural formations and transcend this realm of heaven and earth. Therefore, he can learn from the advantages of natural formations, but he will not blindly imitate them. One after another powerful formations appeared in the wilderness, starting from under the earth, reaching the ground, and then going to the air. The undercurrent of evil beneath the earth was guided out by the formation, which was like digging deep wells in the wilderness. 270 soon, the vast wasteland was covered with wells, and the underground dregs and undercurrents had a place to go and no longer accumulated. The dregs of the great road that were guided out were introduced by Lin Moyu into another formation and began to be purified and refined. This process is somewhat similar to what Zhulong did. Eventually, the dregs of the Great Tao will become an extremely pure filthy force after being purified and refined again. But Lin Moyu did it more thoroughly, and the filthy power he refined was more powerful than that refined by Zhulong. At the same time, the formation contains Lin Moyu's powerful will, so the refined filthy power also contains Lin Moyu's will, and others cannot use it. Setting up the formation and refining the filthy power are both long processes. Lin Moyu was busy for nearly 100 years before he obtained a trace of filthy power. The speed of refining the power of filth was incredibly slow. Zhulong refined it for countless years before he gained enough filthy energy. During this process, Lin Moyu gained a huge amount of luck from heaven and earth. The soulless beast has purified 3 imperial pools. Every time an imperial pool is purified, it can bring Lin Moyu a huge fortune of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu roughly calculated that the luck of heaven and earth gained from purifying an imperial pool is now greater than the sum of the previous 99 king-level polluted pools. He now has more luck in the world than anyone else. These fortunes from heaven and earth became the basis for what he was going to do next. 200 years later, the great wilderness shook violently, and then the entire ancestral land of origin shook along with it. Zhulong is about to transcend. The vibration started from the center of the great wasteland, quickly spread to the entire ancestral land, and then to the entire realm. The entire realm, every world was roaring and shaking, and countless practitioners did not know what was happening and thought that a natural disaster was about to happen. 200 years later, there were only a few people left in the wilderness. All the masters of the avenue have left, and only Old Ing Tu and An Yuyan are left in eternity. Now that they no longer need to stay in the ancestral land, they naturally have to do their own things. The old man stayed to see how Lin Moyu arranged the formation. Although he couldn't understand a lot of it, it didn't stop him from appreciating and learning. And Yuyan didn't say why she stayed, but everyone could see it. At this moment, they all looked towards the center of the wilderness at the same time, where the wind was howling and a hidden space was revealed. Several people saw a statue. At this moment, the statue became extremely huge, and it was unknown how tall it was. The clouds of the avenue above the statue had been completely dispelled. Even with their eyesight, they couldn't see the top, as if the top of the statue was no longer in this realm. The statue exudes a terrifying power that transcends eternity and the limits of this realm. It is already at another level. And Yuyan asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Lin Moyu said, "Zhulong is about to transcend." The old man was shocked. Transcendence. Isn't this their ultimate pursuit? The final step for these people was to achieve transcendence, but they did not expect that Zhulong had done it. And Yuyan couldn't help but let out a low cry, her eyes full of disbelief. He actually wants to transcend. Lin Moyu looked calm. Don't be surprised. We practitioners have the last step, and Zhulong naturally has it too. The rules of heaven and earth are fair. Transcendence is something that every living being has the opportunity to do, and it's not just living beings. Zhulong used his method and prepared for countless years, and finally achieved transcendence. This can be regarded as a role model for us, giving us a goal to pursue. Lin Moyu's words were like encouragement, filling in Yuyan and Lao Into's hearts with confidence. Some figures appeared in the Hengduan Mountains. The eternal beings that had left returned one after another. They looked through the wilderness and saw the towering statue of Zhulong. Although the distance was far, the statue was right in front of them. The Zhulong statue is no longer a statue, but an indescribable great existence, emitting a terrifying power from head to toe. It can only be viewed from a distance and not approached. The gigantic statue slowly rose into the air, like a dragon about to soar into the sky. Lin Moyu knew that Zhulong was leaving the 5 worlds. He used the essence of the soul-devouring king as a catalyst to cause the filthy power to evolve again, and eventually made his own power surpass the limit of the realm and reach the next level. But transcendence is not that easy, and he will face the test of the soul-devouring spirit next. Ordinary soul-eating spirits pose no threat. Even the soul-eating spirit King Zhulong will certainly be able to deal with it. But it was hard to say about the soul-devouring spirit emperor. This thing was too weird, with an ability that was countless times more real than an illusion. Lin Moyu must have felt a little scared, and he didn't know how Zhulong would deal with it. Lin Moyu suddenly heard the voice of Zhulong in his soul, "I will transcend, and my life and death are uncertain. If I succeed, I will enter the chaos and gain freedom. If I fail, I will be reduced to ashes." No matter success or failure, I will leave. After I leave, this realm will elect a new rule manager. You don't have to become the manager, although you have more power. Don't let your enemies be the rule keepers either. I left you the method to open the core of the realm, but I don't know how to become the master of the realm. You need to figure it out on your own. Lin Moyu took out the dragon scale that Zhu Longquan had owned before. The dragon scale was shining, and the sun seal was lifted. The dragon scales contained the method to enter the core of the realm. Zhu Long seemed to have anticipated that he could transcend and had given the method to Lin Moyu long ago. If we are destined to be together, we will meet again in chaos. When Zhu Long finished his last sentence, the statue also completely left the realm. The vibration gradually subsided, and the clouds of the avenue slowly came, covering the area again. And Yu Yin asked, "Has Zhu Long completed his transcendence?" Lin Moyu shook his head. There is still a test waiting for him, and it is hard to say whether he can get through it. Looking at the dragon scale in his hand, he could know whether Zhu Long was alive or dead through the dragon scale. It wouldn't take long for him to get the answer. The soul moved and communicated with the dragon scales, from which it obtained the method to go to the core of the realm. Sure enough, what I thought was right. The luck of heaven and earth is crucial. Among the methods mentioned by Zhu Long, the chi of heaven and earth will be the key to unlocking the core of the realm. If you don't have enough luck in the weather, it will be a lot more troublesome to enter the core of the realm. At the same time, some rules of heaven and earth are also recorded in the dragon scales. Of course, they are not the real rules, but Zhu Long's understanding of the rules. After he leaves, the rules manager is missing and the rules will automatically select someone to become the new rules manager. There is no pattern to this kind of selection, but if the luck of heaven and earth is strong enough, it can influence heaven and earth. Once you become a rule manager, you will immediately have supreme authority. In terms of strength, it is one level stronger than Eternal and is close to half a step of transcendence. But because he can control the rules of heaven and earth, if a fight really comes out, even someone who is half a step beyond the transcendence will be helpless against him. If the enemy becomes the rule manager, it will be a big trouble for Lin Moyu. At the same time, Lin Moyu cannot become a rule manager, as that would restrict him and make the road ahead difficult. While setting up the formation, Lin Moyu was thinking, who should be the rule manager? He decided to interfere with the world and choose someone he trusted to be the new rule manager. It seems that anyone can be qualified for the position of one's relatives and friends. There were so many choices that it was difficult for him to make a decision. One candidate after another flashed through his mind, and after analyzing the pros and cons, Lin Moyu finally made a decision. Just choose him. After making the decision, Lin Moyu took out the dragon scale and took a look at it. One day has passed since Zhu Long left the realm, and the aura in the dragon scales is intact, indicating that Zhu Long is safe and sound. According to Lin Moyu's estimate, there should be a result in 2 more steps at most. 2 days were enough time for Zhu Long to break out of the encirclement of the soul-devouring spirits, enter the primal chaos, be baptized by the primal chaos chi, and finally achieve transcendence. Continuing to arrange the formation, the soulless beast was already purifying the last imperial pool. Once successful, all 108 imperial pools will be purified, and from then on, the hidden beasts will completely disappear from the world. The formation arranged by Lin Moyu has already enveloped the entire wilderness and is moving inwards, about to touch the first sewage pool. Lin Moyu deliberately slowed down his pace, waiting for the soulless beast to complete the purification of the last imperial pool. By then, the world should have changed. 2 days later, the scales did change. Until the 5th day after Zhu Long left, the heaven and earth began to shake again. The clouds of the great Tao rolled wildly, revealing huge holes one after another, and the energy of the great Tao poured down like a waterfall. All the lords of the Great Way and the eternal beings felt an unspeakable confusion. The Tao is in chaos, and the heaven and earth are in chaos. Lin Moyu looked at the dragon scale in his hand at this moment. The dragon scale shone brightly, and the delicate lines were clearly visible. The dragon scales shone brightly, emitting vitality, which meant that Zhu Long was not only safe and sound, but also stronger than before. Congratulations on your transcendence. See you again if we are destined to do so. Lin Moyu knew that Zhulong had transcended and rushed into chaos. He put away his dragon scales and looked up at the sky. In the clouds of the great Tao, holes appeared one after another, and countless great Tao Qi turned into waterfalls. The administrator of the rules of the world left, and without anyone to manage the rules, chaos began to arise. This chaos will continue for a while, and when the chaos accumulates to the limit, the rules will look for new managers. Lin Moyu was waiting for that time to come. He continued to arrange the formation. The 108 sewage pools formed a natural formation. This natural formation could help breed wild beasts, and could also refine the dregs of the Great Way, so that the dregs would have a way to go and would not accumulate into a disaster. Now that the sewage pool has been purified, the natural formation can still exist. The properties of the previously purified part of the sewage pool conflicted, and the effect of the natural method was affected. Now all the sewage pools will be purified, the properties will be unified again, and the natural formations will once again exert their full effect. This natural formation is also part of Lin Moyu's plan and can be used as a tool to make good use of. He arranged his formation to shrink continuously, and all 108 dirty pools were covered by his subordinate. A large amount of the dregs of the great Tao gathered together and were purified and refined by the formation, turning into a filthy force. These filthy forces are already the ultimate power between realms, but in Lin Moyu's opinion, 600 is still missing a part, and what is missing is the essence of the great Tao. The power of filth and the essence of the Great Way are the two fundamental forces of the realm of heaven and earth. No matter which power is used, it can break through the limitations of the realm and achieve transcendence. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, these two forces are powerful, but neither is complete. Only when the two forces merge with each other to form a whole, can they become a truly perfect force, the strongest force that this world can possess. The formation arranged by Lin Moyu was to unify the two forces. Hundreds of thousands of formations gradually came together to form a whole, and the purified and refined filthy power swirled in the center of the formation. After so many years, the amount of filthy power refined was not much, only a ball the size of a baby's fist. At this time, the purification of the soulless beasts is about to come to an end, and the last imperial pool is about to be completely purified. Lin Moyu flew high up, away from the formation. When the formation is activated, there will be a lot of noise and the two fundamental forces will merge with each other. No one can predict what will happen. For safety reasons, Lin Moyu keeps a distance. And Yuyin came to Lin Moyu and asked, "What is this formation used for?" She didn't understand, but Lin Moyu was busy, so she naturally didn't come to disturb him. It was only now that Lin Moyu stopped working that she asked. The old head pricked up his ears. He only understood a little bit of it. If he picked out a few of them separately, he could understand them, but when they were put together, he didn't understand. Because of my obsession with the formation, I really want to know what it is used for. Lin Moyu was not stingy. There are two fundamental forces between heaven and earth. The yang is the essence of the Great Way, and the yin is the filthy force. The integration of the two is the fundamental force of heaven and earth. When the world was first created, the fundamental power of heaven and earth evolved into thousands of great ways, among which yin and yang were born. The essence of the Great Way is yang, which is used by you and me for cultivation. The filthy power is yin, and after it disperses, it becomes the dregs of the Great Way, and the dregs of the Great Way evolved into great beasts. I am now using formations to refine the dregs of the Great Tao, returning them to their original state and transforming them back into filthy power. Then, through the formation formed by the purified filthy pool, I can condense the essence of the Great Tao. Then, let the two combine to re-evolve the fundamental history of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu explained it to them and they both understood. But the old man had another question. Brother Lin's explanation has made it all clear to me. I wonder if Brother Lin knows what this soul-devouring spirit is. Having explained it to this point, Lin Moyu simply said it all. The birth of the world and the realm is chaos, and the chaotic energy is divided into two. One is the fundamental force of heaven and earth that I just mentioned. The fundamental force of heaven and earth is further divided into yin and yang, which evolves all things, BHDD. The other force is the power of the realm, which evolved the outline of the entire realm city, etc. And the power of the realm is also divided into yin and yang, forming the realm barrier and the soul-devouring spirit. Generally speaking, soul-devouring spirits are impurities in the world. They are also the last test on the road to transcendence, and also the most difficult one. And Yuyan was slightly surprised. Isn't the last step the most difficult? Lin Moyu shook his head. I personally think that the last step is difficult, but not as difficult as the Soul Devourer. Especially the Soul Devourer King, who is strange and unpredictable. I have dealt with him and almost died. These words made old Ing-Tu gasp. Even Lin Moyu almost died, so how could they have a chance of survival when facing the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor? And Yuyan didn't want to pursue the last step now, so she didn't have much feeling. Instead, she asked, what's the use of merging into the fundamental power of heaven and earth? Lin Moyu said, it's a kind of research. I am very interested in some things and need to start from the basics. And Yuyan suddenly understood something. Lin Moyu had mentioned it before, so she stopped asking questions. The old Ing-Tu was quite straightforward. I wish you good luck to Lin Daoyu. Lin Moyu chuckled, it's just an attempt. I'm not forcing anything. Many things in the world can only be done with the flow. If you ask for too much, you will lose a lot. Finally, the soulless beast completed the purification of the last imperial pool. The natural formation was fully restored and began to operate again. But the natural formation at this time is different from before. Before, what was rolling in the formation was the dregs of the great Tao. Now that it has been purified, the rolling power in the pool has turned into pure power of the great Tao. These great avenue powers have no attributes, are not related to any avenue, and are extremely pure. The natural formation was activated, and Lin Moyu also activated his own formation at the right time. He used the formation he arranged to draw out the power of the avenue gathered by the natural formation, and further purified and refined it. The whole process is no different from refining impure power, and what you get in the end is the essence of the Tao. Then merge the essence of the Tao with the power of filth, return to its origin and become the fundamental force of heaven and earth. Strands of the essence of the great Tao were produced and came into contact with the filthy power within the formation. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently, terrible power erupted, and a large number of formations collapsed. The collision of two diametrically opposite forces unleashed a terrifying destructive force that destroyed thousands of formations and leveled the land. This is just a wisp. If there were a few hundred times more, I'm afraid the entire wilderness would be flattened. If the power is strong enough, it can even destroy the world. Lao Ing-Tu and Yuyan were astonished. The power was too strong. Especially when they felt the level of power, it had surpassed eternity. Fortunately, there were not many. If there were more, they might have been injured. Lin Moyu looked calm. It's not that simple. It seems like something is missing. And Yuyan instinctively asked, what's missing? Lin Moyu said, it's just an introduction. As he spoke, a large number of divine symbols flew out from his fingertips and began to repair the formation. The first experiment ended in failure. The essence of the great Tao collided with the power of filth, erupting with terrifying force, raising a large area to the ground. Thousands of formations arranged by Lin Moyu were also destroyed, affecting an area of 1,000,000 miles. Although the range is not that large and it is only a small corner of the wilderness, its power is quite significant. If the Lord of the Great Tao is in it, he will be seriously injured or even die directly. This is just a little bit. If there are more, hold on to them all. Lin Moyu pondered the reason for his failure, and the details of the contact between the two strands of power just now were replayed in his mind repeatedly, looking for clues. What he said needed an introduction. This was his instinctive thought and could not be taken as the final answer. Fortunately, the natural formation formed by the sewage pool was not damaged, and the formation he set up to purify the filthy power was also intact. The damaged formation was only used for fusion. Lin Moyu divided the formation into sections and managed it in modules. The real experimental field was far away from the core of the formation. When Lin Moyu was practicing the formation, the soulless beast did not stop, but flew towards the special sewage pool. This was the order Lin Moyu gave him. After purifying the Imperial Pond, the soulless beast's mission had been completed. At this moment, he is already very powerful, not much weaker than the former Wild Beast King. It was equivalent to Lin Moyu personally creating a powerful monster of the eternal level, but in Lin Moyu's view, the soulless beast at this moment was not the end, he could go one step further. The area where the 9 special sewage pools were located was previously cordoned off in preparation for the soulless beasts. A huge amount of Dao dregs have accumulated in the special sewage pool, and the dregs have been purified, which is much more powerful than the Imperial pool. These 9 special sewage pools will become a stepping stone for the soulless beasts to take a further step. If successful, the soulless beasts will also become part of Lin Moyu's plan. In the clouds of the Great Dao, the speed and scale of the appearance of caves became more and more astonishing. The scope of the holes is no longer limited to the ancestral land of origin. Huge holes have appeared inexplicably in the fog of the world and the chaotic fog of the virtual world. The chaos of the rules is reaching its limit, and it won't be long before the rules in the realm will have to choose new rule managers. In Lin Moyu's plan, there were some things he had not yet completed before the world selected the rule manager. Some things can only be done when the rules of heaven and earth are in chaos, and the more chaotic the better. Lin Moyu repaired the formation as quickly as possible and then started the second experiment. It was still a ray of the essence of the Great Dao coming into contact with a ray of filthy power, but there were some differences from last time. At the point where the 2 forces come into contact, another force appears, which is what Lin Moyu calls the induction. Lin Moyu uses his own immortal path as an introduction. The immortal path contains the 2 forces of life and death, which can also be divided into yin and yang, emptiness and reality. Furthermore, the great way of immortality is extremely special. Although it exists within the realm, its essence transcends the realm. Lin Moyu thought that by using it as an introduction, there might be a chance to promote the fusion of the essence of the Tao and the power of filth. The essence of the Great Dao and the power of filth came into contact with the immortal power respectively. When the essence of the Great Dao encountered the power of life, there was no conflict between the 2 forces. The power of filth encountered the power of death. The power of death originally had the characteristic of corroding everything, and even the power of filth was not immune. Even though Lin Moyu tried hard to control it, this trace of filth power was slightly affected and its power was weakened. The 2 completely different forces came into contact again after passing through the avenue of immortality. Bang! With a slight sound, the 2 forces annihilated each other and the fusion was not successful. But there was no violent conflict like last time. Lin Moyu's immortal path still played a role. His immortal power made the 2 sides become much more harmonious. There's a play. Lin Moyu's heart moved. As the master of the Immortal Avenue, his feelings were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. He can feel the deep-level changes in the flow of power more clearly, know where the problems are and how to improve them. The formation once again sent the essence of the Great Dao and the power of filth, and the third fusion began. This time, the topic is still about the Avenue of Immortality, but some changes have occurred compared to last time. Lin Moyu merged the power of death with the essence of the Tao, and the power of life with the power of filth. The power of death remained the same, corroding some of the essence of the Great Dao. The power of life and the power of filth seemed to be in conflict with each other, and they only completed the fusion after partially canceling each other out. Both the essence of the Great Dao and the power of filth suffered some damage. Their strength was not as strong as before, but they became softer. The 2 sides finally came into contact, but this time they did not break apart immediately. Instead, after lasting for a few breaths, they annihilated each other with a slight sound. It looked a little better than last time, but Lin Moyu frowned. The essence of the Great Dao and the power of filth seemed to be merging, but in fact, this is not the case. They are actually resisting each other. The fusion had not been carried out at all. With the participation of the Immortal Avenue, it was just a little milder and no longer so intense. The previous time it happened too fast and he didn't see it clearly, but this time Lin Moyu saw it clearly. Please give me flowers. There must be something wrong with it that I haven't discovered yet. Lin Moyu was sure that there must be something he hadn't figured out. Returning the fundamental power of heaven and earth to its origin was not as simple as he thought. The only thing to do now was to keep trying and learn from the failures. Lin Moyu believes that the root cause will be found in the end. He continued to drive the formation, raising his soul power to the extreme, and carefully felt the changes in it. Repeated fusion and repeated failure. 10 times, 100 times, trembling. After thousands of fusions, the result is still the same. Lin Moyu had no intention of giving up. Instead, his eyes became brighter and brighter. At some point, a smile appeared between Lin Moyu's brows, and he seemed to have found the root of the problem. Finally, another fusion began. This time Lin Moyu's actions changed. At the moment before the two forces came into contact with each other, the power of immortality suddenly erupted, and the forces of life and death simultaneously exceeded their limits and reversed. One of the characteristics of the immortal path is that it is extremely easy to perform operations that will lead to the opposite of the extreme, thereby temporarily sublimating oneself. Lin Moyu took advantage of the reversal of the immortal avenue to force the essence of the avenue and the filthy power to sublimate and reverse. The essence of the great Tao reached another extreme and transformed into filthy power, which was purer than normal filthy power. The same is true for the power of filth. At this moment, it is transformed into the essence of the great Tao and is even purer. After their attributes were forcibly reversed, the two forces were greatly improved in both power level and purity. The most important thing is that their strengths are exactly the same, without any difference at all. The immortal avenue turned into a vortex, guiding the two forces to come into contact at the center of the vortex. This time, the essence of the great Tao and the power of filth did not annihilate each other, but were truly integrated together. A half-black and half-white fingernail-sized light spot appeared in the vortex. Although it is small, it is sparkling and extremely dazzling. A powerful pressure spread out from the light spot. Old Ying-Tu and An Yuyan were in awe. They felt that this light spot had completely surpassed them in terms of level. The path that I cultivate is far inferior to it. This is the fundamental power of heaven and earth. The old man sighed softly, his old eyes full of surprise. And Yuyan also looked at the tiny dot of light with a dazed look, as if it was the most beautiful gem in the world. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "The introduction finally became the evening. The immortal path is the trigger, and the fundamental force of heaven and earth formed after returning to its origin is also the trigger. With this trigger, more fundamental power of heaven and earth can be integrated." Lin Moyu drew the magic talisman and set up a formation again, introducing this drop of fundamental power of heaven and earth into the formation, making it the core of the formation. Then, strands of the essence of the great Tao and the filthy power were drawn into the formation. With the fundamental power of heaven and earth as the inducement, the great Tao of immortality was no longer needed. The moment the two forces came into contact with the fundamental force of heaven and earth in the formation, their properties changed accordingly, and they slowly and steadily merged into it, strengthening the fundamental force of heaven and earth. There are two forces that make up the entire realm, the fundamental force of heaven and earth and the force of the realm, one of which has been brought out by Lin Moyu. This kind of power has never appeared since the beginning of the world. Its existence is extremely ancient, much older than the origin of the avenue in Yuanshan, and its level is much higher. There is almost no comparison between the two sides. Lin Moyu can create the fundamental power of heaven and earth. This 460 also means that the height that Lin Moyu is standing at now is far beyond others. The fundamental power of heaven and earth is gradually growing stronger, becoming more and more beautiful and eye-catching. The power it contains is constantly growing stronger, and others can only admire it but not touch it. Once touched, its own power will conflict with it, resulting in death. It is also very likely that eternal existence will fall into silence the moment it is touched. It's too high. Except for Lin Moyu, this charming gem is actually deadly. Lin Moyu felt the changes in the power, and gradually he understood how the great way of heaven and earth evolved and how all things were composed. At this moment, he had a completely new understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. Faintly, he seemed to see countless invisible thin lines hovering between heaven and earth. Whether it is real or unreal, in the sky or underground, these fine lines exist. The thin threads are intertwined and appear and disappear from time to time, but they are indeed everywhere. This is the rule. Lin Moyu sighed in his heart. After he understood the fundamental power of heaven and earth, he could actually see the rules. But it can only be seen, not touched. He looked carefully at the thin lines of rules. There were densely packed divine symbols in the thin lines. These divine symbols were the main body of the rules. No matter what happened between heaven and earth, it seemed to be related to the divine symbols. Lin Moyu stared at the thin line, looked at the talisman inside, and gradually saw the true face of the talisman. These talismans all have their own meanings and are naturally formed, so even he would find it difficult to imitate them. The real secret of the talisman should be in the core of the realm. Only by going there can we find it out. Boom! The earth and sky shook violently, bringing Lin Moyu back to consciousness. At first glance, he saw that the fundamental force of heaven and earth that he had condensed had grown from the size of a fingernail to the size of a baby's fist. The volume has increased many times, and the power contained in it has also increased a lot. This fundamental force of heaven and earth can be thrown into any world and blow that world to pieces. Even in the heyday of the Origin continent, facing this fundamental force of heaven and earth, there would be no possibility of survival. The world will collapse, all the projection avenues, all the practitioners, and all the living things in the world will die. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. The speed at which the fundamental power of heaven and earth condensed was very slow. It was unknown how long it would take to grow from the size of a fingernail to its current size. I just understood the fundamental power of heaven and earth and observed the divine symbols and the fine lines of rules, and it actually took me so much time. Boom! The heaven and earth shook again, and at the same time, the luck of heaven and earth descended and fell on Lin Moyu. The soulless beast purified another special sewage pool, allowing Lin Moyu to obtain a huge amount of luck from heaven and earth. With a slight sense, he found that 7 of the 9 special sewage pools had been purified, and now only 2 were left. After communicating with the Avenue, Lin Moyu realized that 500 years had passed in the outside world since he had just had that enlightenment. What does it mean to practice without time? He felt like only a moment had passed, but it actually was 500 years. And Yuyan saw Lin Moyu wake up. What? Lin Moyu nodded. I didn't expect that such a small epiphany would take so many years to happen. And Yuyan smiled and said, there is no time limit for cultivation. The little enlightenment you mentioned is an opportunity that we have been seeking for countless years but cannot obtain. Lin Moyu chuckled. He naturally knew this truth. His eyes swept across the heaven and earth, and he saw that the clouds of the Avenue were already full of holes. Not only in the clouds of the Great Tao, but also in the worlds of all directions, a large number of holes appeared. The chaos of the rules of the world has reached its limit, and the world needs a manager. The rules are like a big net, covering the entire world, looking for that lucky person. Lin Moyu whispered, it's almost time, I'll leave for a while. And Yuyan asked, is there any danger? Lin Moyu shook his head. There won't be any danger. At most it will be a little troublesome and may take some effort. The old Ainhead laughed and said, with the luck of heaven and earth for fellow Taoist Lin, he will not be in danger in the realm. Even if he really encounters danger, he will be able to turn danger into safety. If anyone in the realm is an enemy of fellow Taoist Lin, then he is an enemy of heaven and earth, and is simply seeking death. Leave. Lin Moyu waved his hand, collected the accumulated fundamental power of heaven and earth, and headed towards the center of the wilderness. Now the wilderness is full of formations, and except for him, anyone who comes here will find it difficult to move forward. For practitioners who are learning formations, this is a supreme treasure land. Olding too is just like this. He will never get tired of looking at these formations even if he looks at them for 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. Lin Moyu came to the special sewage pool. The soulless beast was purifying the 8th special sewage pool at this moment. The evolution of special sewage pools is very slow, and each one takes decades. Sensing Lin Moyu's arrival, the soulless beast growled at Lin Moyu as a greeting. Without a soul, the soulless beast cannot communicate with Lin Moyu's soul, and he cannot speak. 0121072117 Feilu 160320090. Fortunately, Lin Moyu is his creator, and they have another way to communicate. Lin Moyu came to the side of the soulless beast. At this moment, the soulless beast was more than 5 meters tall, much larger than when it was just born. Would you like to be a rules manager? The soulless beast looked at him blankly, obviously not understanding what Lin Moyu meant. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's okay, just do as I say." The person Lin Moyu chose before was the soulless beast. He wanted the soulless beast to become the rule manager. I am the master of the soulless beast. Once the soulless beast becomes the rule manager, it means that I will become the rule manager. Then if you make a little use of the privileges of the rule manager, it will become convenient for you to act on your own. At the same time, he had another idea. Soulless beasts themselves did not have souls. If he could really become a rule manager, would a soul be born under the drive of the rules? If so, then this process is worth observing and studying. The soulless beast continued to purify the special sewage pool with a confused look on its face. The 8th special sewage pool gradually became clear, and the dregs of the avenue tumbling inside became pure. Water vapor appeared in the pool and it turned into a lake. The mutated wild beast that was originally bred in the pool disappeared in the purification process. Half a year later, the chaos of rules reached its peak, and even the avenue was affected. Within the entire realm, the avenues of each world became unstable, and the practitioners had to stop. They could not practice in the chaos. No one knew what had happened. They just thought that a natural disaster had struck, and for a moment many worlds were in chaos. The net of rules is getting tighter and tighter, the search for a manager has come to an end, and a lucky winner is about to be born. The last talisman flew out from Lin Moyu's fingertips, and a formation was activated with a bang. Lin Moyu whispered, "The destiny of heaven and earth is the key, the power of faith is the key, and the core of civic is the heart." The method to enter the core of the realm is 3 parts similar to the gate of eternity. The luck of heaven and earth can summon the door of eternity, and then knock on the door of eternity with one's own power. When facing the gate of eternity, the luck of heaven and earth only plays a summoning role, and what you truly rely on is your own strength. However, entering the core of the realm is different. Not only does it require the luck of heaven and earth, but it also requires the coordination of corresponding formations to summon the gate to the realm. Even if the gate to the realm is summoned, it still requires tremendous power and more luck from heaven and earth to truly open the gate to the realm. To enter the core of the realm, the luck of heaven and earth required is at least hundreds of times that of summoning the gate of eternity. However, most practitioners, including those eternal beings, find it difficult to summon even the gate of eternity, let alone the gate of the realm. They even saw what the core of the realm looked like only with the help of Lin Moyu's light. Even if they were allowed to summon the gate to the realm, they would not be able to open it with the power of eternity. Lin Moyu continued to accumulate the luck of heaven and earth. He initially thought that the luck of heaven and earth was very useful. It was not until Zhulong gave him the method to open the door to the realm that he was sure that his idea was correct. The luck of heaven and earth is essentially a recognition of practitioners by the realm of heaven and earth. Only those who are recognized by the realm are qualified to open the door to the realm. In Lin Moyu's view, opening the door to the realm and entering the core of the realm is the first step to becoming a civic being. This time, he didn't want to become the master of the realm. He just wanted to enter the core of the realm and then seek benefits for the soulless beasts, making them the rule managers, and also laying the foundation for his next step. The rule manager can be said to be a steward of the realm. With him around, it is much easier for you to do things. The formation was activated, and after accumulating for half a day, it finally broke out completely. Lin Moyu transported a large amount of heaven and earth energy into the formation. The formation used the heaven and earth energy as fuel and burst out with amazing power. A beam of light shot straight into the sky, dispersing the clouds of the avenue and slamming into the wall of the realm. The boundary barrier continued to shake, and then a gate emerged from the barrier. The door is covered with divine symbols and regular lines, and behind the door is the core of the realm. Next, he would need more luck from heaven and earth, as well as greater power, to force open the door. He has more than enough luck from heaven and earth, and even some to spare. Relatively speaking, his own strength is much more troublesome. This is the door to the realm. If he wants to open it, he needs the power recognized by the realm. Lin Moyu can use his concentrated power to elevate himself to the level of half-step transcendence, but the power of half-step transcendence is not recognized by the realm and will be expelled instead. If it were any other eternal being, the best way would be to realize that everything in one's own Tao would turn to its opposite when it reaches its extreme, and then one would be able to blast open the door to the realm with difficulty. Lin Moyu was too lazy to do that. He had a simpler way. Inject more luck from heaven and earth into the formation. As the formation roars, the majestic luck from heaven and earth transforms into a heavy punch that strikes the gate of the realm. At the same time, Lin Moyu took out the fundamental force of heaven and earth, guided the power in it, and turned it into a fist together with the luck of heaven and earth to blast towards the gate of the realm. It seemed as if a giant appeared between heaven and earth, and he raised his fists and slammed them heavily on the door. Boom! With a loud bang, the door to the realm was smashed open, revealing a gap. A peculiar aura unique to the core of the realm rushed out from the cracks, turning into a violent wind that swept across the world. This aura was primitive and desolate. Since the beginning of the world, only Zhulong had entered the core of the realm, and no outsider had ever entered. Zhulong did not enter in person, but only entered with his soul relying on the privileges of the administrator. Lin Moyu is the first person to open the gate to the realm, and will also be the first person to enter the core of the realm in the flesh. Lin Moyu flashed to the soulless beast, "Go!" The soulless beast now became Lin Moyu's mount. He was very obedient, interrupting the purification and rushing towards the gate of the realm. When approaching the gate of the realm, there is an obstacle. Strong winds are blowing out from outside the realm, preventing others from coming in. The soulless beast roared one after another, and his body was glowing, like a sharp sword cutting through the strong wind, and he rushed into the gate of the realm step by step. This is not a test. For someone who can blast open the door to the realm, this kind of wind is nothing. The soulless beast's sword cut through the raging wind and rushed into it. After Lin Moyu entered the gate to the realm, the luck of heaven and earth in the formation was exhausted and stopped functioning, and the gate to the realm closed. In the core of the realm, divine talismans were shining brightly, and the divine talismans evolved into formations. These formations connected every corner and every avenue of the realm, and controlled every rule between the realms. Even the fog of the world and the spiritual realm of the virtual world are presented here. If one can identify the function of each divine symbol and know the specific meaning of each large formation, one can see that this is the control center of the entire realm. Countless divine talisman formations cooperate with each other, making the entire realm run in an orderly manner. If there is chaos here, the entire realm will be in chaos. Lin Moyu has seen that after losing the rule manager, the core of the domain has indeed become a little chaotic, at least more chaotic than the last time he saw it. The rule manager is the chief steward, and he often has to fine-tune the operation of these divine rules in the realm. If anything violates the rules in the realm, he has to deal with it as well. If there is no manager, the rules of the domain will inevitably go wrong. It's just a matter of sooner or later. The entire set of domain rules is like a precision-operated machine. If there is a slight mistake when the whole machine is running, it may affect the overall situation. Standing on the soulless beast, shuttling between the various formations, Lin Moyu searched for the source of the chaos in the core of the realm. Soon he found the most chaotic area in the core of the realm. Lin Moyu looked at it carefully and couldn't help but look strange. He had seen this area before. It was the location of the cursed avenue that he had shattered. Originally, there should have been an extremely complex divine talisman here. The talisman god evolved an extremely complex formation. The talisman's 107 power spread through the formation and turned into a cursed avenue within the realm. He destroyed the cursed avenue and the talisman, and the area fell into chaos. Although I took full responsibility for the consequences at that time, the source of the chaos was not eliminated. It was just that Zhulong was there at that time, and he adjusted the rules and made up for the chaos to a certain extent. If Zhulong continues to exist, he can continue to adjust the rules, correct any problems immediately, and the chaos will slowly disappear. But now Zhulong is detached, and the chaos has no one to manage and adjust, so he has become the source of the entire chaos and accelerated the birth of chaos. In less than 1,000 years, the rules of the domain will have to start looking for a new manager, otherwise it will take at least a few thousand more years. It's still my fault. Lin Moyu laughed at himself and carefully observed the chaotic area, looking for clues. Now that the source has been found, it is easy to deal with. Following the rules, Lin Moyu quickly sorted out the reasons and found out the reasons. There is no need for any overly complicated methods. He has two ways to solve the current chaos in the world. One is to use one's own power to forcibly break these rules, but this is only a temporary solution and chaos will return soon. The second is to use the luck of heaven and earth to sort out the fine lines of these rules. Then, driven by the rules of the domain, you will become the new rule manager. But Lin Moyu didn't want to be a rule manager, so he chose the third method. A faint light appeared on Lin Moyu's fingertips, and a strange aura spread from his fingertips, illuminating the surrounding void. The area where the cursed avenue is located is now empty, with only the thin lines of rules that are entangled together and become the source of chaos. The secret of all spirits, soul-controlling technique. Lin Moyu used the spirit-controlling technique, a technique that did not originally belong to the Five Worlds domain, and it was also the first time that Moyu officially used it. The light of the soul-controlling technique enveloped the soulless beast and became one with it. At this moment, Lin Moyu completely controlled everything about the soulless beast, including its thoughts, behaviors, and strength. The control of the spirit-controlling technique is very domineering and thorough. The soulless beast is controlled as if it were an arm, and it is no different from oneself, as if the two are connected as one. The majestic luck of heaven and earth flowed towards the soulless beast, and after circulating within its body, it suddenly rushed into the chaotic area. The fine lines of rules in the chaotic area were dispersed by the luck of heaven and earth and were no longer entangled together. The original chaos suddenly became orderly. At the same time, feedback came from the rules, and the soulless beast received a large amount of information, which appeared in front of Lin Moyu synchronously. The reaction on the cloud of the avenue was the most direct. The number of holes that kept appearing decreased dramatically. Then the avenues in the worlds were no longer chaotic. The entire realm developed in an orderly direction, as if the disaster had passed. Lin Moyu was well aware that the disaster was far from over and the chaos was still continuing, but it had only been contained temporarily. As long as the soulless beasts stop, the luck of heaven and earth will disappear, and chaos will come again in a short time, and may even be more severe than before. After the destiny of heaven and earth dispersed the thin lines of rules, the true situation inside was revealed. There is a tiny vortex in the center of the chaos, and it is this tiny vortex that twists the regular thin lines together. Lin Moyu stared at the vortex and found that there was no way to completely make up for it. Not only is there a whirlpool here, there are a large number of whirlpools in the core of the entire realm. These whirlpools are hidden behind the talisman, hidden in the deepest part of the core. They continuously absorb the power of the realm. With them, the realm cannot maintain balance for long and needs to be adjusted every once in a while. And adjustments were naturally Zhulong's job in the past. No wonder Zhulong said he was very busy. This matter alone was enough to keep him busy. These whirlpools are hidden very deeply. If I hadn't destroyed the cursed avenue, I wouldn't have seen them. How so? Lin Moyu was not sure whether Zhulong knew about the existence of the vortex. After all, Zhulong was just a soul that entered this place, and his purpose was to adjust the fine line of rules and would not touch the talisman. He might not necessarily see these whirlpools hidden behind the divine runes. The more Lin Moyu looked at it, the more strange it seemed to him. He instinctively felt that the natural evolution of the world should not be like this. No matter how imperfect the world is, it is impossible for such a big mistake to occur. But now is not the time to think about this problem. What we need to do now is to fix this hole, sort out the rules, and let the soulless beast become the new rule manager. We will study these things in detail later. The luck of heaven and earth rushes towards the vortex, and the luck of heaven and earth can temporarily fill the vortex, making it stable and weak. Only after the vortex stabilizes can we sort out the fine lines of rules and make the realm of heaven and earth stable. This is a delicate job. The luck of heaven and earth is precious and cannot be wasted, so you have to take your time. Outside the realm, in the chaos, a game of chess is in full swing. Unlike an ordinary chessboard with 19 squares, this chessboard has over 10,000 squares and is extremely huge. Every time a piece falls, a strong wind will whistle out of the chaos, and the chaotic creatures billions of miles away will be blown back by the strong wind, wailing. People around the horizontal plate can approach. The two players were the man in green robe and the man in white robe. The man in green robe glanced at the void inadvertently. He saw it. The white robe said, "You will see it naturally. After all, we have come this far. If we go any further, we will have to join the game." The man in green robe shook his head slightly, dropped a piece, and said at the same time, "He has already entered the game." With his wisdom, how could he not guess it? If he can't guess this, he won't succeed this time. The man in white robe nodded slightly. "You are right. If you can't even guess this, you are doomed to fail this time." The man in green robe sighed. "Even if I knew, I don't know if I can survive. I am very optimistic about this time." The white robe smiled and said, "I feel the same way. I am also optimistic about this time." A faint light appeared in the chaos in the distance and was approaching rapidly. The man in white robe stopped the piece he was about to drop. If he dropped this piece, the person coming over would be blown away. The white robe smiled and said, "Someone is here to see you." The man in green robe said, "You came quite quickly, it seems to be going smoothly." The faint light quickly grew larger and finally stopped in front of the man in green robe. Only after it stopped did the appearance of Zhulong appear. Zhulong was obviously still a little panicked at this moment, and it was unclear whether it was because he flew too fast just now or for some other reason. When he saw the old man in green robe, he immediately lowered his head and prostrated himself. "Greetings, sir." The old man in green robe laughed and lightly tapped his fingers, and a beam of light fell on Zhulong. Zhulong's body shrank rapidly and turned into a middle-aged man. The old man in green robe said, "From now on, you should show this appearance to others. This is the Tao body, suitable for cultivation." Zhulong replied, "Thank you, sir." The old man in green robe said, "You are now in the Chaos Realm, and you are qualified to know our names. I am the Great Venerable Bo Yang, and that is the Great Venerable Bai Zhong." Zhulong bowed again. Zhulong greets the Great Venerable Boyang and the Great Venerable Baizhong. The old man in green robe said, "Since you are here, I will tell you about the pattern in the chaos. After you adapt to it, you can do something for me to explain the cause and effect." Zhulong showed a delighted expression. "Thank you very much, great honored one. Zhulong will certainly obey you in everything." In the core of the five worlds domain, the luck of heaven and earth has filled the vortex, and the vortex has slowed down and is no longer pulling the thin line of rules. The next step is to sort out the fine lines of rules, use the luck of heaven and earth to transform into your palm, and sort out the fine lines of rules. Lin Moyu used the soulless beast to do this, and when it was done, the rules of the realm would naturally consider it to be done by the soulless beast. Then, it is only natural for soulless beasts to become rule managers. It is not difficult to sort out the rules, but it is a bit troublesome and takes time. Lin Moyu was multitasking. While sorting out the rules, he was also carefully observing each talisman and pondering the relationship between the talismans and the vortex. Gradually, he discovered some clues. The luck of heaven and earth is condensed in the divine talisman, and the manifestation of the divine talisman is the great roads of heaven and earth. There are countless practitioners in the great roads. While these practitioners gain strength from the great roads, they also contribute part of what they have gained from their practice to the great roads. The more practitioners there are, the higher their cultivation level will be, and the greater their contribution will be. It is unimaginable how many practitioners there are on one avenue and how much power they can contribute. The power they contribute will eventually come here along the avenue, enter the divine talisman, and finally be transformed into the destiny of heaven and earth and fill the vortex. In other words, these whirlpools are constantly absorbing the power of the entire realm and the power of countless practitioners. Lin Moyu was startled, a chill rising from his soul. These whirlpools are not formed naturally, but are placed here by someone. In the core layout of the realm, who has this ability? Lin Moyu instinctively thought of the green robe and the white robe, but then he thought again and felt something was wrong. It's not them, they don't have to do this. As far as Lin Moyu knew, the man in green robe and white robe should both be great masters of heaven and earth. They don't need to go through so much trouble at all, they can destroy the entire realm with just a wave of their hands. If they need anything from this realm, they only need to raise their hands, and everything in the realm will belong to them. Everything Lin Moyu wanted, including the power in the realm and the creatures in the realm, would be difficult to stop them. However, the two of them appeared from time to time, leaving many traces in history, and many powerful people knew that there was such a perverted person. Another old man in a white robe brought out the ancestral water, and someone also knew him. So after analysis, Lin Moyu can basically be sure that the vortex in the core of the realm was not created by them. The person who would do such a thing is most likely not a great master of heaven and earth. He might be a transcended being, a creature in the chaos, or a domain lord. Only they would do such a thing. But there are people in green and white robes in this realm, so no matter who does these things, they will definitely be discovered by people in green and white robes. But the two of them did not stop it. Lin Moyu guessed that perhaps even this guy had become their pawn. You are a chess piece, and the opponent is also a chess piece, and the chess pieces must also face off against each other in a 537 manner. The winner will leave and the loser will die. Maybe this is what they want to see. What a hassle. Lin Moyu sighed in his heart. It was not a pleasant feeling to be used as a pawn, but he had no choice now. Only a powerful force can enable him to leap from a chess piece to a chess player. Lin Moyu's eyes gradually darkened with thought, and he muttered to himself, I have already played most of this game. Each game is difficult to break, and now I am only one step away from jumping off the chessboard. This step will not trap me for too long. Wait for me, old man, as long as you jump out of the chessboard. Lin Moyu would not let Qingpao off easily. The fact that he took away his wife was unforgivable. No matter what the reason, the accounts that need to be settled must be settled. Lin Moyu was multitasking, thinking about the problem while not stopping to sort out the fine lines of the rules. Under his control, the soulless beast was transformed by the luck of heaven and earth into a big hand, which had already sorted out the fine lines of rules. What follows is a more detailed project, with thin lines of rules spreading out into the distance. Lin Moyu has to follow the clues and sort out all those already chaotic rules. Lin Moyu is very patient and not in a hurry. He sorts out the messy rules one by one. The entire sorting process lasted 100 days, and finally the rules were no longer chaotic, and at least there would be no problems for the time being. Lin Moyu laughed at himself. It seems that I really have the potential to become a rules manager. Boom! A rumbling sound came from deep within the core of the realm, and several divine symbols in the center of the core suddenly lit up. Then, the luck of heaven and earth descended upon the soulless beast, and a large number of regular lines entangled it from all directions. Soulless beasts have no souls and cannot bear the luck of heaven and earth. This has always been the case. But this time it was strange that the chi of heaven and earth still landed on the soulless beast with incredible accuracy. Lin Moyu interrupted the soul-controlling technique, cut off the connection with the soulless beast, and at the same time instructed the soulless beast not to resist or move. The soulless beast was very obedient, allowing the luck of heaven and earth to enter its body and allowing the thin lines of rules to wrap itself up. There are almost no people in the realm who can understand the rules. Apart from Zhulong, Lin Moyu is the only one who can see the fine line of the rules. In the eyes of others, the soulless beast just lay there quietly and motionless. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the soulless beast had been wrapped up by countless regular lines, turning into a beast cocoon. Although there are many regular lines, they are not messy at all and follow a regular pattern. Under the combined effect of the destiny and rules of heaven and earth, something surprising happened to Lin Moyu. The soulless beast had no soul, and at this moment, a glimmer of light appeared in his body. The faint light quickly turned into flames and began to burn, and the extinguishing of the flames meant the extinguishing of the soul. The soulless beast actually developed a soul under the combined influence of the luck and rules of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu understood instantly that this was a reward from the world to allow soulless beasts to have souls. The whole process is just like giving a soul to a piece of stone and giving it wisdom. Lin Moyu stared at the soulless beast without blinking. He wanted to watch the whole process of the soul's birth carefully. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare, especially since the soulless beast has a natural connection with himself. He can clearly feel everything that happens to the soulless beast. The soul is the foundation of all living things, and only those who possess a soul are truly living beings. The process of the soul's birth is the process of the world creating living beings, and it is also what Lin Moyu has been pursuing. This opportunity is so rare that Jie Tiandi personally demonstrated to Lin Moyu how it creates a soul. The power of rules is layered, delicate, and soft, just like a mother body. The soulless beast was obviously enjoying itself as well, closing its eyes quietly, as if it was sleeping. Lin Moyu unravels the mystery and gradually feels a hint of the truth. The power of the destiny of heaven and earth and the rules of the domain contains a trace of extremely primitive power. He analyzed that there are two kinds of forces that make up the realm. One is the fundamental force of heaven and earth, and the other is the force of the realm. The fundamental power of heaven and earth evolves the great way and all things within the realm, while the power of the realm evolves into the realm barrier and the outer shell of the entire realm. Two forces, one inside and one outside, are the foundation of the entire realm. And these two forces come from chaos. Now Lin Moyu's understanding of the realm has deepened. Although the two forces are one inside and one outside, they cooperate with each other to form the rules of the realm. The rules in the core of the realm contain two kinds of power at the same time, and the destiny of heaven and earth also contains two kinds of power at the same time. The two forces combined together at this moment, returning to their original state, and the aura of chaos reappeared. This made Lin Moyu realize that the power of the realm came from chaos, and the power to create living beings also came from chaos. It seems that chaos is the root of everything and everything is related to chaos. If you want to further understand the creation and birth process of living things, you have to deal with chaos. However, there are currently two known ways to deal with chaos. The first is to complete the last step, achieve transcendence, and enter chaos. The other is to also complete the last step, but at the same time become the master of the realm and bring the realm into chaos. Lin Moyu naturally chose the latter. Without the realm as a foundation, it would still be difficult for him to understand the process of creating living beings after entering the chaos. At the same time, the process of becoming the lord of the realm is the process of recognizing chaos from nothing to something. The difference between becoming the master of the 5 worlds and becoming the master of the universe is just a process. Lin Moyu wants to know the facts and the reasons behind them. The goal is clear, and next he has to think of ways to become a creature of the realm. The soul in the soulless beast has already been formed and is gradually growing stronger under the nurturing of the rules. Lin Moyu does not need to interfere anymore. Lin Moyu flew towards the depths of the core to see the deepest secrets of the core of the realm. He did not touch the whirlpools behind the divine runes. It was not advisable to alert the enemy for the time being. He would come back and deal with them all after he became the Book of Realm. After passing through the Divine Rune Formation, Lin Moyu finally arrived at the deepest part of the core of the realm. The density of the Divine Rune Formation here and the power and complexity of the Divine Runes are far superior to those outside. The Divine Talismans here no longer represent a certain avenue. This is the core area of the realm. The Divine Talismans inside, and the formations evolved from them, represent the most fundamental rules of the entire realm. Countless rules are combined together to maintain the normal operation of the entire domain. And here, there is a vast destiny of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu looked carefully and saw that several formations evolved from divine runes were breathing. The space was broken and quickly absorbed with his breathing. Every time you inhale, a large amount of chaotic energy will be sucked in. If I'm not mistaken, this formation is connected to the Absolute Deathland, and this chaotic energy comes from the Absolute Deathland. Why doesn't the Magic Talisman formation draw power directly from chaos? It is because it is to protect the core of the realm, so it is transformed through the Absolute Wave, the Dead Land. Starting with these formations, look at other Divine Talisman formations. There is an array formation that transforms and decomposes the absorbed chaotic energy, turning it into power that can be contained by the realm of heaven and earth, and then sends it to other talismans. If the realm is a sophisticated machine, this is the heart of the machine. The operation of the entire realm depends on the power provided by several divine talismans here. If he wanted to destroy this realm, he didn't need to do anything else. He just needed to smash these talismans. The realm would immediately fall into chaos, and within tens of thousands of years, it would completely collapse. Suddenly Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, He saw a phantom. Behind one of the formations that absorbed the chaotic energy, there was a phantom. The phantom was hidden so cleverly that ordinary people could not detect it at all. Even Lin Moyu only discovered some clues after careful observation. The appearance of the phantom confirmed Lin Moyu's guess that someone had tampered with the core of the realm. Lin Moyu observed for a while and understood what the other party was doing. The other party is not his real body, not even a soul clone, but just a will, or a mark. His purpose of staying here is to absorb the luck of heaven and earth in the 5 worlds. It was obvious that he regarded the 5 worlds as a long-term source of the luck of heaven and earth. No one knew how much luck of heaven and earth he had absorbed over the years. Lin Moyu roughly estimated that about 1% of the destiny of the world and the realm fell into his hands. After countless years of accumulation, 10% of luck is already a lot. Moreover, he may not only focus on one realm, but may also leave his mark in other realms. If there were a large number of realms providing him with the luck of heaven and earth, then the amount of luck of heaven and earth that he would obtain would be unbelievable. But Lin Moyu didn't understand, for an existence that had already transcended, what was the use of the luck of heaven and earth in the infant realm? If it is useful, it is because the destiny of heaven and earth still contains a trace of the original energy, and it is the chaotic energy that has been refined and purified. However, these chaotic energies seemed too small to Lin Moyu, so small that they could be ignored. That's strange. If he wants the energy of chaos, wouldn't it be more convenient to just take it from the chaos? Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out. He walked around the shadow from a distance. He couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but could only remember his breath. If they meet in chaos in the future, Lin Moyu will ask him face to face why he did this. And he is absorbing the chaotic energy here. Who arranged those whirlpools under the divine symbols? They are also absorbing the luck of heaven and earth. Where this fortune of heaven and earth goes and who obtains it is also an unsolved mystery. Lin Moyu had been outside the boundary and did not find anything outside the boundary. At this moment he was very sure that Lu Long didn't know this. Zhu Long has been a rules manager for countless years, but his understanding of the realm is still not deep enough, not even as good as Lin Moyu's during this period of time. Suddenly Lin Moyu took a few steps back. He stepped into a formation, his figure was hidden in the formation and disappeared. The shadow he had seen before actually had a pair of eyes in it, and the shadow slowly turned its head and looked over at him. Lin Moyu hid quickly and was not discovered. After a moment, the shadow returned to its original state and became silent again. This guy is very sharp. It seems that if I want to become the master of the realm, I will definitely be discovered by him, and then I will probably be in some trouble. No matter who you are, if you dare to stand in my way, I will tear you into pieces. Lin Moyu is determined to take on the challenge. He will not back down because of difficulties. On the contrary, the more difficult it is, the more he wants to challenge himself. Leave this place and continue to observe other areas to figure out the structure in the center of the realm. Gradually, the structure of the entire core of the realm has been mastered by Lin Moyu. He divided the core of the realm into several layers. The most central area was responsible for providing power for the entire realm and contained the most fundamental rules of the realm. The slightly outer areas correspond to the avenues in the Land of Return, and the cursed avenue destroyed by Lin Moyu is located here. In this area, in addition to the Immortal Avenue, there is a corresponding talisman for the Newell Avenue. If you want to destroy the avenue in the Land of Return, you must eventually destroy the Divine Talisman. The third layer area on the outer edge corresponds to the main body of the avenue in the original ancestral land. However, the connection between these great ways and the divine symbols is obviously weak. If the great ways in the ancestral land collapse, the divine symbols here will also collapse. There is no need to enter the core of the realm specifically to destroy the divine symbols. Because it is already in the outer area, the talismans here do not have a big impact on the stability of the core of the realm. Even if several avenues collapse, the core of the realm can still remain stable. As long as the core of the realm is stable, there will be no problems with the entire realm. Therefore, when Lin Moyu killed the God of Light and destroyed the Avenue of Light, it did not have much impact on the realm. After that is the outermost area in the core of the realm. There are also many divine runes here, but these runes are not very powerful, and the formations evolved from them are also relatively weak. The divine symbols in the outermost area represent the worlds. These divinely evolved formations do not carry the projection of the Tao itself. As to whether the world or the talisman came into being first, there is no way to verify it, and there is no need to study it. Because it is located at the outermost edge, the birth and death of the world has the least impact on the stability of the core of the realm. As long as hundreds or thousands of worlds do not collapse at the same time, the stability of the civic will basically not be affected. After mastering the structure, Lin Moyu knew where to start. If you want to become the master of a realm, you actually have to control these divine symbols. If you want to control these divine symbols, you need to refine them, and if you want to refine them, you need to understand them, so that you know how to refine them and what method to use to refine them. Fortunately, he has a strong enough talent in this area. Lin Moyu is very confident that as long as he is given enough time, he will be able to do it. Owner. The soul suddenly received information from the soulless beast, and the soul evolution of the soulless beast was complete. He already had considerable intelligence, and now that he had a soul, he had the ability to communicate. Lin Moyu flew to the side of the soulless beast and immediately felt a different breath, which was similar to that of Zhulong. Just as he thought, the soul beast has become the new rule manager for a long time. The soulless beast now has a soul and becomes a rule manager, with a completely different identity and status. He is not familiar with the rules yet. Once he is familiar with them, he can manipulate them and unleash a fighting power that exceeds eternity. However, it is still not strong enough. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the current combat power of the soulless beast has just reached eternity, which is not much different from other eternal beings. Compared with his predecessor, he is still a little worse. Zhulong is superior to other eternal beings and is infinitely close to half-step transcendence. Once he manipulates the rules, he can fight against those who are half-step transcendent. And as one's own strength grows, the rules of manipulation will also become stronger, further improving combat power. Within the realm, the power of the rule manager is second only to that of the civic. The current soulless beast is still a little short of it. Lin Moyu has a solution for this, and it is very simple. The soulless beast crawled in front of Lin Moyu. Although it became a rule manager, it was still Lin Moyu's mount and subordinate, and this would not change. The secret technique of all spirits is no joke. It is a secret technique that can rival the rules of the realm. Once it is successful, even the rules of the realm cannot interfere. Lin Moyu stood on the soulless beast and walked through the core of the realm. The soulless beast is familiar with his authority. He can control the talisman to a certain extent, but he can only manipulate it slightly. Lin Moyu used his authority to leave his soul in some magic runes. The soul evolved into an avatar, analyzed the magic runes, and then refined them. Becoming the master of a realm is not something that can be done overnight. It requires a lot of time. Lin Moyu was very patient. He refined them one by one, trying his best not to alarm the phantom or affect the vortex behind the talisman. He wanted to keep the core of the entire domain unchanged on the surface, but completely change its interior. By the time others discovered it, he had already firmly grasped the core of the realm. By then, even if he has not yet become the lord of the realm, he will at least be able to control most of the realm's divine symbols. Together with the soulless beasts, he will be able to fight even against transcended beings. Mo Moyu is wary of those who transcend, but she is not afraid of them. He had once entered that realm, and when he really faced a transcendent one day, he could also enter that realm and fight with him. I can't say I'll win, but at least I won't let the other party have an easy time. Lin Moyu knows his own trump card, and not being afraid of death is his greatest confidence. Purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu completed a new life. He separated so many souls that his soul itself was damaged. He decisively chose to commit suicide, allowing his soul to recover through rebirth, and then continued to separate souls. He was reborn dozens of times, evolving into 1,000 clones and entering 1,000 divine talismans. Lin Moyu knew that enough was enough. There was a limit to multitasking. For now, this was his limit. He couldn't do more. Let's go. Following Lin Moyu's orders, the soulless beast opened the passage and left the core of the realm. With the soulless beast as the rule manager, it won't be so troublesome for him to come in again. The soulless beast can open the passage directly. Back in the Great Wasteland, Lin Moyu looked at the soulless beast and said, "First, purify the last 2 special sewage pools, and then I will let you go one step further." The soulless beast made an O sound and followed Lin Moyu's order to purify the special sewage pool. After becoming the rule manager, the soulless beast is stronger than before, and the purification speed is also faster than before. Lin Moyu's consciousness was connected to the various formations in the Great Wasteland. With a thought, some of the formations that were originally in operation suddenly stopped. The formation covering the filthy pool no longer extracted the essence of the avenue, but began to operate in the opposite direction, drawing the refined filthy power back into the filthy pool. The sewage pool had been purified by the soulless beast, and the entry of filthy power caused the sewage pool to be polluted again. The pure power that was purified in the sewage pool, stimulated by the filthy power, crossed the extreme, completed the jump, and became dirtier than before. This practice is similar to the wild beast king transforming the purified sewage pool army back into a new one. Different methods, similar results. After the soulless beast has purified the special sewage pool, it can go back and purify the sewage pool that has been polluted again, thereby strengthening itself. This method is simple and effective. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, only 1 round of purification is needed for the soul beast to become strong enough. This little fellow, who was originally evolved from the essence of the Great Tao, possesses unique advantages and is much more powerful than cultivators. After doing all this, Lin Moyu's consciousness fell silent again. He began to manipulate his soul clone that remained in the core of the realm, and began to familiarize himself with the divine talisman and refine it. The comprehension of the talismans was Lin Moyu's talent. He understood them very quickly and did not need anyone's guidance. Relying on his own accumulation, he could quickly figure out the meaning and function of each talisman, and then find a way to refine them. He was very careful and did not disturb the vortex hidden behind the talisman during the process of refining the talisman. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. 100 years later, the soulless beast finally completed the second round of refining. The 108 sewage pools were purified again by him, and he sucked up all the waste, and the sewage pools dried up. At this moment, the 108 sewage pools are being restored. It will take a long time to fully restore them. Without external interference, thousands of years will not be enough. During this time, Lin Moyu was also unable to integrate the new fundamental power of heaven and earth. The soulless beast was very clever. It manipulated the rules of heaven and earth to draw the power of the avenue into the filthy pool, speeding up the pool's recovery. In this way, it would only take about 300 to 500 years for the pool to recover. Lin Moyu sat in meditation for 100 years and finally understood the meaning of the 1,000 divine appointments and refined them successfully. 1,000 divine runes are nothing in the core of the entire realm, but the divine runes selected by Lin Moyu are all particular. Their positions echo each other and are connected to each other by regular thin lines. It can form a large formation. After waking up, he found the soulless beast lying at his feet. Although he was lying down, his huge body actually occupied the entire field of vision. Sensing that Lin Moyu had woken up, the soulless beast immediately took 2 steps back and prostrated itself on the ground, very respectful. Lin Moyu could feel that the soulless beasts had become stronger and his plan had succeeded. Through the formation, he also knew that the sewage pools were recovering. He naturally knew that it was all the work of the soulless beasts. The soulless beasts now had souls and seemed to be smarter than before. Please transform yourself into a human form. Upon hearing Lin Moyu's order, the soulless beast immediately transformed into a young man wearing animal skins. Apart from the strange skin, the soulless beast is no different from an ordinary person. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with the appearance of the 0.5 soulless beast. Are you busy now? The soulless beast replied respectfully, sometimes I am very busy, and there will be some problems with the rules of the realm occasionally. I have to sort them out as soon as possible, otherwise small problems will accumulate and become troublesome. This is his duty, and he can't refuse it, so he has to do it. Lin Moyu said, it seems that you are becoming more and more familiar with the rules of the realm. This is good. With you managing the realm, it will be much more peaceful. The soulless beast said, Master, I feel something is wrong. The realm shouldn't always be in trouble. But I can't find the reason. Master, do you know where the problem lies? Lin Moyu guessed that it should be related to those whirlpools and the phantom. The whirlpool phantom continued to absorb the power of the realm, making the realm less stable, which led to this situation. Lin Moyu said, this problem will be solved sooner or later. Open the door. I want to go to the core of the realm. Having a soulless beast is indeed much more convenient. There is no need to rely on the luck of heaven and earth and formations to summon the door to the realm, nor do you need to use all your strength to open the door. The soulless beast directly used the rules to open the door to the core of the realm. Now the core of the realm has become Lin Moyu's back garden, and he can come whenever he wants. Entering the core of the realm again, Lin Moyu selected another 1,000 talismans and left his soul clone behind. The 1,000 talismans had been refined before, and this time, the 1,000 talismans were also carefully selected by Lin Moyu and were very particular. After finishing, Lin Moyu left from the core of the realm without staying. Lin Moyu was about to manipulate his soul clone to comprehend and refine the divine talisman, when the soulless beast whispered, Master, there is a place you need to go and see. Where? The soulless beast thought for a moment and said, it seems to be the home of the previous rule manager. Zhulong left, but his residence was still here. The soulless beast became the new rule manager, and Zhulong's former residence naturally became his property. Lin Moyu said, okay, let's go and take a look. He was also somewhat curious about what the place where Zhulong once lived was like. Zhulong's existence is very mysterious, no one knows where he lives. He can use the rules to appear anywhere instantly, and he often makes eye contact with Song Shen. The giant eye contains rules. When the eyes are closed, the world is dark, and when the eyes are open, it brings light, thus demonstrating his supreme authority. The soulless beast opened a space channel, Lin Moyu stepped into it, and moved forward along the space channel. The space is folded and compressed. In the space channel, every step is tens of millions of centimeters. The soulless beast explained, the predecessor's residence is at the other end of the origin ancestral land, where there is an independent space. I've been there a few times and it feels a little weird. There's something in there that I don't understand. The soulless beast has just become the rule manager and there are still many things it doesn't understand. It is completely different from an old guy like Zhulong who has existed since the beginning of the world. Since he didn't understand, he naturally asked Lin Moyu for help. After all, Lin Moyu was his master, and asking for help from his master was his instinctive reaction. Soon we reached the end of the space passage, which was a void. In the void, countless origins are floating, and the void brings light. These origins include Yin origins and Yang origins. Lin Moyu found that he seemed to have been here before. When he first entered the ancestral land of origin, the first thing he arrived at was a pitch-black void. He obtained the origin of Yin and Yang there, which led to the creation of the vast world. Here, he took a very important step in his cultivation path. Unexpectedly, this is the residence of Zhulong. Of course, it is not a place I have been to before, but it belongs to the same void, and is actually quite far away. Lin Moyu looked around. There were many Yin origins and Yang origins, like a sky full of stars. There is not only the origin, but also living beings. These creatures are all bred from these origins, some are bred from a single origin, and some are bred from multiple origins. Some origins have more and some have fewer, and their properties are different and unbalanced, which also leads to the strange shapes of the creatures. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this is messing around. However, it can also be seen from this that Zhulong is also very concerned about the birth of living beings. He usually does experiments here. Most importantly, there are no rules. Zhulong seemed to have used his own method to block the rules so that they could not affect here. He used his own method to study the origin of life. However, he obviously didn't gain anything, so when he learned that Lin Moyu wanted to study the origin of spiritual beings, Zhulong was very shocked and even wanted to persuade Lin Moyu not to waste his energy. Master, there is something strange ahead. The soulless beast exudes a terrifying aura, and no living creature here dares to approach it. Moreover, many creatures were crawling in the void to show their respect for the soulless beasts. Passing through the sky full of origin, we arrived at the place mentioned by the soulless beast. Lin Moyu saw a huge rock with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. It was square with 6 sides and was a standard cube. This is an innate treasure. Lin Moyu was shocked. It was really rare to get such a huge piece of innate origin treasure. But then he thought again, it was not right. Zhulong, this innate treasure, was not obtained by him, but created by him. As for what it is made of, it is those original creatures. He raised original creatures in captivity. In addition to studying the origin of living beings, he also refined these original creatures to create innate original treasures. The original creatures come from the origins, and they have innate properties. After being refined by Zhulong, it is not impossible to refine innate original treasures. Lin Moyu's attention fell on this square innate origin treasure. There were formations engraved on the treasure. These formations were exactly the formations in the core of the realm. Lin Moyu said, Zhulong used the innate source material to record the formation. He wanted to replicate the method in the core of the realm. The soulless beast was puzzled, but why would he do this? Lin Moyu thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Only he knows why, but he won't do meaningless things. You are his successor, so you can think about what's the point of doing this. The soulless beast tilted its head and thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. Lin Moyu probably had a guess in his mind that Zhulong would not do meaningless things, and he must have a reason for doing so. Looking at this piece of innate treasure over and over again, there is an identical formation engraved on each side, a total of 6. Suddenly Lin Moyu saw some differences in one of the formations. In the center of this formation, there is a tiny dot. If you enlarge this point, you will find it is a vortex. It turns out that he 920 knew about the existence of the vortex. Lin Moyu knew that he was wrong. Zhulong knew about the existence of the vortex. Not only that, he had also studied it. It turns out that we can't underestimate anyone. Lin Moyu smiled self-deprecatingly. By carving the formation here, he was trying to figure out how to get rid of the vortex. But it was obvious that he did not succeed, and the whirlpool still existed. Zhulong's attainments and formations were still somewhat inferior to his own. He couldn't refine these divine talisman formations without disturbing the vortex. Lin Moyu knew very well that learning the formation to its limit depended on talent, and it could not be learned by hard work alone. No matter how hard you try or how much time you spend, if you don't have enough talent, you just won't understand. If not for this, all those cultivators who have lived for tens of millions of years would be masters of formations. I wonder if he has discovered that phantom. This time Lin Moyu did not make any rash assertions. He realized that Zhulong still had many hidden secrets that were unknown to the public. The soulless beast continued to fly towards the depths of the void with Lin Moyu, and soon a mountain range appeared in sight. There are dragon-shaped patterns on the mountains, which are obviously caused by the pressure of Zhulong occupying the mountains for many years. A beam of light shot out from the soulless beast's eyes, covering the mountain range. The mountain range lit up and projected the shadow of the candle dragon. You are finally here. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Zhulong actually left a letter for him here. What on earth was he going to do? Lin Moyu smiled calmly. How did you know I would come here? The shadow of the candle dragon said, it won't be long after I leave before the world will be in chaos. The avenue you destroyed before is the root cause. You will definitely solve it. I guess you will definitely let someone take my place. Of course you know where I live. Given your curiosity, you will most likely come here. He is indeed an old fellow who has lived for countless years. It won't take long for a word from him to become hundreds or thousands of libraries. To this kind of guy, time seems to have lost its meaning. Time is just a number. In the blink of an eye, thousands or tens of thousands of years have passed. It is possible that a layout would take millions of years. Lin Moyu is not like this. Time is very important to him. Lin Moyu asked, you left a trace of divine thought. Is there anything you want to tell me? The shadow of the candle dragon said, some things cannot be said openly, so I will leave what I want to say here. You can read it for yourself. The candle dragon glowed faintly, covering the entire mountain range. He has lived in this unknown mountain range for countless years, and the mountain range has long been permeated with his aura. No matter how ordinary the mountain is, it has undergone a qualitative change over the years and has become a powerful treasure. The mountain range gradually became smaller in the dim light and finally shrunk to the size of a fist. At this moment, most of the divine consciousness left by Zhulong had been consumed, and it took a lot of his strength to condense the mountain range. Zhulong's voice was weaker than before. Although this dragon stone is not a powerful magic weapon, it contains some secrets of this realm. Everything I want to tell you is in it. Go and see for yourself. Some words cannot be said openly, cannot be exported, cannot be left in vain, and can only be conveyed in this way. Lin Moyu understood the reason and took the dragon stone in his hand. The dragon stone is extremely heavy, as if it carries an entire mountain range. This mountain has indeed undergone a qualitative change. According to Lin Moyu's feeling, the weight of this dragon stone has reached a level similar to that in the ordinary world. Using it to hit someone is equivalent to using the entire world to hit that person. For this reason alone, it is a rare and powerful magic weapon. The soul communicated with the dragon stone, and 2 messages were immediately transmitted. Zhulong Shenyan chuckled and gradually disappeared. His mission was completed and it was time for him to leave. Zhulong erased the last trace of his presence in the 5 worlds. From then on, Zhulong had nothing to do with the 5 worlds. Lin Moyu found that he had indeed underestimated Zhulong. How could a guy who had lived for so many years have such a superficial understanding of the entire realm? Although he had never entered the core of the realm with his real body, his soul had entered many times. He had already discovered the vortex hidden behind the talisman, and he even knew about the phantom. Zhulong observed them in secret for countless years and obtained a lot of useful information. These whirlpools have silently connected almost all the talismans and infiltrated some rules. If you speak directly, it is possible that they will be sensed. This was even more true for that phantom, who had directly infiltrated the core of the realm. He was extremely powerful and alert, and Zhulong did not dare to provoke him even with just a divine thought. Zhulong has been researching for many years, but has not gained much. His talent for battle formations was still a little lacking, and he was not like Lin Moyu who could refine divine runes, so he couldn't expel those whirlpools. The existence behind the vortex is someone that Zhulong dares not provoke. Finally, Zhulong gave Lin Moyu a piece of information that surprised everyone. The phantom had moved and spoken something before. From the content of their conversation, Zhulong judged that the owner behind the vortex wanted the luck of heaven and earth. In addition to the luck of heaven and earth, the phantom seems to need something else. The two sides reached an agreement, each taking what they needed, and jointly planned 5 world domains. But that happened a long, long time ago, and the shadow has never moved or made any sound since then. Zhulong knew that the other party was powerful, so he could only watch from afar and did not dare to get close at all. At that time, Zhulong once heard a voice coming from the vortex, calling the phantom a ghost husband. Demon husband. After reading the message left by Zhulong, Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. Isn't the ghost husband the guy who was imprisoned by the old man in green robe? Could it be that the ghost husband originally wanted to plot against the 5 worlds, but his body was imprisoned by the old man in green robe, so the divine consciousness left here has not made any movement for countless years? It seems to make sense now, otherwise it is impossible that there has been no action after so many years. The ghost husband has been here since the beginning of the evolution of the realm. If he really wanted to plot something, he should have done it long ago. If it really was that ghost husband, this was the only explanation that made sense. As for the guy behind the vortex, Zhulong never mentioned him again, and he seemed to have hidden himself. The only purpose of the vortex is to absorb the luck of heaven and earth. What it absorbs is not much, but it can't withstand the absorption over the years. When added together, the luck of heaven and earth absorbed is considerable. Lin Moyu summed up and decided that the first thing he had to deal with was the vortex. The owner behind it might appear or might not, but he had to be prepared. Then there is the ghost husband's spiritual consciousness. Although the ghost husband's body is trapped, his spiritual consciousness still exists and is still powerful. It has been able to exist in the core of the realm for so many years and has absorbed a lot of power. We must also be careful with this kind of enemy. Neither of the two guys is easy to deal with, and Lin Moyu is not very confident, so he can only take it one step at a time. But judging from their actions, these two are just ordinary transcendents, at least not yet at the level of Domain Lord. If one has his own realm, he would not covet the fortune of other realms. Putting away the dragon stone, Lin Moyu said to the soulless beast, "This was where Zhulong used to live. You can live here. If you don't want to live here, you can also move to another place. There are many ancestral lands, and the boundaries are vast. You can go anywhere you want." The soulless beast thought for a moment and said, "Master, I want to be by your side." Lin Moyu said, "Okay, you have to manage the rules of the world and don't cause any trouble." He is now the administrator of domain rules, and he has a lot to do. He is very busy. It would be a good thing to have him by my side when I am busy, so it would be much more convenient for me to enter and exit the core of the realm. After a tour around Zhulong's house, I found nothing else. Zhulong didn't seem to have any hobbies, and he only did a few fixed things in his life to make money. Lin Moyu thought his life was too boring, uneventful, and meaningless. Lin Moyu felt that the experiments done by Zhulong were stupid and meaningless, but he had obtained so much origin and could not waste it. A pair of yin and yang origins can give birth to a world. There are thousands of yin and yang origins here, all of which were obtained by Zhulong using his authority. If these yin and yang origins were released, it would only take enough time for thousands of worlds to be reborn within the realm. Zhulong spent a lot of effort and time to make these things, and now they all belong to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu accepted all these yin and yang origins without hesitation, and placed the yin and yang origins in the Great World, which could give birth to small worlds in the Great World. The Great World is even stronger. The essence of the universe is not a world, but a domain, and he still needs to continue to grow. As for the various creatures that were bred, they were also brought in, enriching the diversity of the universe. Lin Moyu returned to the Hengduan Mountains, and the soulless beast left temporarily to do what he should do. In the great wilderness, the formation that condenses the power of filth is still running, while the formation that condenses the essence of the great Tao has stopped. The filthy pool is still recovering, and it takes time, and it is temporarily unable to integrate the new fundamental power of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu didn't care. The experiment was basically over for him. The purpose of the experiment was to figure out the fundamental power of heaven and earth. Now he had not only successfully obtained the fundamental power of heaven and earth, but had also used it. That was enough. Seeing Lin Moyu come back safely, and Yu Yin was delighted and asked, "Are you done with everything?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I am always busy. As soon as I finish one thing, something new comes up." And Yu Yin was slightly stunned. Now that Lord Zhulong has transcended, the danger of the wild beasts has been resolved, and the spirit monsters have left the realm and returned to the chaos. Is there anything else? In her opinion, the world is peaceful at this time, and she can do whatever she wants and enjoy her time. Lin Moyu said, "It's not that simple. There are some secrets hidden in the realm that need to be dealt with one by one. And my goal has not been achieved yet, so I can't relax." And Yu Yin knew Lin Moyu's goal, but she still advised, "No matter how busy you are, you have to give yourself some time to rest." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Indeed, you can't pull the string too tight, or it will break. I plan to go back to my own world to see where Taoist Yu Yin is going. Can you come and help Lin with something when you have time?" And Yu Yin said, "I will go back to my own world first, and then come to find you." Lin Moyu hummed and looked at the old Yin-Tu, who was still studying the formation. "Old Yin-Tu, let's go." The old man seemed to have heard nothing and had no reaction. And Yu Yin smiled and said, "Don't pay attention to him. He is now obsessed with studying your formation." Lin Moyu said, "These formations are indeed worthy of study. I'll think of a way to project the formations onto the formation avenue so that everyone who practices formations in the realm can watch them together." And Yu Yin's eyes lit up. "You want to be a milkmaster?" Lin Moyu said frankly, "I need the luck of heaven and earth." And Yu Yin expressed her understanding. They also wanted the luck of heaven and earth, but the luck of heaven and earth could not be obtained just by wanting it. Many prerequisites were required. Lin Moyu and Yu Yin left the Hengduan Mountains. The entire Hengduan Mountains, and even the entire ancestral land of origin, the battlefields inside and outside became quiet, and only a few people stayed. Now that the wild beasts have been eliminated, under Lin Moyu's layout, there will be no problems with the dregs of the Great Road in the short term, and the rules of the realm of heaven and earth have quietly changed. The rules no longer require the Lord of the Great Tao to stay in the ancestral land for 5,000 years every 10,000 years. Nor do they require the Lord of the Great Tao to wait 1,000 years before returning each time he comes in. This restriction disappears, and one can freely practice medicine using the Tao. The same is true for eternal existence. The Hengduan Mountains are now completely safe, and the dregs of the Great Tao are no longer spread between heaven and earth. Even the Lord of the Great Tao can enter the great wilderness freely. Lin Moyu closed most of the formations in the Hengduan Mountains, allowing the masters of the Great Tao to freely enter the Great Wasteland and allow them to freely comprehend the formations. Of course, they didn't dare to act recklessly. After seeing how powerful Lin Moyu was, no one would want to seek death. As space twisted, the fog of the world slowly rolled, and Lin Moyu appeared in it. He had been away from the origin continent for many years, but the location of the origin continent was not static. The entire world was always flying in the fog of the world at a constant speed. At this moment, Lin Moyu returned and was no longer a minister in the origin continent. With a thought, he quickly locked onto the location of the origin continent and took a step forward to reach the origin continent. The origin continent was shrouded in a formation. Lin Moyu entered the formation silently and had already grasped the entire situation of the origin continent. Since the world will was eradicated, Lin Moyu naturally became the master of the origin continent. No matter what happened in the origin continent, it would be recorded by the world for Lin Moyu to view. The origin continent has been very peaceful in recent years. The battle that year was so fierce that everyone in the origin continent knew how strong Lin Moyu was. Faced with someone who is far stronger than themselves, no one dares to have any dissenting thoughts. The world of cultivators is different from the mundane world. In the world of ordinary people, one can use relatives and friends to threaten the enemy. But in the world of practitioners, doing so is basically useless. So no one would dare to use Lin Moyu's relatives to deal with Lin Moyu. Of course, some fools without bottom line are not ruled out. For this reason, Lin Moyu has also prepared some backup plans. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. The origin of the sun is very peaceful. Jeff. When I returned to Yudao City, as soon as I appeared, a soft octopus pounced on me. Xiao Wu, who had already entered the Dao realm, sensed Lin Moyu at the first moment, and hung on Lin Moyu with incredible accuracy, using both her hands and feet to tightly entangle Lin Moyu. The master is finally back. Xiao Wu's voice was excited and tearful, but it brought some relaxation to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu patted Xiao Wu's back gently, and Xiao Mei and others gathered around, each of them filled with joy. The four of them have all entered the Dao realm, and are striding forward in it. The one with the strongest cultivation is Xiaoye, who has reached the 4th level soul and is only one step away from the main level soul. The difference brought by talent is fully demonstrated. Xiao Mei and Xiao Wu are one step behind Xiaoye, but they have also reached the 5th level soul. The laziest is Xiao Wu, who only has the 6th level soul. The reason why they were able to progress so quickly was mainly due to the soul powder that Lin Moyu gave them. After reaching the Dao realm, they focus on the soul. The soul powder of the soul-devouring spirit has an amazing effect, allowing them to make rapid progress, and the key is that it has no side effects. Lin Moyu gave them some of the soul powder he obtained this time. With these soul powders, the four of them could reach the peak of the Dao realm in a short period of time, and even become Dao masters. At the same time, Lin Moyu can also use the rules to make things easier for them, and becoming a Taoist master is a sure thing. However, becoming the master of the Great Dao would be much more troublesome. The Great Daos that the four of them cultivated already had masters of the Great Daos, and it was impossible for Lin Moyu to kill the existing masters of the Great Daos and help the four of them achieve enlightenment. However, Lin Moyu already has a solution. If he cannot become the Lord of the Great Dao in the 5 worlds, then he can become the Lord of the Great Dao in the Great 1,000 worlds. It doesn't matter whether you achieve enlightenment anywhere or not. It's just a matter of changing the place. There is no difference. Lin Moyu stayed with the 4 girls for a few days, then found Hao Daozuan and others and distributed the soul powder to them. With soul powder, their cultivation can also advance by leaps and bounds. When it comes to one's own people, one should never be stingy with words. Afterwards, Lin Moyu went to see Antares again. This guy was now practicing dual cultivation with Long Yi, and his cultivation had improved greatly. As the master of the Great Dao, Long Yi was extremely respectful when she saw Lin Moyu. She had also been to the ancestral land of origin before and witnessed Lin Moyu's strength. Seeing that they were living well, Lin Moyu felt relieved and turned to leave the origin continent to visit Group 3 and others. The 3 ancestors and others are still evolving the world. Their aura has greatly improved compared to before, and it is a foregone conclusion that they will become the masters of the world. After they are completely successful, the 3 ancestors and others will be the masters of a certain area. Although they are not as good as the masters of the Great Dao, they are still the best among the masters of the Dao. The 3 ancestors were very satisfied with this. They had never thought about becoming the masters of the Great Dao. Being able to cultivate to the current level was already satisfying for them. After walking around, Lin Moyu returned to his own courtyard and enjoyed a rare quiet and comfortable life. 3 months later, Yuyan arrived at the origin continent. And Yuyan passed through the fog of the world and stood gracefully outside the origin continent, scanning the origin continent with a cold gaze. Although she did nothing but stand outside the world, the terrifying pressure she emanated naturally caused the avenue to deform. Countless practitioners on the entire Tianwai Avenue felt as if a whole mountain was pressing down on them, and even breathing became difficult. Her appearance attracted the attention of many people, and everyone looked at Yuyan with respect and fear. That is the awe of a powerful being, coming from the deepest part of the soul and cannot be changed. This guy is so scary. So powerful, already surpassing the Tao Master. Could it be the Lord of the Great Tao? No, I feel that even the Lord of the Great Tao is not as good as her. Stronger than the Lord of the Great Tao, could it be that? Just as everyone was talking, and Yuyan spoke up, fellow Taoist Lin, Yuyan is here to visit. Lin Moyu's voice sounded, wait a moment, I'll be here soon. And Yuyan said, no hurry. And Yuyan waited for a while, and Lin Moyu came out. He took a step and was in front of Yuyan. Lin Moyu smiled and said, thank you for waiting. And Yuyan smiled and said, fellow Taoist Lin is a very busy man. There was a smile in her eyes, which seemed to have a deeper meaning. Lin Moyu smiled and said, why don't we go somewhere else to chat? Okay. And Yuyan agreed happily. She also didn't like being watched by others. The two disappeared in the mist. After they left, countless practitioners in the origin continent were in an uproar. Only then did they realize how far Lin Moyu had come. Being able to have an equal dialogue with such a legendary being could only mean that Lin Moyu had reached the same level. Lin Moyu's strength once again surpassed everyone's understanding. In the origin continent, some young geniuses set their sights on becoming Lin Moyu, but now it seems so ridiculous. This goal is too big and too unrealistic. The so-called genius and evildoer might only be at the Tao realm throughout his life, and it would be difficult for him to even become a Tao master, let alone someone of Lin Moyu's level. To say that he is ambitious is an understatement. And Yuyan chuckled and said, fellow Taoist Lin has many beauties. Lin Moyu said, Yuyan is joking. He knew that Yuyan was joking. Within Yuyan's eyesight, how could she not see the relationship between herself and Xiaomei and the other three? She is the master of cause and effect, and she can see everything through cause and effect. And Yuyan smiled and said, what is it that Brother Lin needs your help with? Lin Moyu took out a piece of debris, which came from the door. Through the debris, he could find the location of the door again. However, the direction indicated by the fragments is not accurate, and it takes a lot of time to find them. If it can be combined with the path of cause and effect, it will be much easier to find. At the same time, after the door is opened, Lin Moyu still needs Yuyan to help him guard it. In case the soul-devouring spirit emperor behind the door wants to come out, with Yuyan's ability, combined with his own formation, he should be able to hold him off for a while, at least until he comes out. What Lin Moyu is worried about now is the soul-devouring spirit emperor behind the door. He cannot kill that thing by himself, and if it comes to the Five Worlds domain, no one can control it. The previous time when the soul-devouring spirit emperor returned to the sect, it was a great thing for the Five Worlds. Such a good thing may not happen again. Lin Moyu wants to become the master of the realm. He has regarded the Five Worlds as his own property and naturally does not want the realm to be destroyed. And Yuyan smiled and gathered the power of cause and effect. Is this what Brother Taoist Lin wanted? Lin Moyu said, this is just one of the things. There is another thing that is even more troublesome and may be dangerous. I don't know how to start. And Yuyan waved her jade hand and threw the causal ball to Lin Moyu. There's no need for you and me to be so polite. Just speak directly. If there's really any danger, I don't think fellow Taoist Lin will watch Yuyan die. Lin Moyu said, of course not, but let's go to the back of this door first. Lin Moyu used his own power to activate the fragments, and the fragments immediately pointed out a direction, but this direction was not accurate, only approximate. Then the causal power given by Yuyan was injected into it, and the direction of the fragments suddenly changed slightly. Because the distance is so great, small changes can make a huge difference. There is no need to activate the key again and again this time. With an Yuyin by my side, there is no need to worry about the power of cause and effect. The two of them penetrated the fog of the world and flew into the distance. They walked on the road at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye they had traveled billions of miles. And Yuyin suddenly asked, "How do you plan to open the door this time, Brother Lin?" Lin Moyu said, "I found the method of opening the door with 10 rings last time, but the situation was special and there was not enough time. This time I plan to open the door perfectly." And Yuyin was obviously a little surprised that fellow Taoist Lin could actually find a way to open the last ring. Lin Moyu asked, "Has Yuyin obtained this door before?" And Yuyin shook her head, "I haven't gotten it, but others have, and I've helped them, so naturally I know something about it." Asterisk 10. Among several eternal beings and many masters of the avenues, only the human emperor has ever opened the door with 9 rings. He also said that no one can open the door with 10 rings. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It seems that the emperor is arbitrary." And Yuyin smiled and said, "I think so too. Although the human emperor is stunning, he is still far behind fellow Taoist Lin." The two of them had already crossed an infinite distance while chatting and laughing and arrived at their destination. A gate is floating in the fog of the world. It has not been long since the gate appeared in the world. The accumulated power is obviously not enough, and even the first halo has not fully lit up. The aftermath of the battle was heard, and someone was fighting outside the gate. The fighter was a Taoist. And Yuyin saw clearly, they should be the Tao masters of several surrounding worlds. They discovered this gate and came here to fight for it. 0. For countless years, everyone in the world has known the legend of this gate. However, the gate is hard to come by. If it appears on the edge of a world, it will inevitably attract competition. Lin Moyu said, "In that case, let them go." With a snap of his fingers, an undead servant flew out and rushed to the center of the battlefield. Boom! A strong wind suddenly arose, and a huge force exploded from the undead servant. The Taoist master who was fighting was blown away for thousands of miles without any resistance. They looked at each other, and looked at the vast area that suddenly appeared with fear in their faces. They could feel terrible power from the undead servants, a power that they could not resist at all. This armored being was extremely powerful and terrifying. The undead servant's cold voice rang out, "Get out, or you will die." The voice was filled with murderous intent, like a sharp sword slashing out and striking each Taoist master. The Taoist masters screamed and vomited blood. Just one sentence, just a few words, had caused them to be seriously injured. How do they fight against this existence? This mysterious gate is good, but your life is more important. If you lose your life, the gate will come to you for help. And Yuyin looked at this scene and said with a grin, "Friend Lin is really domineering." The undead servants are controlled by Lin Moyu and act completely according to Lin Moyu's orders. Lin Moyu said, "It's better to keep it simple." And Yuyin said, "Wouldn't it be easier to just kill him?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "There is no grudge or hatred, there is no need to add to the cause and effect." And Yuyin said, "Actually, there is nothing wrong with having more causes and effects." How could Lin Moyu not understand what an Yuyin meant? Her words were referring to the cause and effect between her and himself. It is precisely because of the inseparable cause and effect that the two have come to this point. Although there are no promises, some things do not require promises. Lin Moyu slowly flew to the door, put his hand on it, and with a move of his soul power, he wrapped the door and closed it. "Let's go somewhere else." Lin Moyu had no intention of opening the door here. And Yuyin smiled and said, "Come with me, I know a good place." There was a faint light on her fingertips, pointing the way as she flew in one direction. After flying billions of miles away, and Yuyin stopped. The faint light grew brighter, and the fog in the world ahead dissipated, revealing a new world. The world is broken, with fragments everywhere, but the world is full of light and is very beautiful. All the fragments turned into crystals, like the most beautiful gems, reflecting a variety of colors. The source of color is the yin and yang origin at the center of the world, which is already mostly damaged. And Yuyin said, I have traveled through the realms for millions of years and have been to many worlds. This world was once burned by a master of the great Tao. The world was burned to pieces, and the remaining things in the world were burned into glass gems, which turned out to be very beautiful. I named this world Shattered Glass, and sealed it off, treating it as my own back garden. I come to take a look occasionally to see the dazzling sights here, which are in stark contrast to the monotonous world. It is indeed a beautiful world, colorful, broken but beautiful. Looking around, it is a world-class kaleidoscope. And Yuyin continued, no one in this world will come to disturb you, how about that? Lin Moyu said, it's a great place, right here. The two entered the world, and what they saw in the world was completely different from what they saw from the outside world. But no matter which one it is beautiful, so beautiful that it is shocking and so desolate. Behind this beauty is the death of countless creatures. Arriving at the center of the world, Lin Moyu took out the gate, and at the same time, the area of billions of undead souls also appeared. The undead servants mobilized various forces and injected them into the gate. At this moment, Lin Moyu's realm was higher, and the undead servants became stronger. The power they could mobilize was much stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, the first halo lit up completely. Then the second halo began to vibrate hummingly, and it looked like it would be ready to rise soon. And Yuyin asked, does fellow Taoist Lin know what this sect is called? Lin Moyu shook his head, I don't know. And Yuyin was a little curious, for countless years, so many people have entered, but no one has ever known why this door is called this. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful, perhaps I need to open it perfectly in the 10-ring state to know the name of this door. He already knew the world behind the door, it was a realm of collapse. Not a world, but a realm. An entire realm collapsed, and many transcendents had appeared in this realm. There are several transcendents in Wanling Pavilion alone, not to mention other sects. In that realm, transcendents were not uncommon, but Lin Moyu had a feeling that the transcendents in that realm were not very powerful. The transcendents in the Pavilion of All Spirits may not be able to defeat the eternal beings in the 5 worlds in a real fight. All I can say is that the realm itself is not strong enough, so it is easier to transcend. Transcendence is still transcendence after all, and it still has an absolute advantage over some realms that do not have transcendence and are equally weak. Therefore, Wanling Pavilion has been invincible for many years, occupying a large number of worlds and nurturing the spirits of the world. But precisely because they themselves were not strong enough, after provoking a truly powerful enemy, the entire realm was quickly defeated. According to Lin Moyu's guess, after a being like Zhulong becomes a transcendent being, it is possible that he will be in the realm where Wanling Pavilion is located. Lin Moyu was referring to the entire realm, not just Wanling Pavilion. Although they are both transcendents, their strengths are vastly different, and even the difference cannot be made up by numbers. Just like lighting up the gate halo now, the first halo took less than a minute, and the second halo only took 10 minutes. At the current speed, the third halo will only take about an hour, which is much faster than before. This is the difference brought about by strength. Different levels of strength lead to huge differences in results. After the third halo was activated, Lin Moyu summoned more undead servants, providing greater power, and the speed of lighting up the halo did not decrease significantly. And Yuyin took out the tea table and made tea for Lin Moyu. At this moment, she was no longer an eternal existence high above, but a virtuous wife, accompanying her husband. Lin Moyu was drinking tea, but his eyes were looking into the distance, as if he was thinking about something. And Yuyin smiled and said, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Moyu said, "I'm thinking about an old guy." And Yuyin was a little curious, "What old guy?" Lin Moyu said, "An old guy who has a grudge against me. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely teach him a lesson." And Yuyin said, "With fellow Taoist Lin's current ability, isn't it enough to teach him a lesson?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "It's not enough now, but it should be fine in the future." And Yuyin did not ask any further questions. She could clearly feel that Lin Moyu did not want to discuss this topic in depth. As smart as she was, she would naturally know how to handle it in moderation. The two drank tea and talked about the process. And Yuyan had lived for countless years and had experienced many things and seen even more. Lin Moyu also recounted part of his experience, and Yuyan realized that although Lin Moyu had practiced for a shorter time, his experience was no less than hers. My own cultivation was very smooth, although there were also dangers, but it was far inferior to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu walked step by step, and each step was not easy. If he took a wrong step, there would be no recovery. After a few days, the sixth halo lights up, and the seventh halo will begin to light up. It used to be difficult to light up the seventh halo and it took a lot of time, but now it is much easier. Lin Moyu used the power gathering technique to increase his strength to half a step beyond. In this state, Lin Moyu can use the Great Tao destroying palm to manipulate a large amount of Great Tao's original energy. But at the same time, the rules of the world will expel him. Lin Moyu whispered, "Wu Wuan, help." His voice was transmitted through the rules of the realm, and the shadow of the soulless beast suddenly appeared in the void. The soulless beast mobilized the rules to delay the expulsion of Lin Moyu by heaven and earth, allowing Lin Moyu to maintain the state of half-step transcendence for a long time. And Yuyan was surprised and asked, 1.6 soulless beast replaced Zhulong? Lin Moyu said, yes, after Zhulong left, the world was in chaos, and the rules of heaven and earth needed a rule manager, so I let the soulless beast take over Zhulong's position. And Yuyan hummed, it's much more convenient this way. Lin Moyu chuckled and manipulated the origin of the avenue to inject it into the gate. With his current level of strength, the amount of origin energy he controls is many times greater than before. Coupled with the help of his undead servants, the seventh halo is lighting up at an astonishing speed. At the current rate, the seventh halo will be fully lit in 10 days at most. There was a gleam in Yuyan's beautiful eyes. She knew very well how difficult it was to light up the halo. Back then, the time used by the human emperor and others was measured in thousands or even millions of years. But in front of Lin Moyu, these thousands of years became just a few days. The gap between them is incomparable. In her eyes, Lin Moyu has turned decay into magic, which is incredible. As the seventh halo gradually lit up, and Yuyan found it more and more incredible. She felt like she was witnessing a miracle. Logically speaking, a being who had cultivated to her level should no longer believe in things like miracles. They all understood that everything has a cause and there were no real miracles. Especially for someone like her who is the master of cause and effect, she understands that everything in the world cannot escape cause and effect. But what was unfolding before her eyes now gave her the illusion that she was seeing a miracle. Of course, she could understand the reason. The real reason why she could light up the halo so quickly was that her power was strong enough. The number of undead servants released by Lin Moyu was so large that they densely occupied a large area of space, as if they were going to fill up this broken glass world. And Yuyan couldn't help but ask, how many puppets do you have? She didn't want to explore Lin Moyu's secrets, so she never asked. In fact, and Yuyan has always been curious about the undead servants. Not only are there a large number of undead servants who can use various avenues, they also have their own independent avenues. Moreover, as Lin Moyu's realm improves, the undead servants will also improve. And Yuyan had never heard of such a puppet. Lin Moyu shook his head, they are not puppets. Sure enough. And Xinyan's heart skipped a beat. It was just as she had guessed. It was indeed not a puppet. She didn't ask any further questions, as it would have been impolite to do so. Lin Moyu didn't have any grudges. They were summoned by me, and they are also my comrades. Without them, it would be difficult for me to get to this point. And Yuyan chuckled and said, if you say that, we will be ashamed. And Yuyan knew very well how strong Lin Moyu's own fighting power was. Although everyone was eternal, the people who returned to Lin Moyu could beat them all. This is without relying on undead servants. The two drank tea and chatted, and soon the seventh halo was lit up, followed by the eighth halo. The undead servants mobilized the power of the avenue with all their strength and injected it into it. Lin Moyu also urged the original energy of the avenue to speed up the lighting of the halo. Every few days, he would stop focusing his energy and wait half a day before using it again. As a rule manager, the soulless beast has certain privileges. He can help Lin Moyu delay time, but he cannot change the rules. 50 days later, the 8th halo lit up, followed by the 9th halo. In the past, Lin Moyu spent a lot of time to light up the 9th halo, but this time it would not take that much time. Lin Moyu calculated that 300 days would be enough, not even a year. And Yuyan was a little curious about how to light up the 10th halo. She didn't ask, she'll know when the time comes. As the two chatted, the 9th halo was finally completely lit up, followed by the 10th halo. Lin Moyu put away his power-gathering technique at this moment, and his realm returned to the eternal level. A gray and white force alternated on his palms, forming a yin and yang ball. The avenue of immortality condensed in the palm of his hand, and was constantly compressed and became stronger and stronger. At the same time, Lin Moyu explained, in fact, the method to light up the 10th ring is very simple. It requires an extreme force that has changed its nature. That is what I said before, when things reach their extremes, they will turn into their opposites. Under normal circumstances, the Lord of the Great Tao will begin to come into contact with this level of power. After all, the Lord of the Great Tao cannot drive all the power of the Great Tao, and cannot make it pure, and naturally cannot achieve the extreme of things. But the reality is that even if a certain great Tao master realized that things will turn into their opposites when they reach their extremes, and used his own great Tao power to transform, he would not be able to truly activate it because of insufficient quantity. The first ring. So within the realm, if you want to light up the 10th ring, you need to be at least at the eternal level to do it. There is one exception, and that is that it can be done with the help of a suitable formation. Unfortunately, very few people can set up this kind of formation. During the explanation, the two forces of life and death in Lin Moyu's hands were compressed to the extreme, and then they triggered each other and began to cross the extreme. Lin Moyu has sufficient experience in this kind of thing and can do it with ease. The whole process is filled with a sense of naturalness. And Yuyan could clearly feel the changes in the power of the Great Tao. After the Great Tao of immortality controlled by Lin Moyu had reached its extreme and then reversed, the two forces turned into each other. Both of them were improved, but they still maintained a balance. Lin Moyu threw the sublimated power of the avenue over and merged it into the first halo. The gate shook violently, completely absorbing the power of the avenue, and the entire halo suddenly lit up. But it only lit up for a while, and then began to gradually go out. Lin Moyu continued to condense the power of the Tao, allowing the power of the Tao to continue to sublimate, and then threw the sublimated power of the Tao to the door. The halo gradually brightened, but the rate of brightening was very slow. After Lin Moyu tried it for a while and got fully accustomed to it, a large number of divine runes suddenly flew out from his fingertips. The divine talismans formed a formation which was not very large but extremely mysterious. Shaoan Yuyan could not understand the mystery in it. The avenue of immortality appeared in the air, and the power of the avenue poured down and fell into the formation. The formation automatically operated in gray and white colors, and a yin-yang bagua diagram appeared on the surface of the formation. No matter in the area of the force of life or the force of death, there is another kind of force, forming a wonderful pattern of you and me and me and you. And Yuyan looked at the yin-yang bagua diagram, thoughtfully. Although she no longer hopes for the last step, it is at least eternal existence, and her understanding of the Tao has reached its peak. When seeing the yin-yang diagram, and Yuyan had some new understanding of her own path. The formation continued to compress the power of the avenue. After reaching its limit, the formation suddenly reversed and broke the balance. The two forces in the yin-yang diagram stimulated each other and completed the reversal jump. The power after the formation was reversed again was injected into the gate to light up the 10th halo. The formation is fully automatic and does not require Lin Moyu's intervention. The only drawback is that the power of a single conversion is not as much as if Lin Moyu did it himself. This problem was easy to solve. After Lin Moyu confirmed that the formation was effective, he began to arrange the second and third formations. In just a few days, thousands of formations had taken shape. They continuously draw on the power of the Immortal Avenue, sending waves of reverse power into the gate. At the current speed, it would take at most 1,000 days for the 10th halo to be completely lit, and by then this mysterious door would open perfectly for the first time. And Yuyan was fascinated by these formations. She gained a lot of insights from the constant transformation of power, which vaguely touched her own life. Where is the limit of the avenue of cause and effect, and what is the power after reversal? This is what she has always been pursuing, but there has been no answer. Only she can find the answer, no one else can help. Seeing Yuyan immersed in this, Lin Moyu did not bother her and summoned the soulless beast with a thought. Open the door to the realm, I'll go again. Lin Moyu left a large number of undead servants to guard here to prevent outsiders from disturbing. From beginning to end, he has been in a state of multitasking. In the core of the realm, another 1,000 talismans were refined by him, and now he had to choose another 1,000 talismans. For him, the trouble in the core of the realm is the real big trouble, even above this mysterious gate. There are countless divine runes in the core of the realm. Lin Moyu has refined 2,000 divine runes, which is just a drop in the bucket compared to the entire core of the realm. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He just nibbled away at it bit by bit, like a spring rain that moistened everything silently. Time and time again, without realizing it, he was able to refine most of the divine talismans at the core of the entire realm. Once you reach that level, you will be able to control the core master of the realm, and it will be natural for you to become a creature of the realm. Lin Moyu selected another 1,000 talismans and left his soul clone among them. He could now feel that there was a subtle connection between himself and the core of the realm. Although this connection was very weak, it was real. This feeling was very good. Lin Moyu knew that his plan was fine and was moving towards success little by little. After returning from the core of the realm, Lin Moyu found that Yuyan was still immersed in the understanding of the Great Tao. Lin Moyu did not disturb her, but drank tea by himself and admired Yuyan's beautiful appearance. And Yuyan's expression kept changing, sometimes frowning and sometimes showing a little joy. She was very relaxed, and it was obvious that she felt at ease here, which also showed that Yuyan completely trusted herself. The 10th halo was gradually lighting up. About 500 days later, Yuyan let out a soft moan, and a huge aura suddenly rose from her body. The way of cause and effect emerges naturally, and countless cycles of cause and effect emerge in the way. The way of cause and effect evolves infinite cause and effect. All things in the world have causes and effects, and there must be causes for every effect, which interprets the truth of the way. At this time, Yuyan shouted in a low voice, "There is no cause for the fruit to be confined." In an instant, the path of cause and effect changed suddenly, the cycle of cause and effect was broken, the cause and effect was wiped out by an extremely powerful force, leaving only the effect. This kind of change is extreme, completely violating the essence of the law of cause and effect, and completely transcending the law of cause and effect. When something happens in the world and the result is destined but there is no cause, it is quite terrifying. It completely violates the law of cause and effect, and the rules of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu saw this and felt vaguely that this power could not be used casually, as there might be a strong backlash. He suddenly thought of the cause-seeking ring. The cause-seeking ring follows the principle of cause and effect, but the backlash is extremely shocking. Lin Moyu used to think that the cause-seeking ring was driven by the causal force outside the realm, but now it seems that this is not the case. The cause-finding cycle seems to determine the effect first, without caring about the cause at all. Therefore, there will be a strong backlash, which is a punishment from the rules, replacing the cause with punishment. This also means that although Yuyan has realized that there is a result but no cause, it is difficult for her to use this extreme and completely unreasonable power. Once it is used, the backlash that will have to be endured is not something that Yuyan can bear now. Unless she can go one step further and become a transcendent being, maybe she can barely use the power of effect without cause. The cause and effect avenue gradually faded, and Yuyin slowly opened her eyes and saw Lin Moyu with a smile on his face. Congratulations. And Yuyin was also very happy. Without the help of fellow Taoist Lin, it would be difficult for Yuyin to comprehend. Lin Moyu shook his head. This is your chance. Just like the law of cause and effect, this result is bound to happen. It's just a matter of time. And Yuyin's voice softened. I originally had no expectations for beyond eternity, but I didn't expect to meet fellow Taoist Lin. Everything seems to have changed. I have discovered a secret from the cause and effect path. It is because of the appearance of fellow Taoist Lin that my future has changed. Therefore, before she finished speaking, her face suddenly changed, and she remained silent while looking at her waist. Feeling uneasy and anxious, waves of palpitations rushed into his soul. Lin Moyu looked up suddenly, and saw a sword light falling from the sky. The sword light was so powerful that the void was shattered wherever it passed and the fog of the world was evaporated. In his eyes, the rules of heaven and earth could not block the sword light and were shattered into pieces. This sword is the only one Lin Moyu has ever seen in his life. It has surpassed the rules of heaven and earth and does not belong to this world. Transcended. Lin Moyu's first reaction was that the sword came from a transcendent being, but how could a transcendent being exist in the world, and why would a transcendent being draw a sword at him? Gather your strength. He instinctively used his concentrated strength to break through his limits in an instant and achieve transcendence. Only transcendence can fight against transcendence, but Wanling's power-gathering technique came to a halt at this moment. Not only himself, but his undead servants were also motionless and felt nothing at this moment. The sword light contained a huge power, suppressing the heaven and earth, cutting off time, and crushing the time belonging to Lin Moyu. His magic was not ineffective, and his undead servants were not without feeling. Instead, under the cover of the sword light, their souls and bodies were separated from time and space. Is this the power of the transcendent? Lin Moyu was shocked. He had briefly entered a state of transcendence and also briefly experienced the power of a transcended level. But this is obviously far from enough, and my understanding of transcendence is far from sufficient. All thoughts happened in an instant. In this instant, the sword light had already arrived. There was no way to avoid it and he could only bear it. But Lin Moyu was not panicked. He could be reborn, and he did not believe that the other party could kill him completely with just this one sword. Careful. Hearing a scream in his ear, Lin Moyu realized that in the torn space and time, besides himself, and Yuyin was also there. The two of them were in the same time and space, but Yuyin was still able to call upon the great Tao. What the hell? Lin Moyu cried out in his heart. He really didn't understand what was happening before his eyes. But the next moment, what Yuyin did shocked him. There is a result but no cause. And Yuyin drove the avenue of cause and effect, directly using the power she had just comprehended. Lin Moyu felt himself being enveloped by a strange force, and then he instantly disappeared, leaving the broken glass world. And Yuyin used the method of result without cause to drive herself away. At the same time, and Yuyin had to bear the backlash of cause and effect, as well as the sword light falling on her head. He saw with his own eyes that Yuyin was shattered to pieces by the backlash before the sword light came. And Yuyin is not dead, but she must have fallen into silence, and it is unknown how many reincarnations it will take for her to come back. As soon as Yuyin died, the sword light disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. Lin Moyu's eyes shot out anger, sweeping the void with hatred. Finally, he saw the culprit. In an instant, all the hatred and anger disappeared, replaced by shock. Sister. Lin Moyu was stunned on the spot. The person who swung the sword was actually Lin Mohan. I haven't seen Lin Mohan for many years, but she is still as beautiful as ever, standing in the void like an imperial daughter. The sharp sword energy rushed straight into the sky, and all rules could not get close to it. She existed in this void, but she did not exist in this void. She stood there, as if the world and the sky were going to make way for her. After not seeing him for so many years, Lin Mohan has unexpectedly become a transcendent, and an extremely powerful one at that. Lin Moyu didn't know what she had been through, nor did she know what had happened to her, but as long as Lin Mohan was safe, that was enough. I just don't understand why Mohan swung his sword. But Lin Moyu believed that Lin Mohan would not harm him. In an instant, he figured out the reason for this sword strike. Lin Mohan smiled and said, "Little brother, long time no see, I hope I didn't scare you just now." Lin Moyu sighed, "Sister, stop playing and save people." Lin Mohan was surprised and said, "Hey, I figured it out. I'm still so smart, awesome." Lin Moyu said, "Sister, you can have fun, but don't kill anyone." Lin Mohan smiled and said, "Sister, I'm just testing her. Don't worry, no one will die." Lin Moyu had some bad thoughts in her mind. "Sister, you are targeting her." "Oh, I've been seen again." Lin Mohan was surprised. Her purpose of coming here was seen by Lin Moyu again. Lin Moyu sighed helplessly. "What on earth is the old man in green robe going to do?" Lin Mohan said, "No matter what you do, it won't harm me. Besides, it's not like we'll never see each other again. As long as I become stronger, we can meet again. Now my elder sister is taking her back just to let the younger brothers and sisters get familiar with her in advance." Lin Moyu looked at Lin Mohan. "Sister, tell me the truth, how are they doing now?" Lin Mohan didn't even think about it. "Very good, each of them is very powerful. Anyway, you can't beat them now. I have to admire my taste in picking women, which is getting better and better." After getting this answer, Lin Moyu felt relieved and continued to ask, "Where are the teachers?" Lin Mohan chuckled, "Little brother, you're even trying to trick me into thinking of you." Lin Moyu would not admit it. "I just want to know." Lin Mohan said, "I still say that. You will know when you become stronger." "Well, I am going to leave, and I will take this sister with me." 133-inch. Lin Mohan took out a round disc, which exuded a familiar aura to Lin Moyu. It was the aura of the old man in green robe. This round disc belonged to the old man in green robe. The disc glowed slightly, and the path of cause and effect naturally emerged. The power of the infinite path fell and condensed on the disc. And Yu Yin, who should have been silent, appeared in the disc and quickly revived. "Didn't I die?" After being resurrected, and Yu Yin was obviously still a little confused. She seemed to have no idea why she was resurrected. But when she saw that Lin Moyu was safe and sound, joy appeared in her eyes. At this time, Lin Mohan said, "Okay, sister-in-law, it's time for us to go." "Brother and sister?" And Yu Yin was confused by this title. "What do you mean by brother-in-law?" Lin Mohan didn't give her a chance to explain, but said to Lin Moyu, "Little brother, you should work hard to practice, and several brothers and sisters are waiting for you." After she finished speaking, a sword light burst out from her body, breaking through the sky and earth and reaching the chaos. She rushed into the sword light within Yu Yin and disappeared. Lin Moyu did not stop him from beginning to end. He knew he could not stop him. The person behind Lin Mohan's trip was the old man in green robe. No matter how much he disrespected the old man in green robe, he had to admit that the guy was far stronger than himself. "Kaj, the sword just now was not meant to kill me, but was a test, and the target of the test was also in Yu Yin." Lin Mohan just wanted to see how Yu Yin would react. In that situation, Yu Yin had only two choices. One is to stand aside and stay out of it. The second is to use the newly realized concept of there being a result but no cause, and leave yourself alone. But she herself will inevitably suffer backlash and fall into silence. And Yu Yin had almost no time to think at that time, so what she did must have been her subconscious instinct. She chose the result without cause, at the cost of silence, in order to save herself. This also passed Lin Mohan's test. When an eternal being was willing to die for him, Lin Mohan accepted this new brother and sister. Lin Moyu sighed helplessly. What the hell is this? His own woman had been taken away, and now the one who took action was actually his own sister. Lin Moyu felt so depressed that he had to eat bitter herbs but had no one to express his pain. But if you think about it from another perspective, this is not necessarily a bad thing. If Nguyen leaves with Lin Mohan, her safety will definitely not be a problem. Not only will her safety not be a problem, but she will also be able to make rapid progress in her cultivation. It was inevitable that she would go one step further and become detached. For Nguyen, this may be the biggest opportunity in her life. In addition, Lin Moyu also got news about the other wives. They were all good and strong. Judging from Lin Mohan's words, any one of them is stronger than himself, which also means that they have all transcended. And one last point, I really want to know the situation of Meng Anwen and others. But Lin Mohan did not answer, he just told himself that he would know if he became stronger. Analyzing from this sentence, Lin Moyu is 80% sure that Meng Anwen and others are also alive and living well. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu sighed, okay, if that's the case, let's go one step further. Lin Moyu's determination to practice Taoism was unmatched, and he recovered quickly. The already broken world became even more shattered by Lin Mohan's sword, almost turning into a powder bed. Fortunately, the gate was still intact, and the 10th halo was slowly lighting up. Lin Moyu quietly waited for the last halo to light up completely. During this time, he went to the core of the realm twice and reselected the talisman for refining. It is extremely difficult to ascend from eternity. Throughout history, all the eternal beings have been working hard. Are they not smart enough? Are they not talented enough? Or is it that the heaven and earth do not give them a chance? Lin Moyu thinks neither is true. The real reason is that it is difficult, too difficult. But no matter how difficult it is, Lin Moyu doesn't think it can stop him. Finally, hundreds of days later, the 10th halo of the gate lit up. Since the appearance of this gate, no one has ever looked at the 10 halos. This is the first time. The door will open in perfect shape. Lin Moyu glances at the door with a gleam in his eyes. Behind this gate is a broken world, and I don't know whether the perfectly open gate will bring me some surprises. 10 halos flashed simultaneously, illuminating the gate, and the patterns on the door were also illuminated at the same time. The patterns seemed to come alive and began to surge, and then these patterns turned into several large words and appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Wonderful gate. So this is called Wanmiao Gate. Lin Moyu was not surprised to finally know the name of the gate. I saw the Wanmiao monument behind the door last time. Since there is the Wanmiao monument, there must be the Wanmiao Gate. It is normal. The door opened with a roar, and powerful auras turned into strong winds and blew out from behind the door. The strong wind contained a smell from a foreign land, and Lin Moyu could feel the power of the great Tao that was completely different from the 5 worlds. He saw that the thin lines of rules of the 5 world domains seemed to retreat at this moment, avoiding the Wanmiao Gate. This is very interesting. Behind the Wanmiao Gate is just a shattered realm, and this realm is not stronger than the 5 worlds realm. Why would the 5 worlds give in to it? Lin Moyu looked into the void. Wuhuan, do you know why? The soulless beast emerged from the void. I don't know. This feeling is very strange. The rules of the realm cannot reach there. There seems to be an extremely powerful force behind the door, dispersing the rules. Lin Moyu hummed, I feel it too. Although it felt strange, Lin Moyu did not stop. He quickly set up several powerful formations and connected them into a formation group. The formation group is managed by undead servants, and without the protection of beast souls, even if the soul-devouring beast king escapes, he can be trapped for a while. The soul-devouring beast king inside is not as good as the one outside the world domain. The door was completely opened, and a light curtain fell on it, making it impossible to see what was happening inside the door from the outside. For the first time, Wanmiao Gate opened in perfect condition to welcome its guests. Lin Moyu walked in and became the first guest. The strange aura of Wanmiao sect continued to spread outward, almost covering most of the world. In some nearby worlds, powerful beings were awakened and rushed over. Even eternal beings and masters of the avenues from afar sensed the aura of the Wanmiao sect and rushed over. After a short teleportation, Lin Moyu arrived at the center of a square. The square is large and circular. The square is full of cracks. Obviously there has been a great war here. In the sky, broken thrones were floating. However, they did not leave the square. There seemed to be an invisible force restraining them in the square. Lin Moyu saw many rule lines, most of which were broken, but a small part was barely intact. It was these rule lines that bound the broken thrones, allowing them to float in the air while also preventing them from leaving the square. This is a very advanced method, directly utilizing the rules of heaven and earth in the realm, which is more advanced than using formations. It's not about whether the effect is good or bad, it's just that using the rules to directly target the essence of the realm is something that cannot be done unless one is a transcendent. Obviously, the person who created this square was a transcendent person. Unfortunately, now that the square has been destroyed, the realm has collapsed as well, and it is naturally impossible for the rules in the trapped realm to remain intact. 9 thrones. If I'm not mistaken, one of the thrones should belong to Wanling Pavilion, and the other thrones should belong to sects of the same level as Wanling Pavilion. That is to say, there are at least 9 sects in the 4 realms that have transcendence. He quickly found the one belonging to Wanling Pavilion among the 9 broken thrones. Although the throne was broken, its exquisiteness could still be seen in the details. From this, Lin Moyu can be sure that his analysis is probably correct. Even if it is not completely correct, it is at least 80% to 90% correct. Opening the door to different degrees will result in different large areas. Use the 9 rings to open the door. You can see the Wanmiao steel, and then comprehend the corresponding techniques from the Wanmiao steel, thus entering the area of the corresponding sect's power. In Lin Moyu's opinion, it is really unnecessary to do such things in a realm that has already collapsed. Now the perfect state is opened at the gate, and we come to this square again, which also means that this square once had an unusual status in the realm. Lin Moyu flew slowly, scanning the entire square, and then saw something. Half of the monument fell to the ground. The monument should have been 100 meters high, but now most of it has collapsed, leaving less than half. The material used for the large steel is very special. It is a precious material, not ordinary stone. The material used for this large steel is exactly the same as that for the Wanmiao steel. The Wanmiao steel is used to record various secret methods, and this large steel must also be used to record something. The Soul Power Communication Monument, which had been dormant for who knows how many years, was activated, and tremendous information poured in. Go! Assholes, you're going to kill the realm by doing this. Get out of the way. We are going to rush into the chaos and become the chaos realm. Throw that thing away, leg. Lin Moyu's eyes blurred and he saw a series of strange pictures. These pictures were not continuous and some were incomplete. At the same time, he heard many voices. These voices came from countless people. They were telling different stories. The field was in chaos. Lin Moyu wrote down all the information, received it all no matter how confusing it was, and then organized it into a unified format. With his current level of cultivation, even the most confusing information can be sorted out given enough time. He knew very well that this happened because the huge steel was damaged, and the information recorded in it became confused and a large amount of information was lost. I can only try to sort out what happened here from these fragmented and confusing information. Fortunately, the amount of information recorded on the steel is very huge and extremely detailed, so Lin Moyu can deduce it bit by bit and get the correct answer. Outside the gate, powerful beings appeared one after another. The visitors included Dao Lords from nearby worlds and some great Dao Lords. But they all retreated very far away. Here they are all supporting roles, and the real protagonists are a few eternal beings. It is a puppet of the Immortal Lord. It turns out that this gate was opened by the Undead Lord. It opened so wide. Human Emperor, look how open this door is. Several eternal beings looked at the Human Emperor. Among them, the Human Emperor had once opened this door with the 9 rings, so he had the most say. The Human Emperor said, "This is the second time the Immortal Lord has opened the door. Last time he opened the door with 9 rings, and this time it is 10 rings, a perfect posture." Asterisk. Several people couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. They knew how difficult it was to open the door with perfect posture. The Emperor said, "Now the door is perfectly open. Are you interested in going in and taking a look?" There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone, and just as he expected, several eternal beings refused on the spot. Just kidding, it was Lin Moyu who opened the door, so any opportunity should belong to Lin Moyu. If I go in, I will be competing with Lin Moyu for the opportunity, and if I'm not careful I might even offend Lin Moyu. They are not fools. Isn't it good to be alive? Why would they provoke a guy like one? He is a pervert who can even destroy the Curse Avenue and slaughter eternal beings. It is best not to provoke him. The human emperor said, "In that case, let's wait here for a while. I am very interested in what fellow Taoist Lin will gain from this." 0.00. Finally, Lin Moyu received all the information in the stele and made a preliminary arrangement. From this information, Lin Moyu knew part of the history. This realm is called Lingmiao, and it contains 9 forces of transcendent levels, and Wanling Pavilion is one of them. There are as many as 20 transcendents in the entire realm, and they look very powerful. But it is very strange that there are so many transcendents in the Lingmiao realm, but no one has thought of bringing their own forces into chaos, leaving the realm, and becoming a chaotic force from then on. There are many benefits to entering chaos and becoming a chaotic force. At least your cultivation is no longer restricted by the rules of the realm, and the great way you comprehend and the power of cultivation also come directly from chaos, which means your innate level will be much higher. Although the monument does not explain why this happened, we can probably guess that it was because they were not strong enough. There is danger in the chaos, and they dare not go there. This also confirms Lin Moyu's initial judgment that the transcendents in the Lingmiao realm are not stronger than the eternal beings in the 5 worlds. The Lingmiao realm is not as good as the 5 worlds. Because the Lingmiao realm is weak and its upper limit is too low, so many transcendents are born. It is also because of this that these transcendents dare not enter the chaos, and after transcending, they still find ways to stay here. The information on the monument included some of the information they were arguing about. Some people wanted to turn the entire realm into a chaotic realm, while others disagreed. Afterwards, it seemed that someone got something, which attracted a powerful enemy. It's a pity that the most crucial information is missing. Lin Moyu can only corroborate the information he got from Wanling Pavilion. Lin Moyu stood motionless in the square, and his undead servants flew in all directions, looking for a way out for Lin Moyu. He sorted out the information about the spiritual world in more depth. This harvest corroborated the information he got from the Wanling Pavilion last time, so the information he got could be more complete. According to Wan Zongling, the powerful Saint Realm Master who didn't like to call himself the Pavilion Master, the reason for the destruction of the realm was that Wanling Pavilion had offended an extremely powerful realm when searching for the world. The strong men from that realm came to kill them, and Wanling Pavilion was destroyed along with the entire Lingmiao realm. But judging from the information we have obtained now, it seems that it is not that simple. Lin Moyu believed that Wanling Pavilion had indeed provoked a powerful existence in the past, but this was not the main reason for the demise of Lingmiao realm. What Wanling Pavilion did was probably just the induction. Something must have happened later that led to this result. After all, there are 20 Holy Spirits at the 5 or 60 level in the Lingmiao realm. The Holy Spirit level means transcendence. If they are really defeated, they can completely escape into chaos. But all the strong people in the spiritual world seem to be dead, and no one escaped. Did they not want to escape, or could they not escape? This is a question. The spiritual world was destroyed. Why did it appear here again? The Wanmiao Gate was obviously refined later. When the Lingmiao realm was at its peak, no one would think of refining a Wanmiao Gate. As the fog was lifted, Lin Moyu had his own opinion on the collapse of the spiritual realm. He was 80% sure that the real reason for the collapse of the Lingmiao realm was not the realm that Wanling Pavilion had provoked, but something that was discovered later. Behind the realm that Wanling Pavilion provoked, there is an even more terrifying existence, who destroyed the Lingmiao realm with his own hands. However, the Lingqiao realm was not completely destroyed, it eventually escaped. This also means that the thing has not been obtained by the other party and is still within the spiritual realm. What could it be? Lin Moyu was interested in that thing. What could attract a strong person of that level? The Lingmiao realm was clearly broken and destroyed at the last moment, but it escaped. The Wanmiao gate should have been refined at the last moment. How it was refined was very strange. With Lin Moyu's knowledge, he really couldn't figure it out. In the end, everything can only fall on that thing, and everything should be related to that thing. The undead servants finally made a discovery. After leaving the square, they encountered space turbulence. The void outside the square had been shattered, and the space was filled with chaotic and broken space. The undead servants entered the chaotic and broken space, constantly teleporting back and forth in it. After teleporting in unknown directions again and again, they finally found a few relatively stable spaces. Relying on the induction with the undead servants, Lin Moyu quickly locked the direction. The distance was not far, about 3 million miles. However, the void between him and his undead servants was shattered and chaotic, and the space demon was unable to directly open the space channel. If Lin Moyu went there by himself, he would be teleported to other places by the broken void. The projection of the universe suddenly unfolded, and Lin Moyu wanted to use the space avenue in the universe to teleport directly there. The space suddenly shook, and the edge of the square collapsed. This realm was dead and could no longer withstand the impact of the projection of the universe. Avenues emerged from the realm, and all of them were shattered, leaving only a few that were struggling on the edge of destruction. From the avenue, Lin Moyu vaguely felt the core of the Lingmiao realm. The core was no longer working and would collapse at any time. It could no longer withstand excessive stimulation. After the projection of the universe was put away, the spiritual world gradually stabilized. If the projection of the universe doesn't work, then forcibly breaking through the void by oneself will definitely not work either. After this, Lin Moyu realized where he was. This square and the surrounding void are the core of the spiritual realm. The Lingmiao realm is different from the Five Worlds realm. There is no magic array in the core of its realm, but a square. It's amazing that the core of the realm is like this. Lin Moyu was also seeing the core of other realms for the first time and felt curious. He squatted down, reached out his hand to touch the ground, and felt the square. Gradually, he discovered the clues. This square actually has vitality. It has its own pulse and emits a strong force every time, just like the beating of a heart, maintaining life. Even though it has been broken and this heart has been beating very weakly, it has continued to beat again and again for countless years, maintaining the spiritual realm from completely collapsing. At this moment, Ling Miao Jieyu has become a vegetable. Except for the beating heart, he has no consciousness. The moment the heart stops beating, the spiritual realm will completely collapse. Lin Moyu spread his thoughts in the square. His thoughts were extremely gentle, not stimulating the already extremely fragile core of the spiritual realm. Soon, the thought quickly enveloped the entire square and spread outward. The shattered and chaotic void outside the square was a manifestation of the serious damage to the core of the realm. Lin Moyu's thoughts also shuttled through these shattered voids, gradually spreading to the distance. He saw some relatively stable spaces, and then his mind left the core of the realm and headed for other places in the Lingmiao realm. This is an entire realm. Even though it has been damaged and is about to break apart, its size has shrunk countless times, but its scope is still not small. Lin Moyu's soul power is being consumed rapidly, and the world tree is constantly replenishing Lin Moyu's soul power to maintain the consumption. The range that Lin Moyu sensed became wider and wider. Not only the core of the realm, but even the world outside the realm was sensed by him. The realm was damaged, and the world shrank many times. He sensed the Wanling Pavilion that he entered when he came here last time. Wanling Pavilion is a world, or the most important part of a world. That world has been destroyed, and only the area where Wanling Pavilion is located remains intact. Wanling Pavilion is far away from the core of the realm, and the space it is in is relatively stable and can withstand strong forces. Because there were Holy Spirit Realm people in Wanling Pavilion, those Holy Spirit Realm people used their own power to reinforce Wanling Pavilion, which enabled Wanling Pavilion to survive this disaster. Then Lin Moyu sensed several surviving worlds. They were all like Wanling Pavilion. They had once experienced the Holy Spirit realm in 4.6. The strong people in the Holy Spirit realm reinforced their own worlds, so they were able to survive and retain some of their Taoist traditions. All other world forces that have not left the Holy Spirit realm have been destroyed. Lin Moyu's thoughts passed through the core of the realm and touched the entire Lingmiao realm, and he also understood the general structure of the Lingmiao realm. With this square as the core, there are hundreds of independent spaces around it, and each space has an avenue. Each avenue represents a direction of cultivation and also reflects one or several worlds. Therefore, in every world in the Lingmiao realm, the path that everyone practices is exactly the same, and they may not even know that other paths exist throughout their entire lives. Only when one has cultivated to a certain level and has come into contact with the highest level of the world will one know that there are other great ways in the realm. That's why Wan Zongling said that if the great way of the spiritual realm is not obvious, success is due to the cause, and failure is also due to this. Lin Moyu didn't need to look at other areas. After discovering that the core of the realm was right under his feet, he could sense the entire realm through the core of the realm. This method is not advisable in the Five Worlds domain, because the Five Worlds domain is too large, and with his soul power he cannot sense even 1/10,000th of it. The Lingmiao realm used to be very large, but now only a small part of it remains, and he can sense the entire realm. This saves a lot of trouble. Sensing is not as good as seeing with the eyes, but you can discover something else from it. Lin Moyu looked over and over again through his own induction. During this period, the undead servants were not idle either. They found most of the void where the Remnant Avenue was stored. 699 spaces meant that the former Lingmiao realm had 699 avenues, which was much less than the number of avenues in the Five Worlds. The fewer avenues there are, the simpler the realm is, which also means the lower the upper limit of the realm is and the weaker the strength is. Therefore, the Lingmiao realm is definitely not as good as the Five Worlds realm. The Holy Spirit realm in the Lingmiao realm, which is the so-called transcendental being, is at most equivalent to the eternal existence in the Five Worlds realm. The Lingmiao realm is not too weak among all the realms. Obviously, there are many weaker realms in the chaos. In the 629 spaces, the avenues in most of the spaces have collapsed, and only a few remain, but they are also on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for the core of the realm still holding on, they would have been finished long ago. The core of the realm did not rely on itself. Lin Moyu sensed a trace of power from outside the realm. It was this strange power that held the core of the realm alive. Finally found it. If I'm not mistaken, this strand of power that holds the core of the realm together is what those powerful people are looking for. The reason why the Lingmiao realm was able to escape here and refine the Wanmiao gate to keep the realm from collapsing is also related to this thing. Lin Moyu pushed his senses to the extreme to find the source of power. That trace of power was very weak and appeared and disappeared from time to time, so it was not easy to find. Lin Moyu uses his own thoughts to weave a net and peel off the cocoon to search. He sensed the emergence of that power, passing through the void and entering the core of the realm. It appeared very quickly, shuttling through the broken void, and it was difficult to find its source. Lin Yu failed several times in a row. During this process, Lin Moyu discovered some patterns. This strand of power would appear once every 10 minutes, and each time it appeared in a different location, but it would eventually enter the core of the realm to save its life. From this he sensed some properties of this power. This power had obviously been refined and contained some chaotic aura. Lin Moyu couldn't help but guess that this thing was absorbing the chaotic energy from the chaos, refining it, and finally prolonging the life of the realm core. Lin Moyu was not discouraged when he failed to find the source and continued to search again and again. If 10 times doesn't work, try 100 times, 1,000 times. He believes he will always find it. Lin Moyu ignored the cost and allowed his soul power to be consumed in large quantities, laying a net of heaven and earth with his mind. Finally, after his repeated efforts, he made further discoveries. Although this force comes from nowhere, there are actually patterns to be found. No matter how its location changes, it always revolves around the core of the realm, neither getting closer nor farther away. Gradually, a trajectory pattern was formed in Lin Moyu's mind. After dozens of verifications, he could already determine the location of the next appearance. After determining the direction, Lin Moyu followed the clues, made arrangements in advance, and concentrated his soul power on the predetermined location. The soul force turned into a giant eye and stared at the space. In the soul's eye, time slowed down rapidly, and every detail in the void was visible. Every 10 seconds of change could not escape the soul's eye. Time slowed down at least 1,000 times in the eyes of the soul, and was revealed bit by bit. Finally, that trace of power emerged. Open! Lin Moyu shouted in his heart, and the moment he emerged, his soul power exploded completely, shattering a piece of the void. Although this might stimulate the fragile core of the realm, Lin Moyu didn't care about much else. He had to find that thing. His intuition told him that the thing would be useful to him. And even if it is useless, something that can keep a realm from getting burned must be an extremely powerful treasure. In this case, he must find a way to get this treasure. Otherwise, what would be the point of him going through so much trouble to open the Wanmiao gate in a perfect manner? The void collapsed, and the thing hidden behind the void that was keeping the core of the realm alive finally emerged. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Lin Moyu to see clearly. That's it. I never thought that the one who saved the core of the realm would be the Wanmiao monument. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Wanmiao stele would be the one to save the realm. But it seems normal when you think about it. When he first came in, the first thing he saw was Fang Miaobei. Looking at it now, the best preserved monument in the entire realm is the Wanmiao monument. The Wanmiao monument flashed by, and a trace of power shot out from the monument, passing through the void and entering the core of the realm. The Wanmiao monument then disappeared into the void. Lin Moyu did not chase after him, because he knew he could not catch up. Now we know that it is the Wanmiao monument and we also know its operating rules, so there is no need to worry about it running away. The Wanmiao monument is not the key to the realm. The real key is what is inside the Wanmiao monument. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He had come into contact with the Wanmiao stele before and knew that it recorded the secret methods of various forces in the Lingmiao realm. According to his experience, there are only 2 ways to get the things in the Wanmiao tablet. One is to refine the Wanmiao tablet and make it recognize itself as the master, then you can naturally get the objects in it. Another way is to smash 400 Wanmiao tablets, and you can also get the objects inside. The second method seems extremely unreliable. The material of the Wanmiao stele is extremely strong. It was not damaged in such a world-destroying war. How could it be easily smashed? But Lin Moyu has a solution. He believes that the Scepter of Calamity can solve the problem. As for the first method, it is truly unreliable in Lin Moyu's eyes. Even he was not sure that he could comprehend all the secret techniques in the Wanmiao monument. Smash it. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu made a decision. This is the most straightforward and simple method. What he wants is not the Wanmiao tablet, but the things inside the tablet. As for whether the Lingmiao realm would completely collapse after the Wanmiao stele was smashed, it was not within Lin Moyu's consideration. In his opinion, it was a miracle that the Lingmiao realm had been delayed until now, and there was no point in delaying it any further. There are not too few realms like the Lingmiao realm in the chaos. Let them collapse if they collapse, and let their traditions be broken if they are broken. It's no big deal. All illusory benefits are not as good as real interests. Now that the decision has been made, Lin Moyu begins to make preparations. He continued to observe the location where the Wanmiao stele appeared, positioning it more accurately, ready to strike with one strike. The opportunity was fleeting, and Lin Moyu didn't want to try again and again, he wanted to win with one strike. One by one, divine runes flew out and began to be deployed at the selected locations. Having decided not to worry about the Lingmiao realm anymore, Lin Moyu can now do things freely and with peace of mind. The undead servants were taken back one after another, and they could not help much in this matter. The divine talisman sparkled in the void. The appearance of the divine talisman stabilized part of the void, but at the same time it also caused a slight impact on the core of the realm. Lin Moyu controlled it properly, the impact was not strong, and it was still within the tolerance range of the core of the realm. This approach is like dancing on the edge of a knife. If the core of the realm collapses at this moment, the result will become unpredictable. When the core of the realm collapses, astonishing destructive power will inevitably burst out, and the void will inevitably be shattered. Lin Moyu was not worried about whether he would get hurt, but the Wanmiao stele might be lost and its whereabouts unknown. If the Wanmiao tablet falls into chaos, it will be difficult to find it again. So now he can only be extra careful, but even so he is not completely sure. If the realm really collapses, then it is not my destiny. I cannot force it. Lin Moyu thought in his heart that the fragile core of the realm was in sharp contrast to the stability of the Wanling Pavilion. Normally, the core of the domain should be more stable than other places, but here it is just the opposite. The domain is extremely fragile, while other places are relatively stable. Lin Moyu's fingers danced on the tip of the knife, touching the limit of the core of the realm again and again. Fortunately, the core of the realm did not collapse until the formation was completed. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. His plan was halfway completed. There was one more step to go. When the formation was activated, it would impact the realm again, and the impact would be greater than when the formation was set up. He has already prepared other means to deal with it, but whether it will succeed depends on luck. Lin Moyu waited quietly for the opportunity to come. The Wanmiao stele kept changing its position, saving the realm again and again, and gradually approached the position selected by Lin Moyu. Getting closer and closer, Lin Moyu silently counted down in his heart. Until the last second, Lin Moyu flicked his finger, activate the formation. Massive forces rushed out, the void was locked, and the formation and the world were activated together. Lin Moyu summoned the projection of the universe again. The universe burst out with enormous power and cooperated with the formation to firmly lock the void. The core of the realm showed signs of collapse again, but Lin Moyu didn't care. He only needed the realm to hold on for 3 to 5 seconds. The projection of the universe expanded instantly, like a big net that forcibly enveloped the core of the realm, slowing down its collapse. Almost at the same time, the scepter of Scourge appeared in Lin Moyu's hands. Smash! Lin Moyu's body grew larger, his arms stretched out, and he smashed the Calamity Scepter out with all his strength. When he first made the move, there was nothing at the location he was aiming at. Just as the Scepter of Scourge reached its destination, a phantom suddenly appeared. Lin Moyu's calculation was extremely precise, with an error of no more than 1/10,000th of a second. The moment he smashed it, the Wanmiao stele appeared in the void. Bang! The Wanmiao stele was hit, and countless cracks appeared on it, and the entire stele flew backwards. The formation was like a giant hand that firmly blocked the Wanmiao stele and prevented it from flying out. Not only the formation, but the entire world is also exerting force to block the Wanmiao monument. In less than 1,000th of a second, Lin Moyu's second attack arrived. The Scepter of Natural Disaster left an afterimage and fell on the Wanmiao stele like a storm. The stele was instantly covered with cracks and was about to break. A strange aura spread out from the monument, and Lin Moyu's expression suddenly changed. The Scepter of Calamity in his hand was actually shaking. The Soul Gem, Elemental Gem, and Soul Gem all shone at the same time. Lin Moyu did not activate them, but they all glowed at the same time. Could it be? Lin Moyu had an idea in his mind. Could the treasure in the Wanmiao monument be the 4th gem of the Calamity Scepter? If that is the case. Lin Moyu was excited. He had been unable to find the 4th gem, and now it was about to appear. The 5th gem is in the Dewey boat, but if one wants to board the boat again, the mysterious man requires one to find the 4th gem. Lin Moyu also looked for it afterwards, but naturally found nothing. He knew that finding the 4th gem was harder than finding a needle in a haystack, so he had long since given up actively searching for it and just let everything take its course. He even suspected that the 4th gem might not be in the 5th world realm. After all, a magical weapon of the level of the Scepter of Calamity has already transcended the realm, so it is normal that the 4th gem is not in the 5 worlds realm. Unexpectedly, the 4th gem appeared here. Lin Moyu was excited but calmed down instantly. The Wan Miao steel was not from the Five Worlds domain, but belonged to the Miaokong domain. If his previous guess was correct, that treasure was the fourth gem, and it was the gem that took the initiative to bring the broken spiritual realm here. But the fact that all 5 gems appeared in the same realm was strange in itself. Could it be that there is some kind of attraction between the gems, so they gather in the same realm? This possibility is not impossible. Magical weapons have spirits. Magical weapons of this level, such as the Scepter of Natural Disaster, have a trace of spirituality. It is not impossible that they gather together through some kind of cause and effect. Lin Moyu thought a lot in an instant, but his hands did not stop. He wanted to see what the fourth gem was. The first 3 gems, one controls the soul, one controls the elements, and one controls the balance. The 3 seem unrelated to each other, but there is some kind of connection between them. Lin Moyu really couldn't guess what the fourth gem would be and what its function would be. After being hit thousands of times in an instant, the Wan Miao steel finally couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. Being able to withstand so many blows from the Scepter of Natural Disaster, the Wan Miao steel is the hardest object Lin Moyu has ever seen in his life, the king of all. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the Calamity Scepter was so hard that even if the Seeking Cause ring was hit by it, it would be smashed to pieces in just a few hits. The reason why the Wan Miao tablet is so hard is most likely related to the gems inside. The Wan Miao monument shattered, and a fist-sized strange gem appeared in his sight. It shimmers with a myriad of colors and is incredibly beautiful. At the same time, the whole gem exudes a noble and elegant atmosphere, which will fascinate people at first sight. The moment Lin Moyu saw the gem, he seemed to see countless realms, and also saw countless worlds being born and dying in the realms. He did not reach out to touch the gem. The gem felt too noble to be held with his hands. He could have extended the Scourge Scepter over, and the fourth gem would have vibrated slightly, then whooshed into the Scourge Scepter and returned to its place. The gems have returned to their places, 4 of the 5 gems are already there, and the Scepter of Scourge is now complete. At this time, the entire Scepter of Calamity was shaking continuously, emitting a dazzling light, and at the same time, a piece of information poured into the soul unreasonably. Boundary gems can refine boundaries and create boundaries. Lin Moyu was shocked that the fourth gem was actually a realm gem. Refining realms, creating realms, are there such things in the world? That is a realm, not a small world. The world belongs to the realm, and we can borrow the principles and rules of the realm, so it is not impossible to create a world. But the realm comes from chaos, and its own evolution rules and principles, and the creation of the realm are not something that practitioners should touch upon at all. This is going against the will of heaven. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth and whispered, and at the same time a huge amount of information came one after another and crashed into his soul. Countless scenes appeared in front of Lin Moyu's eyes. There were the past and present lives of the Lingmiao realm, fully recording why the Lingmiao realm was destroyed, how it was crippled, and how it came to the Five Worlds realm. This is the first gift brought to Lin Moyu after the return of the realm gem. At that time, the Lingmiao realm was at its peak, and a very powerful person appeared in the realm, and he was almost going to become the master of the realm. He is the great master Wan Miao mentioned by Wan Zongling. He calls himself the great master, but in fact he is not the great master of heaven and earth. Being a great master is his goal. Maybe he will have a chance in the future, but he is not there yet by then, he is far from it. Most of the realm core has been refined by him. He stands proudly at the top of the realm and opens the realm core to allow all the Holy Spirit realm to enter and exit freely. The Holy Spirit realm people often sit and discuss in the realm core. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this person's realm is apparently at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, but his strength has far surpassed the Holy Spirit realm and can be completely comparable to the Transcendental Zhulong. Once you become a domain master, your strength will be further improved, and you can become the top existence among the transcendents. It is not impossible to become a great master in the future. It is extremely rare to see such a powerful person in the spiritual realm. Under his leadership, the spiritual world is indeed becoming stronger, and he seems to have his own ambitions. Wanling Pavilion later offended a world, which belonged to an extremely powerful realm, so a war between the realms broke out. The strength of Lingmiao realm was not as good as that of the opponent 787, and it was defeated in the battle. The great master Wan Miao, who was in retreat at the time, came out early to fight the enemy. The great master Wan Miao was extremely powerful and saved the situation, even allowing the Ling Miao realm to gain the upper hand. One person can change the fate of an entire world, which is vividly demonstrated by the great venerable Wan Miao. Unfortunately, he is not a great master after all, not even a top transcendent. In a battle of equal strength, Lord Wan Miao was injured. The opponent used some unknown means to restrict all of Lord Tsai Miao's magic weapons. It was at this time that the realm gem was revealed, and it was not restricted. The realm gems were extraordinary, and anyone with sharp eyes could see that, so the nature of the war changed, and the battle for the realm became a battle for gems. Not long after, the person behind the other realm arrived. He was a top-notch transcendent who easily suppressed the Wan Miao Avenue. Lord Wan Miao was seriously injured, and the entire Ling Miao realm was severely damaged. The opponent's attack was extremely ruthless, and he didn't care about the life and death of the countless creatures in the Ling Miao realm at all. Once the realm is destroyed, infinite cause and effect will be contaminated by the past, but the Transcendent One does not care. According to the records of the Boundary Gem, the other party was shrouded in layers of fog, and all cause and effect were isolated. Lin Moyu had heard of things like not being involved in cause and effect, but this was the first time he had seen it. But I don't know whether the other party relies on his own strength or some kind of magic weapon to achieve immunity from cause and effect. The difference is huge. The Ling Miao realm is in danger. The great venerable Wan Miao and a few strong men who are still alive in the Holy Spirit realm concentrate all their strength to activate the realm gem. Boundary gems can refine boundaries and also create boundaries. They used boundary gems to refine the spiritual realm. They paid the price of their lives and worked together to send away the refined spiritual realm. In order to prevent the other party from tracking them, and even more afraid of the other party searching their souls, they didn't even know where to lock up the refined realm. The Wan Miao Monument has existed for a long time. The great master Wan Miao was very foresight and gathered together the most powerful spells in the realm to form the Wan Miao Monument. However, the Wan Miao sect was evolved from the gems of the realm. It refined the realm and evolved the Wan Miao Gate based on the conditions of the realm. Although the realm gem has no will of its own, it is full of spirituality. Even the great master Wan Miao does not know that there are more than one realm in the realm gem. The realm gems have refined many realms. Some of the realms are intact, while some, like the Ling Miao realm, have been broken into pieces. These realms, whether complete or incomplete, gradually broke apart over the years and were eventually swallowed up by the realm gems, becoming the power of the realm gems. All the realms refined by it could not escape this fate. This situation is extremely contradictory yet extremely reasonable. The boundary gem maintains the broken spiritual realm, while at the same time devouring the spiritual realm. It is like performing the torture of slow slicing on a person, cutting the flesh with the knife one by one, but constantly healing the wound, and after slicing for a while, the knife will move to an intact area and continue. Originally, a person might die after being stabbed with a few hundred knives, but now, it can cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of knives. Although the final result is still death, and the process will be more painful, but what if the person is unconscious? What if someone rescued him during this process? This is the meaning of the existence of the realm gem, let's just say whether it is alive or not. Lin Moyu knew the cause and effect of the Ling Miao realm, and he also felt a sense of crisis. That powerful being will definitely not give up, he is here for the realm gem. If he discovered that the boundary gem was in his hands, or even that he had several other gems, he would definitely take action against the 5 worlds. With my current strength, I am no match for him. Therefore, the secret of the realm gem, no, the secret of the scepter must be kept. There is no problem of leaks within the realm. The first people Lin Moyu thought of were the 2 guys in the core of the 5 worlds. One of them had set up a large number of whirlpools and no one knew who he was. The other was suspected to be a strong man called Guefu. The ghost husband has been imprisoned by the old man in green robe, and the only thing in the core of the realm is his clone. Even so, we cannot be careless. After all, he is the incarnation of a transcendent being, and no one can tell how strong his combat power is. Originally, the Scepter of Natural Disaster was his biggest trump card, but now it seems that before he has enough strength, it is better not to use this trump card. If he must use it, he must ensure absolute safety. The Wan Miao monument was destroyed, the realm gems were taken away, and the Ling Miao realm completely lost its vitality. It officially began to collapse. Lin Moyu suddenly had an idea and moved the Scepter of Natural Disaster. The Soul Gem, Elemental Gem, Balance Gem, and Realm Gem are activated in turn, emitting beautiful light. A single gemstone, Lin Moyu, has been activated. The Soul Gem can absorb souls, but the number of times is not large. For the Soul Gem, foreign souls are not a full meal, but just a small snack that is dispensable. Elemental gems are said to be able to control all elements between heaven and earth, but it is difficult to define what elements are. Now it seems that all existing matter, whether visible or not, real or virtual, belongs to elements and is controlled by elemental gems. I have used elemental gems very rarely, only occasionally. The function of the balance gem is to maintain balance, and it can bring all living beings within the coverage area to the same level. This gem does not distinguish between friend and foe, it only cares about balance, and there are not many scenarios where it can be used. The greatest help that the Scourge Scepter gave to Lin Moyu was still one word: smash. The Scepter of Natural Disaster is hard enough and indestructible. It can smash anything from the soul to the avenue. Even if it was just a realm, Lin Moyu felt that he could smash it to pieces with the Scepter of Calamity. This time, 4 of the 5 gems of the Scepter of Scourge were gathered, and it finally played a different role. The 4 gems worked together to save a realm that was on the verge of collapse. Not only was it rescued, it was also rebuilt and even given new life, laying the foundation for the realm to evolve living things again. The Wan Miao steel that had been broken into pieces before turned into a series of avenues, and those secret techniques were integrated into the avenues and reappeared in the world. In a sense, the inheritance of several powerful sects in the Ling Miao realm has not been lost. When life is reborn in the realm, there will be a chance to re-understand these secrets. It is also equivalent to the reconstruction of the Taoist orthodoxy. Today, the remains of those powerful sects are still there in the spirit realm, and later generations may have the opportunity to enter them and understand the history of the realm. As the master of the Scepter of Natural Disaster, he witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. The realm was shattered and then reborn. All the details fell into Lin Moyu's eyes. It was a rare gain for Lin Moyu. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare. Lin Moyu watched with great interest and also realized something new, such as how the Soul Gem brought vitality to the realm and made it possible for the realm to give birth to life. This is exactly what he has been pursuing, and now he finally has a glimpse of what he can achieve. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded, and a soul-devouring spirit emperor rushed out from the Wanling Pavilion. He roared, trying to break free from the restraints of Wanling Pavilion. Wanling Pavilion is an independent space, and the soul-devouring emperor cannot rush out for a while. He destroyed the Wanling Pavilion like a madman. Now there was no one else in the Wanling Pavilion except Lao Lu. Lao Lu did not show up. He was no match for the soul-devouring spirit emperor and would probably be killed if he showed up. As the master of the Scepter of Natural Disaster and also the master of the Realm Gem, the Ling Miao realm was reborn, and Lin Moyu now became the master of the Ling Miao realm. He can use the Realm Gems to manipulate the spiritual realm. I couldn't do anything to you before, but I can't say for sure this time. The power of the realm followed his will and transformed into a giant hand that grabbed the soul-devouring spirit emperor. This soul-devouring spirit emperor, who belongs to the Ling Miao realm, was captured by the Wanling Pavilion as a test subject, and that is why he has survived until now. When the war started, all the soul-devouring spirits outside the Ling Miao realm were killed, including the soul-devouring spirit emperor, because of an injustice. After watching the reconstruction of the realm, Lin Moyu realized that the Soul Devourer was not only a hurdle for those who transcended within the realm, but also the first hurdle to deal with outsiders. The Soul Devourer also has another function. It can hide the realm so that it will not be easily discovered in the chaos. Lin Moyu's understanding of the realm has now reached another level. He can look at everything from different angles and get more useful information. The giant hand formed by the power of the realm firmly grasped the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor, and no matter how the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor struggled, it was useless. The soul-eating spirit evolved from the power of the realm. Faced with the power that evolved it, he naturally had no power to resist. You'll have to pay for what you have done sooner or later, so go back to where you came from. Lin Moyu said softly, and the power of the circle began to devour the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor. Now that the realm has begun to be reborn, the power of the soul-devouring Emperor is a great tonic for the realm, and it would be a pity to waste it. Since he came from the realm, he should return to the realm now. The soul-devouring Emperor realized his fate and struggled frantically, but to no avail. The power of the realm completely restrained him, and he had no chance. Looking at the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor being devoured and decomposed bit by bit, Lin Moyu thought about himself and realized the problem. Those eternal beings pursue the last step. Even if they take the last step and break through the restrictions of heaven and earth and enter the realm, is it really right? These holy spirit realms in the Ling Miao realm have actually transcended and can enter the primal chaos, but they didn't. Is it really just because they are timid? If one wants to enter chaos after transcendence, the last hurdle is the soul-devouring spirit formed by the power of the realm. Request flowers. The stronger the realm, the stronger the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor, and the harder it is to break through. Lin Moyu has a deep understanding of this. The soul-devouring Spirit Emperor outside the 5 worlds almost took his life without him even meeting him. Originally, I thought that the only way to break through the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor was to rely on great strength and a strong heart, but now it seems that there is another way. Become the Lord of the Realm, use the power of the realm to deal with the soul-devouring Spirit Emperor, and then breaking through the blockade and entering the chaos will be a piece of cake, with almost no difficulty. This is the right way. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that the right way was not to enter chaos himself, but to become the master of the realm and drag the entire realm into chaos. As the saying goes, if one person attains enlightenment, the whole world will ascend to heaven. This is the right way. 0. It's a pity that most people don't understand this and are wrong. Especially since cultivators from any realm are inherently selfish, they will not consider this point. The saying, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth, is deeply rooted in the soul of every practitioner. Even Lin Moyu is no exception. What cultivators care about are only their relatives and friends, and at most the race in their own world, but not the entire realm. Therefore, the vast majority of practitioners will not understand this point. Perhaps the great venerable Wan Miao had gained something and realized this, so he never left the Ling Miao realm, but tried to refine the core of the realm, hoping to become the master of the realm one day. It's a pity that he failed and provoked a powerful enemy at the last moment, which destroyed himself and Civic. Perhaps, this is also a kind of disaster. If you can't survive it, you will die. The world is in chaos, cause and effect are cyclical, and disasters are everywhere. Practitioners who go against the will of heaven are destined to endure these things. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, which is inevitable. In his own thoughts, Lin Moyu's Tao heart became more solid and unbreakable. The soul-devouring emperor screamed miserably. He became weaker and weaker, and his strength was less than half of what it was before. Lao Lu bravely showed up. Fellow Taoist Lin, is that you? Lin Moyu smiled and said, Old Lu, long time no see. Lao Lu said quickly, long time no see. I didn't expect that Brother Lin would come again and be so powerful. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Old Lu is too kind. I will deal with him first, and then I will discuss something with you. Lao Lu nodded, okay, wait for Zhen when the weather is calm. Lao Lu didn't know Lin Moyu's current identity, but he could roughly guess Lin Moyu's strength. Being able to defeat the soul-devouring spirit emperor so easily, Lin Moyu's strength is already stronger than the former leader of the Wanling Pavilion. He witnessed the fall of the soul-devouring emperor with his own eyes, and watched him turn into smoke and completely dissipate. Lin Moyu's shadow appeared in front of Lao Lu, and he got straight to the point. Lao Lu, you know that the Lingmiao realm has been destroyed. Lao Lu sighed, I guessed a little, but I can't be sure. After all, I am just a spirit in the Wanling Pavilion. Lin Moyu said, the Lingmiao realm was destroyed many years ago, and it is not easy for it to survive until now. Fortunately, this time there is an opportunity for the Lingmiao realm to be reborn, and I became the master of the Lingmiao realm by chance. Lao Lu's eyes sparkled. How long will it take for the Lingmiao realm to recover to its former state? Lin Moyu said, it will take a long time, tens of millions of years at the fastest and billions of years at the slowest, 940. It's been a long time. Lao Lu, who has lived for countless years, couldn't help but sigh. This time is indeed not short. Lin Moyu said, I have a way to speed up the process. Perhaps it will take thousands of years to partially recover, but I need your help. Lao Lu said, your orders, I will do my best to follow them. Lin Moyu said, I will make you the rule manager of the realm, and you will be in charge of the rules of heaven and earth in the realm. Then I will also send some creatures into the realm and directly skip the slowest step. You can guide these creatures to adapt and let them quickly master the way of cultivation in the realm. At the same time, you can also change the structure of the realm and fix some loopholes. I will tell you the specific method and give you the authority. In the past, there were no rule managers in the spiritual realm. If there is, the Lingmiao realm might be even stronger. This time, Lin Moyu became the master of the Lingmiao realm, so naturally he had to appoint a rule manager, and Anlu was the most suitable one. With the right rules manager, he can be a hands-off manager. At that time, he will select some people who have not yet started practicing from the universe and send them to the Five Worlds domain. Even those who are chosen will not know that the world has changed. There are many small worlds in the great world, and many of those small worlds don't even have any cultivators. Lin Moyu asked them to come over, which was equivalent to pointing out a smooth road for them. The realm gradually stabilized, and Lin Moyu moved his mind, leading Shi Laolu into the core of the realm. At this time, the core of the realm has been mostly restored, and the previously broken large monument has also been restored and stands in the center of the square. This large monument is called a boundary monument, and its function is to record everything that happens in the boundary. But now the boundary monument is different. It has been integrated into the broken Wanmiao monument by Lin Moyu, making it more solid. At the same time, the realm, like the Wanmiao monument, carries a large number of magic techniques. After Lao Lu arrived here, Lin Moyu used the power of the boundary to pull Lao Lu out of the original road sign and put it into the boundary monument. From then on, Lao Lu became the spirit of the boundary monument, and he could also learn the magic techniques recorded in the monument. Lin Moyu used the power of the Lord of the Realm to grant Lao Lu the status of rule manager. Okay, you can adapt to the situation here and get familiar with the secrets and rules. There is also a message from me in the stele, you can take a look at it. The Lingmiao realm is not perfect. There are many loopholes at the Dao level. I have summarized them. You can repair these loopholes later, and I will send people to the spiritual realm soon. Lao Lu responded repeatedly, I will definitely do my best. There was excitement in his voice. As a spirit of a mere road sign, Nilu had never thought that he would have this day. The spirit of a certain realm, second only to one person and above millions of people, how could he not be excited? Lin Moyu gently handed the core of the realm to Lao Lu and retreated. The heaven and earth were deformed and distorted before his eyes, and the entire spiritual realm was taken away by him. He appeared on the edge of the universe and became a neighbor of the universe. Judging from the scale, the Great Thousand World is much larger than the spiritual realm of resurrection from the dead. Today, the Great Thousand World is comparable to some weaker realms. But this is far from the limit of the world, and Lin Moyu has great expectations for the world. He manipulated the universe, unleashed tremendous power, and incorporated the spiritual realm into his sphere of influence. He also used his own authority to connect them together, and then transferred the 5 small worlds to the Lingmiao realm. The 5 small thousand worlds together have hundreds of billions of living beings. With their joining, the spiritual world suddenly became lively. After a while, when Lao Lu has fully adapted to the rules, he will make reasonable arrangements for these creatures. Lin Moyu has become a hands-off boss anyway, and he doesn't care about those overly detailed matters at all. Such an experience was an indescribable fulfillment for Lin Moyu. He took a huge step forward in his pursuit of the secrets of heaven and earth. He slowly opened his eyes, looking through the undead servants, and saw that there were quite a few people watching outside. When Lin Moyu put away the Lingmiao realm, he had already returned to the shattered glass world. But he did not wake up, and no one dared to disturb him. Seeing Lin Moyu wake up, the human emperor was the first to speak. "Congratulations, immortal." As soon as he opened his mouth, the others immediately followed suit and congratulated Lin Moyu together. They even don't know what they are congratulating, especially the Taoist masters, who don't understand at all, but just follow what others say. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior Renhuang, please tell me what you want to congratulate me for." The human emperor was not polite either. "Of course I congratulate fellow Taoist Lin on his great harvest. From now on, the gate belongs to fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Moyu knew that the human emperor must have noticed something. After all, the Wanmiao gate disappeared, not went away. The human emperor had opened the Wanmiao gate 3 times, so it was normal for him to notice something. He admitted openly, "Indeed, from now on, the Wanmiao sect belongs to me, Lin. If Senior Renhuang has anything to ask, I will naturally tell you what I can answer." The human emperor said, "So this gate is called the Wanmiao gate. I do have a few questions. I would like to ask fellow Taoist Lin, do I need to open this gate perfectly in order for it to recognize me as my master? There is another question. What are the benefits of this sect after it recognizes its master? Can it help you take the last step?" This is not only the question of the human emperor, but also the question of several other eternal beings. They have all obtained this door and know that the space 0.9 behind this door is very magical, but none of them have been able to open this door perfectly, so they cannot get the answer. Lin Moyu said, "Senior Renhuang is right. We must open this door with a perfect posture in order to recognize the master and take it away. The things contained in the Wanmiao gate will not help us take the last step. I can guarantee this. As for the specific function of this door, I will not elaborate. Senior Human Emperor can use this door as a magic weapon, but this magic weapon cannot be used within the domain." Lin Moyu used another way of saying it, which was easier for the Emperor and others to accept. The Human Emperor nodded slightly and stopped asking, "If that's the case, then we will." Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently, and several eternal beings and masters of the Great Way turned their heads to look into the distance at the same time. In the distance, the fog of the world was torn apart, and the entire realm seemed to be torn open with a huge gap, and the road soared into the air and rushed out of the realm. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. The avenue soared into the air and rushed out of the domain, tearing a huge mouth within the boundary. This incident happened in a very faraway place, but no matter how many billions of miles apart, no matter which world one is in, even in the virtual world, as long as one's cultivation reaches the Tao Lord realm, one can see this scene. This is a feast that belongs to the realm of Tao Lord. The avenue is soaring into the sky, and countless strange visions are scattered everywhere. Everyone sees a different scene. Countless people saw themselves, as well as their relatives and friends, in the Sky Avenue, but what they saw was something they had never experienced before. "This is my future. Impossible, how could my brother betray me? My disciple actually wanted to poison me." For a moment, countless Tao masters saw their own future and were shocked and unbelievable. The human emperor's eyes were filled with envy. The Lord of Destiny has achieved enlightenment, but if this scene falls into everyone's eyes, the world will probably be in chaos. Lin Moyu looked calm. No matter how chaotic the world is, it is nothing but cause and effect, and it is all trivial. The human emperor laughed loudly. Indeed, to fellow Taoist Yu Lin, these things are nothing. Lin Moyu was also very polite. It is the same with Senior Yuren Huang. I think Senior Yuren Huang will also achieve enlightenment. The emperor shook his head. There is still a long way to go. Take your time. There is still time. Although the human emperor is extremely talented, his accumulation is indeed a little behind that of an existence like the Lord of Destiny. This time, the Lord of Destiny became enlightened and rushed to the outside world. The avenue of destiny was lifted into the sky, allowing the Lord of No Way to see his own future. The future of Destiny Avenue is not necessarily true. It can change at any time, which can make people wary. As a result, the fate of countless powerful people will be changed, and the world will inevitably be in chaos for a while, and even a bloody storm will be set off. These things are indeed trivial to Lin Moyu, and they don't matter at all. What he really cares about is the entire realm. If it were before, he would have blessed the Lord of Destiny, but now he only feels sorry for the Lord of Destiny, as he still has not embarked on a truly prosperous path. But it's also good, there is one less competitor compared to myself. The human emperor sighed. Although the future in the great Tao of Destiny is not accurate, it still arouses the Tao heart. I wonder what Taoist fellow Lin saw. Lin Moyu smiled and did not answer. He saw nothing, he was not in destiny, and there was no him in the road of destiny. The human emperor also knew that Lin Moyu would not answer, and he spoke with a hint of envy. I was in the Candle Dragon before, and now I have my destiny. I should also work hard. Lin Moyu said, some things don't need to be rushed, just let it happen naturally. Lin Moyu knew that the Lord of Destiny had not yet fully achieved enlightenment, and he still needed to face the last hurdle. The soul-devouring Spirit Emperor was probably waiting outside the realm. The Lord of Destiny stood proudly on the avenue and rushed out of the realm. The barriers of the realm roared continuously, as if to see him off. The momentum was much greater than when the Candle Dragon took off into the sky that day. The boundary barrier did not close for a long time, and the road remained unchanged for 2 days. Everyone watched it for 2 days. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. Something is wrong. The human emperor also felt something was wrong and immediately asked, what's wrong? Lin Moyu said, the avenue has not dispersed. I can still sense the breath of the Lord of Destiny. He has not yet transcended. He must have encountered trouble. The human emperor was startled. What is that fellow Taoist Lin is referring to? Lin Moyu said, I once faced him, but I almost died before I even saw him. The human emperor was even more shocked. How could it be so terrifying? Please ask Brother Lin to explain in detail. Lin Moyu said, this is the real last step. Everyone has to face it on their own. It is hard to explain. I can only say that only by being firm in your heart can you have a chance. Like Zhulong, if you use your supreme heart to break through the karmic obstacles and dispel the fog of heaven and earth, you can truly achieve enlightenment. The human emperor nodded. I appreciate your instruction. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your guidance. On the 3rd day after the avenue was lifted into the air, the avenue of destiny suddenly shook violently, followed by screams that resounded through the sky. The boundary barrier was breached again, and someone fell through the gap. Lord of Destiny. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes suddenly, and he saw that the person falling down was the Lord of Destiny. The emperor whispered, he failed. Lin Moyu suddenly took a step forward, and a soulless beast appeared in the void, changing the rules for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's steps spanned billions of miles. After taking dozens of steps and crossing an infinite distance, Lin Moyu appeared where the Lord of Destiny was. The Lord of Destiny seems to be very close, but in fact he is not in this space. But within the realm, no matter where you are, you cannot escape Lin Moyu's perception. The soulless beast appeared, and with a slap of its big claws, the space shattered. Lin Moyu reached out and grabbed the Lord of Destiny at the same time. The Lord of Destiny was floating in the void, his body covered with wounds. His left arm and left leg were both broken, leaving only half of his body. For eternal existence, the physical body is not important. It does not matter even if the physical body is shattered, as it can be reassembled and regenerated at any time. But the Lord of Destiny was not only injured physically, his soul and true spirit were also injured. His power was clearly healing itself, but a strange force in his wounds was constantly corroding him, preventing him from healing himself. This power. Lin Moyu felt the power of chaos from the wound of the Lord of Destiny. At this time, the Lord of Destiny had fallen into a coma. Lin Moyu threw out a force of life to stabilize him, and at the same time took out the spiritual flower and wrapped it up. Lin Moyu was not sure whether the spiritual flower could heal the Lord of Destiny's injury, so he could only give it a try. The Lord of Destiny has already taken the last step, barely half a step, and the effect of the spiritual flower must be greatly reduced. Moreover, his true spirit is damaged, so it is hard to say whether the spiritual flower is useful. A moment later, the void twisted, and several eternal beings including the human emperor arrived. The Lord of Power also rushed over from afar, and even old Yin-Tu temporarily stopped studying the formation and came here from the wasteland. The Lord of Destiny has failed to escape over 900 times, attracting the attention of every eternal being. There was a Lord of the Great Tao who wanted to come over, but several eternal beings shouted him away at the same time, saying that they had nothing to do here. Several eternal beings waited quietly, no one spoke, no one even breathed, until the spiritual flowers dissipated and everyone saw the appearance of the Lord of Destiny clearly. My body seems to be a little better than before, but only a little. The soul and true spirit did not recover significantly, and could only be said to have barely stabilized. What's going on? The power on the wound is very strange, and contains chaotic attributes. Is this last step really so difficult? The miserable plight of the Lord of Destiny can only be understood by those who are eternal beings. Damage to the true spirit is more terrible than damage to the soul. These people had already taken their true spirits back into their bodies, so even if their true spirits were dormant, they would not necessarily be damaged. The situation before them made them feel uneasy. In their eyes, damage to the true spirit is worse than silence. Lin Moyu tried to use the power of death to corrode the power of the Lord of Destiny's wound, but the effect was not ideal and the corrosion speed was extremely slow. This is a gap in level. The opponent is too strong, while Lin Moyu is a little weak. The human emperor asked, "Friend Lin, do you know what's going on?" Everyone looked at Lin Moyu. Although Lin Moyu was the youngest, he probably knew more than them all. Lin Moyu said, "I dare not guess, let the Lord of Destiny speak for himself." Lin Moyu pointed a finger at the Lord of Destiny, and the immortal avenue exploded, instantly reaching its peak. The forces of life and death rushed into the body of the Lord of Destiny, becoming stronger and stronger, as if to tear the Lord of Destiny's already broken body into pieces. When the power of life and death reaches its peak, a collision occurs with the body of the Lord of Destiny as the center. Boom! The power of life and death exploded, life and death rapidly transformed and sublimated, jumping from one extreme to another, and the power increased greatly. The even greater power of death rushed towards the wound of the Lord of Destiny, corroding the external power at the wound, and the power of life rushed towards the soul of the Lord of Destiny, strongly stimulating the soul of the Lord of Destiny. With a low shout, the Hand of Fate finally woke up from the intense stimulation. After waking up, he glanced at his broken body and knew his situation. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "My fellow Taoists, I'm sorry for making fun of you." Lin Moyu said, "Time is limited, Senior is only temporarily awake. Why don't you tell me about your experience, then I will send you into silence on the Great Tao." Now the only way for the Lord of Destiny is to be silent in the Great Tao, but now he doesn't even have the ability to be silent. Active silence would be better than passive silence. Lin Moyu was willing to send him into the Great Silence, even at the cost of some karma. The Lord of Destiny was very grateful. He whispered, "Thank you, Brother Lin. I am outside the domain." He talked about his experiences outside the domain, and everyone present pricked up their ears to listen, fearing that they would miss a single one. They had all been outside the domain, but they had just left the domain and had not even really come into contact with the soul-devouring spirit, let alone the existence of the soul-devouring spirit emperor. It would be best to get some information from the Lord of Destiny. But the more they listened, the more frightened they felt. The Lord of Destiny also had no scruples and told his own experience. It took him only a few days from soaring into the air to falling back seriously injured, but for him it felt like he had experienced 3 lifetimes. After leaving the realm, the Soul Devourer and the Soul Devourer King were no match for him and were destroyed by him in 10 strikes. Until the soul-devouring emperor appeared, he fell into an illusion just like Lin Moyu. Moreover, this illusion was so real that it was difficult to distinguish true from false. He had never even seen the soul-devouring spirit emperor. Fortunately, the Lord of Destiny had been silent before, experienced life and death, and sat in a dead end for countless years to gain enlightenment, so his determination in the Tao is second to none. In addition, he had seen all kinds of fate, all kinds of life and death in the world, and the bleak cause and effect, and finally he was not trapped by his own illusion. After paying some price, he still broke out. The soul-devouring spirit emperor never showed up from beginning to end, but that didn't matter, because Destiny knew he had already broken out. Just when he thought he could achieve enlightenment, a terrifying existence appeared. When the Lord of Destiny saw the endless whip shadows falling, he was instantly seriously injured and fell out of the domain. He faintly heard screams, but was not pursued, so he broke through the boundary wall and returned here again. The human emperor frowned. The other party hit you hard, but didn't chase you. Why is that? The Lord of Destiny shook his head slightly, indicating that he was not sure. Even the Lord of Destiny doesn't know, let alone anyone else. Only Lin Moyu knows the answer. It was the soul-devouring emperor who blocked the other party. The soul-devouring spirit is not only the last hurdle for practitioners in the realm, but also the first line of defense for the entire realm. The soul-devouring spirit emperor's realm is not very high, only slightly higher than the eternal existence, or even lower than the half-step transcendence. But their abilities are terrifying and unpredictable. Lin Moyu said, although Senior failed to transcend this time, he has taken a small step. Senior should be able to feel that his power has transformed and is stronger than before. The Lord of Destiny nodded. Indeed, I have a feeling that this silence will not last too long, at least 10,000 years, at most 100,000 years, and then I will be able to return to the Great Tao and try to transcend again. 1. The realm of the current Lord of Destiny has just surpassed eternity, but is still a little short of half a step of transcendence, which is a very strange state. This state will not be expelled by the boundary rules, and the silence time will be relatively short, so it cannot be said to be a complete failure. Lin Moyu said, I will escort you to the Great Tao, and you fellow Taoists may disperse. We have all heard what you said, so if you want to take the last step, please be careful. As he spoke, Lin Moyu opened the passage to the land of origin and entered the passage with the incompleteness of his destiny. The eternal beings looked at each other and turned away. What happened to the Lord of Destiny was not good news for them. The last step was much more dangerous than they thought. After the soul-devouring emperor, there was the guy who beat the Lord of Destiny into a serious condition with one blow. Who was he and why did he do that? This question hung over their heads like a cloud, making them feel uneasy. Lin Moyu had just entered the place of origin when he saw the Lord of Strength and old Yin-Tu rushing over. At this time, the Lord of Destiny's consciousness had mostly dissipated, and he was about to fall into a coma again. Damage to the true spirit is a very troublesome matter. Lin Moyu no longer delays and uses the power-gathering technique to quickly take a half-step into transcendence. The Great Tao world-destroying palm. If you want to send the Lord of Destiny into the avenue with one slap, you must kill him first. Killing an eternal being would inevitably lead to consequences, so most people would not be willing to do this. However, Lin Moyu was willing to do it, and the Lord of Destiny felt grateful in his heart. With one palm strike, the body of the Lord of Destiny, which should have been shattered, did not shatter. The alien power existing in the wound actually protected the body of the creature of destiny. And these forces seem to be truly activated and begin to become active. The Lord of Destiny stared. Friend Lin, those forces want to control you. Lin Moyu had already discovered without him saying anything. Those powers had been hidden before, but were only now really attacking. because now we have arrived at the place of origin, which can be regarded as the most important place in the realm besides the core. Those alien forces evolved into tiny clones that invaded the body and soul of the Lord of Destiny, trying to control him. The soulless beast suddenly appeared, and bolts of lightning fell on the creature of destiny. An alien force invaded the place of origin, triggering the rules to impose punishment. But this is not enough. The punishment from heaven and earth can only slow down the speed of the other party's invasion. Lin Moyu shouted, "Help me hold on." The soulless beast roared, temporarily stabilizing the power of rules in the land of origin, and even the punishment of heaven and earth was paused. Lin Moyu's aura rose again, and he instantly crossed the half-step of transcendence and completed the true transcendence, King's transcendence. If there were no soulless beast, he would be expelled from the realm rules in an instant. Now, he can stay in this state for 1 second, at least enough for him to launch an attack. The Great Tao world-destroying palm. A palm strike even more powerful than the last one was thrown out, landing heavily on the whole body of destiny. This time, the body of the Lord of Destiny did not hold and was shattered by a palm strike, and the same was true for his soul, which was also turned into powder. The alien force that was originally invading the Lord of Destiny was also dispersed by a palm. Lin Moyu exploded with a bang, and was reborn from the purple light the next second. He did not stop, and immediately used his life force to wrap the powder of the Lord of Destiny, escorting the powder to the Avenue of Destiny. The soulless beast cooperated very well and took the initiative to let the power of rules give way. Lin Moyu used his own power to escort the Lord of Destiny to the avenue to remain silent, so that it would be easier for the Lord of Destiny to return. An invisible force of cause and effect descended. Lin Moyu took out the cause-seeking ring and said in a low voice, "There is effect but no cause." The ability of the cause-seeking ring is far more than what has been used before, but Lin Moyu's understanding of the cause and effect is not deep enough to dig deeper. After seeing Yin Yuyan realize that there is effect but no cause, Lin Moyu knew that he could achieve a similar effect by using the cause-seeking ring. Of course, the price you pay will be very high, and it is normal to die a few times. By finding the cause and effect, we reject the causal influence of fate. Bang! The moment the Xuaning ring glowed, Lin Moyu was backlashed and exploded on the spot. This is also different from Yin Yuyan. Yin Yuyan has results but no causes. She realizes the results first and then suffers the backlash. Lin Moyu used the cause-seeking loop to achieve the result without cause, which meant first accepting the backlash and then achieving the result. Lin Moyu was shattered to pieces by the backlash, and the cause-seeking ring has been activated. It glows faintly, and invisible power surges out, blocking the cause and effect that falls from the sky. The cause and effect of the Lord of Destiny's silence did not fall on Lin Moyu, but was completely blocked by the seeking cause ring. To successfully grow fruit, you don't need any cause, you just need the result. Lin Moyu was shattered again in his new life, and it took him 3 times to regain his balance. There is a result but no cause. This ability is too powerful and is enough to make Yin Yuyan fall into silence directly. Lin Moyu only paid the price of 3 rebirths, which can be completely ignored. Of course, the fruit that 867 planted this time was very simple. If the fruit was more complicated, there would be more than 3 rebirths, maybe 6, 10, or even more. The stronger the fruit you plant, the higher the price you have to pay. Lin Moyu put away the cause-seeking ring and looked towards the road of destiny. The Lord of Destiny has successfully entered reincarnation through the Avenue of Destiny. He will definitely return in 10,000 years at the least and 100,000 years at the most. Then he will return to the peak and surpass eternity, but whether he can transcend again depends on his own choice. After making sure that the Lord of Destiny was fine, Lin Moyu looked at the Lord of Strength and Olding too, and their eyes met. Lin Moyu knew they were busy. "What do you want?" The Lord of Power asked directly, "Where is Yuyan?" The Lord of Power and Yin Yuyan have been friends for many years, so he naturally felt something when Yin Yuyan left. And Yin Yuyan has been with Lin Moyu recently, so the Lord of Power naturally had to ask. Olding too was similar. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Moyu, waiting for an answer. At this time, and Yuyan's path of cause and effect was in a very strange state. It seemed to be silent, but there were some fluctuations. From the main road, it can be seen that Yuyan is not in any danger, but there is something abnormal about her. We can't tell what the abnormality is. Lin Moyu said, Yuyan is fine, she has left the realm. The Lord of Power growled, what did you say? He obviously didn't believe what Lin Moyu said. The old Ing too was much calmer and whispered, fellow Taoist Lin, please tell me in detail. Lin Moyu said, my sister took Yuyan away and left the realm. I don't know where she went, but I can guarantee that Yuyan is safe. Lin, don't bother to lie, and you too don't have to believe it. Lin Moyu was very firm. At his level, he would definitely not lie. The Lord of Strength wanted to say something, but the old Ing head gave him a look to shut him up. The old Ing head asked himself, fellow Taoist Lin, since you don't know where Yuyan went, how can you guarantee her safety? Lin Moyu said, I have my own reasons to believe it, and after Yuyan leaves the realm, I am afraid it won't take long for her to transcend. By then, her path will change, so you too can pay attention to it. Do you have any other questions? If not, I will leave now. The old man continued to ask, since fellow Taoist Lin said so, we should believe it. I am curious about one thing. Fellow Taoist Lin's sister is actually a transcendent. But in this realm, besides Zhulong, have there been other transcendents? Lin Moyu said, there are many secrets in this realm. Although you have lived for a long time, you don't know many things. There are some things I can't explain to you, such as this. With a thought, Soulless appeared in the place of return. Both Old Ing Tu and the Lord of Strength could see that the soulless beast had replaced Zhulong and became the new manager of the realm's rules. But why the new domain rule manager would be a soulless beast, neither the Lord of Strength nor Old Ing Tu knew. The soulless beast prostrated itself respectfully in front of Lin Moyu and whispered, human. This scene once again shattered the two people's three views. The administrator of the domain rules should be high and mighty, so how could he call Lin Moyu the master? Lin Moyu looked at their expressions and said, although you two have reached eternity, you don't know many of the secrets in the realm. The implication is to tell them that there are many things you don't know and you shouldn't be too self-righteous. However, Lin Moyu still gave them face. If you really want to know, just ask Yuyan when she comes back one day. If the two of you can take the last step and successfully transcend, you can also go find Yuyan. Although the chaos is huge, it comes from the same realm, and there is always a cause and effect connection. And Yuyan, with the principle of cause and effect, is likely to be able to sense you, and may even take the initiative to come looking for you too. The old man looked embarrassed and said, fellow Taoist Lin, you are joking. We are still a long way from transcendence. Lin Moyu said, no matter how far away you go, there will always be opportunities. It just depends on whether you are willing to go. That's all I have to say. I'm leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Moyu disappeared and left the place of origin. Some things they need to understand on their own. Enough has been said today. If it weren't for the fact that Yuyan and they have been friends for many years, Lin Moyu would never have told them this. Ever since the wild beasts were destroyed and the rules of heaven and earth changed, the Lord of the Great Tao and they could enter and exit the ancestral land at will and travel freely without any restrictions. Lin Moyu returns, summons Fire 3, and travels through the fog of the world. The experience of the Lord of Destiny made him discover something unusual. Something seems to have changed outside the domain. Someone is coming. When he was treating the Lord of Destiny's injuries just now, he clearly felt the special power left by the other party. That power contained a strong chaotic attribute, which also meant that this power came from chaotic creatures. There is a clear difference between the power of chaotic creatures and the power of cultivators after they have transcended, and they are easy to distinguish. The power of chaotic creatures is more primitive and extremely destructive. Based on this point alone, Lin Moyu could determine the other party's identity. He was not the owner of the vortex hidden behind the divine talisman in the core of the realm. The owner of the vortex should be a cultivator, and only a cultivator would make the layout. The behavior patterns of chaotic creatures will be more direct. The existence of the soul-devouring spirit conceals the aura of the realm, and it is difficult for chaotic creatures to discover the existence of the realm. Even if they are discovered, the soul-devourer will stop them. It should be because of the noise caused by Zhulong's transcendence before that the 5 worlds were discovered by a certain chaotic creature. So when the Lord of Destiny transcended this time, he was attacked by it. He is very powerful to have severely injured the Lord of Destiny with one blow, and the remaining power will only explode when the Lord of Destiny enters the land of return, which shows that he is intelligent, and his wisdom is not low. He not only injured the Lord of Fate, but also wanted to control the Lord of Fate and used the Lord of Fate to cause trouble within the realm. The realm should be a supreme delicacy for some chaotic creatures. There are many kinds of chaotic creatures, and some of them may really just regard the realm as a delicacy. The devouring realm must be of great benefit to the chaotic creatures. Once discovered, they will definitely not let it go easily. As a result, if the creatures in the 5 worlds want to truly transcend, they will face an additional test besides the soul-devouring spirit. Lin Moyu was therefore more determined in the path he had chosen. Becoming a domain master was not the only way, but it was the most correct one. Moreover, Lin Moyu was very clear about his situation. In fact, he had already been the domain master for a long time. The universe is a realm. Although the science and technology world is weak, it will have the opportunity to develop into a realm in the future. The Lingmiao realm has just recovered from its damage and will be able to fully recover to its peak in the future. If the 5 world domains were added, he would then own all 4 world domains. With the power of the realm, Lin Moyu believed that he was fully capable of fighting against the chaotic creatures outside the realm. Thinking of the chaotic creatures, I also have a chaotic creature, which is sleeping in the chaotic zone formed by the universe. I don't know how powerful it will be after waking up. Add to that the Calamity Scepter, the Cause-Seeking Ring, and the Ice Jade Mat of the Old Man in Green Robe, and Lin Moyu discovered that he had quite a few cards up his sleeve. Therefore, he did not take the chaotic creature outside the domain seriously. What really troubled him were the owners of the whirlpools in the core of the domain and the ghost husband's clone who was imprisoned by the Old Man in Green Robe. One is that he does not know his identity, and the other is that he does not know his strength. The fact that he could provoke the green-robed old man to take action and even participate in the snatching of the source bird's blood was enough to show that the ghost husband was very powerful. Then his clones are not that weak either, and if I want to take the last step, I have to deal with both of them, which is the trouble. So far, Lin Moyu has not figured out a way to solve their problem and can only take one step at a time on foot. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's go find the boat to save our lives first. Now that the 4 gems of the Scepter of Calamity have been collected, it is time for me to find the boat of misfortune and get back the 5th gem. The person on the Dewey boat is suspected to be the Emperor Kunlun, but that is just a guess. It is hard to say whether it is really him. In addition, Lin Moyu also wants to go to the Beast Abyss. The Beast Abyss hides the secret of the reincarnation of creatures in the 5 worlds. He wants to take a good look at it and compare it with his own world. Perhaps he will gain unexpected results. The reincarnation of living beings does not exist in every realm. For example, in the spiritual realm, there is no concept of the virtual world, no concept of the yin and yang of the Great Way, and there is no reincarnation of living beings. This point alone has determined that the Lingmiao realm is far inferior to the 5 worlds realm. The 5 worlds domain still seems to have many flaws in Lin Moyu's eyes, but the entire domain is relatively complete, so it is naturally worth referring to and being able to learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. Lin Moyu also wanted to make up for these shortcomings for the Lingmiao realm, so that he could perhaps make the Lingmiao realm surpass its former peak and become even more powerful. Lin Moyu returned to the vicinity of the origin continent and then entered the virtual world. It has been a long time since I last entered the virtual world. Now that I have achieved eternity, I seem to have a different feeling about the virtual world. Eternal existence runs through the virtual and the real. Even when he is in the virtual world, he can sense his state in the real world, unlike before when he would be separated from the real world once he entered the virtual world. Now, even when he is in the virtual world, he can control his body in the real world. When his soul moves in the virtual world, he can control his body to move in the real world simultaneously. He can also return to the real world at any time and return to the virtual world while still being in the same place. It is much more convenient than before. This is the eternal power that truly penetrates the real and the unreal. Lin Moyu entered the virtual world, but didn't know how to find the boat to save him. At that time, the other party only told him to figure out a solution himself. Of course there was a solution, and Lin Moyu was very single and took the Xuanyin ring. Then he activated it very mindlessly. There is a result but no cause. By searching for the cause and effect, he was certain that he would be able to find the result of the Dui boat, but Lin Moyu did not set a time limit. He was worried that setting a time limit would increase the difficulty and make the response too strong. As it turned out, his idea was correct. The seeking cause ring burst into an unprecedented light, and a strong backlash surged in, and the body in the real world and the soul in the virtual world were all blown to pieces at the same time. Then the purple light jumped, and Lin Moyu was reborn from the purple light. Bang! Lin Moyu exploded again, but the backlash force was too strong and was not completely consumed. Then Lin Moyu hovered between life and death, and died 7 times in the blink of an eye before the backlash slowed down. It was not until the 10th resurrection that the backlash force finally disappeared. After Lin Moyu was resurrected, he was still frightened. Fortunately, there is no time limit. 10 backlashes and 10 rebirths took 5 seconds in total, which was faster than the speed of resurrection once per second. Moreover, every new student is not under Lin Moyu's control. He can usually delay the time of the new student and procrastinate, but under the causal backlash of the cause-seeking loop, he can no longer delay the time. Not only could he not delay, he also had to be reborn as quickly as possible, otherwise the backlash force would continue to crush his powder. Please give me flowers. This time, the result of confirming the boat of salvation will allow me to be reborn 10 times. If I limit the time again, I'm afraid even dying 10 times won't be enough. By then, my talent will collapse and I may have to go into silence. Lin Moyu looked at the seeking cause ring and said, it should be that the level of the deliverance boat is too high, so the backlash of the cause ring is so powerful. The backlash ended, and the light on the seeking cause ring spread outwards violently, rushing towards all directions of the virtual world at an astonishing speed. If the result has been confirmed, he will definitely encounter the boat for salvation. It is just a matter of time. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. After identifying the direction, he headed towards the nearest beast abyss. He wanted to go to the deepest part of the beast abyss to see where the reincarnation of the 5 worlds was. Just as Lin Moyu said, now in his eyes, the secrets of the 5 worlds are becoming fewer and fewer. 0. If he continues like this, it won't be long before he can figure out all the secrets of the 5 worlds. Then he will control the 5 worlds in his hands and become the master of the 5 worlds. After becoming the master, he will use his authority to adjust some structures of the 5 worlds, so that at least things like wild beasts will not appear again. Lin Moyu has already thought of a series of strategies for this, and all he needs is a favorable wind. Owner. Just after flying for a distance, a kind voice suddenly came into his soul, and then the chaotic fog in the depths of the virtual world dissipated, and a stream of light came in front of Lin Moyu at an astonishing speed. The little python's eyes were full of surprise. Master, you are finally back. Some time ago, the little python fell into an evolutionary state. Lin Moyu happened to be busy with something, so he left the python alone to complete its evolution and did not go to look after it. This time when he came to the virtual world, Lin Moyu did think about going to see the little python. It seems that the little python's evolution went smoothly and is now complete. It is no longer a python, but has turned into a divine dragon. The dragon transformed by the little python was extremely majestic, more majestic than Antares, and had a more noble temperament. But this feeling only lasted for less than half a second, and the little python immediately said with a playful smile, Master, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for so long. Lin Moyu laughed, you have already evolved into an eternal existence, so what is the point of death? How can you sense me? The little python shook his head. I don't know either, but I sensed it anyway, and the python flew over nonstop. You have hooves. Lin Moyu laughed, and then he stood on top of the little python's head and pointed in a direction. Go there. After this evolution, the little python's strength has surpassed the first-class soul and the level of the small spirit domain king. Today's little python's strength is second only to the emperor's. If the emperors did not use their magic weapons, the little python would even have the confidence to fight these emperors head-on. However, no matter how the little python evolves, he still firmly believes that he is Lin Moyu's mount. Along the way, Lin Moyu asked about the evolution of the little python. The evolution of the little python is somewhat unusual, very different from other virtual beasts, and also different from the emperors of the major spiritual realms. Lin Moyu thought that the reason for this was probably related to the little python's previous life. When the little python was evolving, it did awaken some of its memories from its past life. Although they were only some incomplete images, when Xiao Meng described them, Lin Moyu was surprised to find that Xiao Meng's previous life was actually related to the legendary Tianqiu Palace. Tianqiu Palace is a legend in the virtual world, and no one knows whether 053 really exists. Several emperors were unable to confirm the authenticity of Tianqiu Palace, but now through the description of the little python, Lin Moyu can be sure that Tianqiu Palace exists. When he merged the small spiritual realm, he had seen a scene similar to the Tianqiu Palace, which corresponded exactly to what the little python said. This proves the existence of Tianqiu Palace, but where exactly Tianqiu Palace is remains a mystery. The little python murmured, Master, do you think I was a gatekeeper at Tianqiu Palace in my previous life? The thing that Xiaomong described the most was the gate of Tianqiu Palace, which was also the scene he saw the most in his awakened memory. Lin Moyu smiled and said, It's hard to say, maybe you really are the disciple of Tianqiu Palace. The little python said, What kind of place is Tianqiu Palace? I am just a gatekeeper. How powerful must the owner of Tianqiu Palace be? Lin Moyu said, As long as it is within the realm, no matter how powerful it is, it has its limits. Moreover, Tianqiu Palace has been just a legend for countless years. It is hard to say whether it still exists now. Don't think about it. If you are really the guardian beast of Tianqiu Palace, the cause and effect are connected. Maybe one day you can return to Tianqiu Palace. Of course, the premise is that it still exists. The little python nodded, Okay, no matter what I was in my past life, now I am the master's little mount. The little python is single, and he has set his sights on Lin Moyu and is willing to be a mount. Soon they came to a beast abyss, and Lin Moyu whispered, I want to go into the beast abyss, do you want to go? The little python's strength has greatly improved at this time, and he even has the confidence to fight the emperor head-on, and he looks like he is the second best in the world. I am just a beast abyss. Why shouldn't I be afraid? Lin Moyu chuckled, Then go in. The little python rushed into the beast abyss with a scream. Lin Moyu had long wanted to find out the secrets of the beast abyss. There were not many things he didn't know in the 5 worlds. Zhao Yuan was one of them. As for the boat for crossing the river, the seeds have already been sown, and they will meet sooner or later, so there is no need to look for it deliberately. Entering the beast abyss, Xiaomong and Lin Moyu heard the voice of the beast abyss at the same time. This voice would confuse the soul and had a fatal temptation to the virtual beast. Virtual beasts below the first-class soul cannot resist when they hear this sound. Even virtual beasts with first-class soul cannot resist due to partial damage. Only a small number of first-class soul-voiced beasts can resist the voice of the beast abyss and strengthen their own will. The sound of the beast abyss had no effect on Lin Moyu and the little python. They ignored the sound and flew towards the depths of the beast abyss. After flying for a while, gusts of annihilation wind blew over. The annihilation wind from the beast abyss was no different from the annihilation wind in the rules of the Tao, and was enough to blow away the soul of the Tao master. At least it takes the Tao and life to fight against it. Those first-class soul-voided beasts that came after hearing the sound of the beast abyss will not be attacked by the wind of annihilation. The targets of the Wind of Annihilation are outsiders like Lin Moyu. The Wind of Annihilation can also be considered the first layer of defense of the Beast Abyss, but this layer of defense is not very strong. The wind is cool and comfortable. The little python said nonchalantly, with a hint of disdain. Lin Moyu didn't say anything. After the little python evolved, its strength increased greatly. It was still loyal, but it was also a little inflated. If this kind of expansion does not change, the little python will suffer sooner or later. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the loss to Xiaomon would come soon. Even the Emperor didn't dare to be as arrogant as the little python when he entered the Beast Abyss. It was obvious that the Beast Abyss was not as simple as imagined. Passing through the Wind of Annihilation means officially entering the Beast Abyss. Virtual beasts appeared in the sight. These virtual beasts seemed to come from various areas. They appeared abruptly in the void and then flew towards the bottom of the Beast Abyss. Lin Moyu took a quick glance and understood that no matter where a first-class soul beast entered this Beast Abyss, even if it entered from some small beast abysses, it would eventually be teleported here. The first-class soul-voided beasts that came here had already lost their minds and were completely bewildered. They could only act according to Beast Abyss's orders. They fell into the bottom of the Beast Abyss, lined up like a long dragon, and walked along a foggy road. Occasionally, they could hear the sound of water, as if there was a river under the fog. There seemed to be nothing here except virtual beasts, and these virtual beasts paid no attention to Lin Moyu and the little python. Lin Moyu recalled what Antares had said at the time, that someone came to his door not long after he arrived here. At that time, the other party asked Antares to line up properly, but Antares did not listen and killed many of them, resulting in a fight. Lin Moyu naturally couldn't queue up properly, and the line stretched far away. Judging from the speed at which it was moving, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for the line to get far. And we have no idea what's in the distance, so it might take more time. Signaling the little python to fly forward, the little python did not hesitate to fly forward. The fog in front dissipated, and what could be seen were still countless virtual beasts. The number of virtual beasts was innumerable and astonishingly large, as if all the first-class soul virtual beasts in the entire virtual world were concentrated here. The little python murmured, "Why are there so many first-class virtual beasts?" Lin Moyu said, "Maybe we'll know the answer soon." A moment later, there was movement from the underground fog. Lin Moyu saw soul flames appearing in the fog and knew that troublemakers were coming. A group of people rushed out from the fog and headed straight for Lin Moyu. Soul Devourer? Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. There were about 100 people in this team, and their appearance was exactly the same as the Soul Devourer. But if you feel it carefully, these guys are only similar to Soul Devourers in appearance, but they are not Soul Devourers. Their power level is only at the Tao realm. Quicken in line or die. Thoughts were transmitted one after another. This situation was exactly the same as what happened to Antares back then. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't be polite. He waved his hand and the fire that burned the world swept out. The world-burning fire can even refine soul-eating spirits, let alone these weaker guys, burning them to ashes in an instant. The little python whispered, "So weak." Lin Moyu said, "Then I'll leave it to you to deal with from now on." The little python shouted shamelessly, "No problem, leave it to me." Soon, more soldiers rushed out from the fog. This time, they didn't ask Lin Moyu to queue up, but rushed directly over. Lin Moyu felt that the second wave of troops coming was slightly stronger than the first wave. The little python attacked without thinking twice, opened its mouth wide, and spurted out attacks one after another, instantly destroying the team. Team after team of soldiers emerged from the fog, but were easily killed by the little python. The more the little python killed, the more happy it felt and the more inflated it became. Lin Moyu ignored him, knowing that he had undergone a huge increase in power due to evolution, and he needed a process of adaptation and a process of being hit before he could truly recognize himself. He has clearly felt that these soul-devouring people are gradually becoming stronger. Not only is their own strength getting stronger, but their defense is also getting stronger. They are adapting to the attacks of the little python. The inflated little python did not notice this and continued to kill. Although the voice of the beast abyss could not confuse the little python, it did have some impact on it, causing him to temporarily lose his composure. This situation was somewhat similar to that of Antares before. Afterwards, Antares' memory of this place was not complete, also because of the voice of the beast abyss. After killing countless soul-eating spirits, the one that rushed out finally became stronger. Their aura was not much weaker than that of the little python, and most importantly, they had adapted to the little python's attacks. The little python found that his attack was ineffective, so he immediately changed his attack method, but it was still useless. How so? The little python screamed strangely and turned to Lin Moyu for help. But at this moment, Lin Moyu stayed away from it and ignored Xiao Yi at all. Not only that, when Lin Moyu was moving away, he also gave the little python a ride and sent him into the enemy's encirclement. The little python was cruelly abandoned, and it started to fight while screaming strangely. Since the magical attack was ineffective, the only option was hand-to-hand combat. Relying on its strong physical strength, the little python once again gained the upper hand. But the good times didn't last long. After a while, the opponent adapted to the little python's physical attacks, and all of the little python's methods became ineffective. These soul-eating creatures transformed into sharp claws and grabbed the little python fiercely, breaking its hard scales and causing the little python to scream in pain. "Master, help, someone!" The little python screamed and rolled wildly in the encirclement, trying to break out, but no matter how he struggled, it was useless. This is the consequence of arrogance. Although Antares was also arrogant in the past, he was not as arrogant as the little python and escaped at the last moment. Under his control, the little python lost the chance to escape. The wounds on his body became more and more serious. Little Mang was beaten and cried. He felt like he was going to die again. "I don't want to die, master, help me." The little python's cries became weaker and weaker, until the last moment, it finally saw a ball of fire falling from the sky. In an instant, all the guys who besieged him were engulfed by flames. Lin Moyu came over on fire, looking down at the little python. "Is it cool?" The little python cried weakly, "I am not happy at all, master." "Did the little ant do something wrong? Why are you treating the little ant like this?" Lin Moyu said, "I am helping you." The little python uttered an ah and didn't understand the meaning of Lin Moyu's words at all. Lin Moyu said, "It helps you to clearly understand your own level, and also helps you to integrate the power after evolution, and helps you to stabilize your Tao heart. Do you feel that it is easier to call on power now than before?" The little python tried hard and found that it was indeed a little different. "Although I am very weak now, it is indeed easier to mobilize strength than before." Lin Moyu said, "The power you gained after your evolution was too strong, and you couldn't control it. It unconsciously affected your Tao heart and became inflated. This time I am teaching you a small lesson, and it also allows you to understand the true meaning of power. No matter how strong the power is, we must control it, not be controlled by it." The little python uttered an "oh," probably understanding what Lin Moyu said. "Thank you, master. I understand a little bit now." Lin Moyu swung a life force onto the little python, healing his wounds while ordering him to keep moving forward. The little python continued to fly forward while dragging its injured body. This time it was much more low-key, restrained its breath, and did not dare to shout loudly. It is not stupid. It thinks over and over again about what Lin Moyu said, and then reviews its previous performance, and finds that it is true. "I have always been timid. The reason why I became so arrogant is entirely due to the influence of evolution. The power was too strong for him to control, which in turn affected his spiritual heart. Lin Moyu used his own method to harmonize and unify his own strength and restore his heart of Taoism. The experience just now seemed dangerous, but in fact, with Lin Moyu watching by the side, nothing would happen to me at all." After Xiao Meng figured it out, he not only did not blame Lin Moyu, but instead felt a little grateful to Lin Moyu. He already understood that Lin Moyu was doing it for his own good. After a while, another team emerged from the fog. Lin Moyu said calmly, "Do you want to try again?" The little python shook its big head quickly. "No more trying, master, go ahead." The little python is just a mount, not a fighter. Lin Moyu chuckled, "Let's go ahead, we'll go through the mist." The little python was very obedient and did as he was told immediately. The fire of burning the world burned fiercely, burning those guys who rushed over to it into ashes. They rushed into the fog, and Lin Moyu used the fire of the world to clear a path and drive away the fog. Under the fog, there was indeed a big river with thick yellow water surging and tumbling in it, emitting tremendous power. "Is this Huanquan?" Lin Moyu talked to himself. He had heard the legend of Huanquan from the mouth of the human emperor. The human emperor had once entered the beast abyss and had some understanding of it. He said that there is a yellow spring under the beast abyss, and the deepest part of the yellow spring can reach the core of the beast abyss. At that time, the human emperor did not explain clearly what the yellow spring was like. The yellow spring was not a spring, but a big river. Huanquan suddenly erupted, and a large number of guys similar to soul-eating spirits rushed out of it. Those guys who came to attack them before were the Huanquan. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the world-burning fire directly burned them to ashes. The world-burning fire fell into the yellow spring, and the surface of the yellow spring instantly turned into a sea of fire. The fire of burning the world can refine the world, refine the soul, and burn all kinds of power. The yellow spring contains 893 unique great power, which can also burn the world. The fire that burned the world continued to spread far away, threatening to burn the underworld dry. Huanquan seemed to be stimulated by something, and huge waves continued to rise. Among the waves, a giant whale rushed out. The huge body pressed down from the air with tremendous force, extinguishing the fire that was burning the world. The giant whale fell into the underworld, with half of its head exposed above the river, staring at Lin Moyu. "Eternal being, you shouldn't come here." The giant whale's voice sounded like thunder. Wherever the sound reached, the underworld boiled and the maze spread. His voice carried a terrible soul shock, and the little python let out a low cry, obviously feeling uncomfortable. This guy's strength is no weaker than any emperor. There are indeed powerful beings beneath the beast abyss, and the whale is probably just one of them. Lin Moyu was not afraid at all, and smiled calmly. "Why shouldn't we come here?" The giant whale whispered, "This is the beast abyss, the place where all living things are buried. You are eternal and can gain eternal life. Eternal life and burial are originally in conflict. Besides, you are a cultivator from the real world, and this place belongs to the virtual world, so you shouldn't come here." Lin Moyu shook his head. "I am not satisfied with your explanation. Reality and illusion have always coexisted rather than opposed, and the same is true for life and death. If I insist on going down, what will you do?" The giant whale said, "If you insist on seeking death, I will not stop you." The giant whale sank into the underworld and disappeared. The turbulent underworld gradually calmed down, and no more people and horses rushed out to threaten Lin Moyu. These guys, similar to the Soul Eater, are immune to the attacks of the Avenue, but they are not as naturally immune as the Soul Eater, and need a certain amount of time to adapt. But they are not immune to the world-burning fire, so it will be useless no matter how many of them come. This is very similar to the Soul Devourer, which is also not immune to the world-burning fire. Lin Moyu has refined countless Soul Devourers with the world-burning fire. Only the Soul-Devouring King can resist slightly, but he is also not immune. Looking at Huanquan, who was gradually regaining his composure, Lin Moyu remained thoughtful for a long time. The little python asked curiously, "Master, what are you thinking about?" Lin Moyu whispered, "I wonder where these things come from. They look like soul devourers, but they are different from soul devourers. They are usually located under the yellow springs, so what is under the yellow springs? And that giant whale just now, don't you think it's a little strange?" The little python tilted its head. "What's strange about it?" "I can't see it." Lin Moyu said, "That guy is half real and half imaginary, neither an imaginary beast nor a living being, and I feel like he shouldn't exist in this time and space." After entering the beast abyss, Lin Moyu discovered the first suspicious point. He vaguely felt that the beast abyss seemed to be hiding some secrets. As the giant whale said just now, entering the depths of the underworld is seeking death even if one exists forever. He was talking about death, not silence. But within the realm, it is difficult for eternal beings to die, so Zhang Yuan is naturally also in the realm. Unless there is another secret world deep in the underworld, it is possible for an eternal being to die. Lin Moyu was full of curiosity. Let's go down. The little python made an O sound and flew towards the underworld immediately without any objection. After what happened just now, the little python did not become arrogant, but was 100 times more loyal to Lin Moyu, and believed whatever Lin Moyu said. When you get into the yellow spring, the water there will automatically separate. The yellow spring looks like water, but it is not water. What flows inside is the power of the great Tao. Countless great powers were mixed together, with both essence and dregs, without any distinction. This is different from the rules in the realm. The moment he entered Huangquan, Lin Moyu discovered that the rules of the domain were not obvious. The thin lines of rules covering the entire domain made it impossible to enter Huangquan. This also means that Huangquan is a place that is not governed by the rules of the realm. The biggest problem is that there are places within the boundary that are beyond the reach of the boundary rules. After Lin Moyu discovered this, a slight smile appeared on his face. Without boundary rules, it meant that he would not be expelled. Here he can use the power-gathering technique without restraint, and can step into transcendence without worrying about being expelled by the rules of the realm. His combat power can be increased to the extreme. He will completely transcend eternity, and coupled with the new abilities he possesses, he doesn't believe he will die like this. Master, the space is getting narrower. The little python suddenly said. Lin Moyu also felt the change in the terrain. As they went deeper into Huangquan, the left and right sides were rapidly becoming narrower. Not only the left and right sides, but also the front and back are changing. Lin Moyu stopped the little python and sent out his undead servants to explore the surroundings. Soon the specific terrain of the yellow spring formed in his mind, and Lin Moyu said calmly, "It really is a spring." Before, he thought Huangquan was not a spring, but a river. Now it seems that he really misunderstood Huangquan. Huangquan is a spring. The closer to the bottom, the narrower it is. The higher it goes, the larger the area it covers, forming a river. In fact, the bottom area is not very large. After figuring out the shape of Huangquan, Lin Moyu let the little python continue to dive and go straight to the deepest part of Huangyuan. The undead servants have already explored the way, so there is no danger. The power of the great Tao flowing in the yellow spring will not pose any danger to outsiders. But he had to believe the giant whale's words, so Lin Moyu remained vigilant and did not dare to relax at all. After diving for an unknown distance, the little python finally arrived at the spring, which was also the exit of the yellow spring. Lin Moyu called a halt again. He stopped near the exit of Huangquan and felt the power of the avenue here. He had just discovered that the power of the great Tao in the yellow springs exuded an ancient aura, and the deeper he went, the more ancient it became. This antiquity means that Huangquan has existed for countless years. Lin Moyu even has a feeling that this antiquity seems to have surpassed the realm itself. This feeling was very strange. He had no evidence, it was just a feeling. The power of the ancient avenue, the legendary yellow spring, and the danger that was very likely to exist but had not yet appeared made Lin Moyu hesitate for a moment, wondering whether he should go down. The yellow springs is right next to him. If he doesn't go down, what's the point of him diving all the way down? But if you go down there, you might really be doomed. What is beneath the yellow springs is a mystery. If you don't want to, then don't go. As soon as this thought appeared, it began to magnify rapidly. Lin Moyu suddenly became alert and a powerful aura burst out from his body, which scared the little python. The little python stared at Lin Moyu in a daze, not knowing what was going on. There was clearly nothing around. Lin Moyu's eyes sparkled. It can actually shake my heart. With a thought, he wiped out all the inappropriate thoughts and made his mind clear. Just now, without realizing it, his faith in the Tao was shaken by an invisible force, and he himself did not even notice this shaking. When one's Taoism heart is shaken, one will have the idea that one should not go down. The power of the ancient avenue flowing here possesses magical powers that one is unaware of. Fortunately, I became alert and regained my determination. Now that I'm here, how can I not go? It was just that the process of shaking his Tao heart just now made Lin Moyu feel a sense of déjà vu, which was somewhat similar to the time when he met the soul-devouring spirit emperor outside the realm. Lin Moyu couldn't help but wonder, could there also be a soul-devouring spirit emperor under the Eye of Huanquan? This place is so mysterious that no matter what happens, it will not be surprising. After Lin Moyu completely stabilized his mind, he whispered, "Go in." The little python didn't say anything and rushed directly into the spring. The little python was simple-minded and just acted according to Lin Moyu's words, so he was not affected at all. Accompanied by the powerful force of the great Tao, the little python rushed out of the spring and entered another dimension. The power of the ancient avenue was everywhere here, and huge pressure was coming from all directions. The little python couldn't even stay in the air and fell downwards under the huge pressure. Lin Moyu also felt the power of the avenue. This power of the avenue seemed to not allow anyone to fly here, but Lin Moyu didn't care at all. "Gather your strength." With a thought, he broke through directly, transcending eternity and entering half a step of transcendence. The space around it twisted, and the power of the avenue that surged in was completely shattered. The pressure on the little python suddenly disappeared and it stabilized in midair. Lin Moyu did not feel the rules of heaven and earth, nor did any force come to expel him, which means that he can always maintain this state of half-step transcendence here. As for the consumed soul power, with the world tree supporting him from behind, Lin Moyu didn't have to worry about the soul power being exhausted. That's actually the case. The little python was suddenly amazed. It saw 9 huge springs in the sky. The springs were suspended in the air and continuously absorbed the energy of the great Tao. The power of the great Tao is like silk, flying into the spring and turning into the water of the yellow spring. Although the 10th spring was not found, the Divine Road Talisman was discovered, which can be considered a gain. According to the direction indicated by the road symbol, Lin Moyu quickly locked onto a certain space. That space was less than 10 meters away from the ground and was considered to be above the ground. The land here is also made up of ancient roads, and it is not the real land. Lin Moyu locked his eyes on that space and felt the space distorted. As the space was distorted, a faint light shone through it. Lin Moyu quickly caught that ray of light. The light was projected into the void, forming a spring. The spring flashed and disappeared in a blink of an eye, exactly the same as what I saw just now. It seems that the destination pointed by the Divine Road Talisman is the location of the first sharp eye. But it shouldn't be that simple. I have seen giant whales in the underworld before, as well as creatures similar to soul-eating spirits, but now I haven't even seen their shadows. They must have been hiding. This space might not seem large, but it was surrounded by ancient avenues. Lin Moyu guessed that they must have been hiding in the heavenly Tao. These guys didn't show up. I guess they were waiting for me to be eroded by the ancient avenue, which would cause my strength to drop drastically. Then they would take action. I have to say that this method is correct, but unfortunately, it is of no use to me. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and a large number of undead servants appeared, launching powerful attacks in all directions. The undead servants had no target and launched a saturation attack on this space. The attack completely disrupted the ancient avenue and turned this safe space upside down. The ancient avenue that has been flowing for countless years has been cut off, and the spring cannot absorb the power of the avenue normally. If this continues, the yellow spring may even stop flowing. The spring was roaring and vibrating, causing the entire space to shake violently. Lin Moyu uses his own method to wantonly destroy this space. The main point is that if you refuse to come out, then I will force you to come out. Stop! With a roar, the giant whale rushed out from the avenue and rushed towards Lin Moyu angrily. Stop! What a joke! Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the undead servants immediately attacked the target and began to bombard the giant whale. The combat power of the undead servant is infinitely close to eternity. The giant whale has eternal combat power, which is slightly stronger than the undead servant, but not much stronger. Faced with the overwhelming attack of the undead servants, the giant whale let out a strange cry. Countless holes appeared on his body, spewing out tremendous force, blocking all attacks from the undead servants. But after blocking one wave, there was another. There were too many undead servants and the attacks came one after another. The giant whale roared, "I told you to stop, did you hear me?" Lin Moyu turned a deaf ear to it. Not only did the undead servants not stop, their attacks became even more frenzied. The giant whale roared and fought back, launching powerful attacks one after another, injuring a large number of undead servants, but it was useless. Even if it injured 100, there would still be 10,000. Lin Moyu did not take it seriously. He only summoned tens of thousands of undead servants and suppressed the giant whale. The giant whale had amazing defense, and although it was suppressed, it did not suffer any injuries. Perhaps it realized that Lin Moyu would not stop, and its cry changed, turning into a shriek that resounded through the void. The road was rolling, and countless soul-devouring spirits appeared and rushed over. They hid in the depths, using the ancient road to block Lin Moyu's perception, and now heard the giant whale's call and came to kill. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and the world-burning fire ignited in the void. Those guys were refined by the world-burning fire as soon as they showed their heads. No matter how many of these soul-eating creatures there are, Lin Moyu will accept them all and refine as many as he can. Seeing this, the giant whale roared again, and the roar rose several degrees. Lin Moyu looked at him with a little curiosity, as if to see what new tricks he could come up with. In his eyes, the giant whale is very interesting. It is obviously not an eternal existence, nor does it have the aura of an eternal existence, nor is it connected to any avenue, but it has combat power comparable to that of an eternal existence. This form of existence is very different from the 5 worlds. Lin Moyu even suspected that he was from another realm. Will there be more creatures like the giant whale on the other side of the Divine Road Talisman? Lin Moyu assumed that there were, so he wanted to find out how many tricks the giant whale had so that he could deal with them calmly. The roar of the giant whale became louder and louder, and the ancient road seemed to come alive. A huge amount of avenue power surged in, scattering the undead servants and engulfing the giant whale. The giant whale disappeared on the avenue, and then the sound of waves came from the surrounding void. The ancient avenue turned this place into an ocean. Interesting. Lin Moyu sensed that the giant whale had merged with the ancient avenue here. He did not disappear, but became omnipresent. The road rolled, and a huge mouth appeared in the void, biting towards Lin Moyu. The undead servants attacked instinctively, but all their attacks were swallowed up by the giant mouth and were ineffective. Lin Moyu took a step and retreated as if teleporting, leaving the giant mouth empty. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bang! Another snap of the fingers, and a large number of undead servants appeared out of thin air. This time, Lin Moyu summoned millions of undead servants. The number increased from 10,000 to 1 million, a 100-fold increase, filling up this not-so-large void. Millions of undead servants launched attacks at the same time, still in all directions, covering the entire space. 100 times the number, 100 times the density, far exceeding the intensity of the previous attack, causing chaos in the void. The power of the great Tao was broken up and could not be condensed into shape at all. The giant whale that had merged into the great Tao was also difficult to condense again. The undead servants forcibly cleared out a space without the ancient road and continued to expand outward. The ancient avenue was squeezed, and the space belonging to them was getting smaller and smaller. The spring could no longer absorb the ancient avenue at all, and the yellow spring was afraid that it would stop flowing. Stop it! The sound of a giant whale came from the avenue, and he was obviously anxious. He called out again and again, but Lin Moyu simply ignored him, no matter how he called out. Finally, the giant whale could no longer hold on, and he finally began to beg for mercy. Stop first, let the yellow spring flow again, and we can discuss anything together. I can tell you anything you want to know. This time he finally stopped calling himself this lord and did not act in a condescending manner. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "What qualifications do you have to discuss this with me? You don't put yourself in the right position." The giant whale felt insulted, and his voice became fierce again. "Young man, don't go too far." "Junior?" Lin Moyu said with some disdain, "You are just a gatekeeper. How can you speak like this? Does your master know?" "You." The giant whale roared, and Lin Moyu interrupted him again. "You should think about what punishment you will receive if the yellow springs are cut off." From the 2 sentences of conversation just now, Lin Moyu has already grasped that the interruption of the yellow springs flow will have a great impact on the giant whale, and he is even a little afraid. The only thing that can scare the giant whale is a guy stronger than the giant whale. Since the giant whale is here, Tian Yubaju is just a gatekeeper. As for whether your guess is right or not, you will know after trying it. When the giant whale heard Lin Moyu's words, it fell silent, and Lin Moyu also realized that he had guessed correctly. The giant whale finally gave in. "I lost. Stop it, I can tell you anything." His tone softened, and Lin Moyu said, "That's more like it. Tell me, where is the entrance at the other end of the Divine Road Talisman?" Lin Moyu stopped and temporarily restored part of the ancient avenue to ensure that the spring could absorb the power of the avenue. He was not afraid that the giant whale would go back on its word, because its undead servants were standing here, ready to take action at any time to cut off the power of the avenue again. The giant whale emerged from the avenue, transformed into a human form, and turned into a middle-aged man in black. He looked at Lin Moyu with a complicated expression. "You can find the Divine Road Talisman. It seems that you are familiar with runes." Lin Moyu said, "Answer my question." The giant whale's eyes were complicated. "The other side of the Divine Road Talisman is Tianshu." Lin Moyu was slightly startled. "Tianshu Palace?" The giant whale shook his head. "It's not Tianshu Palace, it's Tianshu. Tianshu Palace is just a part of Tianshu." Lin Moyu felt that things seemed to be getting more and more complicated. Tianshu Palace was already a legendary thing, and now another Tianshu appeared, something that even legends had never existed. Lin Moyu asked, "What is Tianshu?" 043. The giant whale still shook his head. "You can only know what Tianshu is exactly if you go in. I am just the gatekeeper of Tianshu." The giant whale talked about his origins. He was originally a virtual beast in the Beast Abyss. At that time, he entered the Beast Abyss like other virtual beasts, and unconsciously lined up under the influence of the voice of the Beast Abyss. Later, someone unknown what happened caused the team to fall into chaos, and he fell into the underworld in the confusion. Then, for some unknown reason, he came to the deepest part of the Yellow Spring and came here through the spring. He was stripped of the avenue here, but he did not die, but instead looked at the gatekeeper of Tianshu. There is a manager in Tianshu. He appointed me as the gatekeeper to manage Huanquan. If Huanquan stops flowing, he will punish me. He gave me eternal fighting power and infinite life. I have no way to resist him. He sounded pathetic, completely lacking the arrogant attitude he had before. Lin Moyu could sense that he was not talking nonsense. Words could deceive people, but it was difficult for the soul to deceive oneself. He continued to ask, "Has anyone entered in all these years?" The giant whale said, "Once there was a person who was half a step into the chaos realm who went in," etc. Lin Moyu interrupted him. "What realm do you mean by half-step to the chaos realm?" The giant whale said, "That is the realm you are in now." He looked at Lin Moyu with a strange expression, as if to say, "You are in this state and you don't even know it. You are ridiculous." Lin Moyu then realized that the realm after eternity is called the Chaos Realm. But come to think of it, the Chaos Realm may just be a name for the giant whale, just like the Holy Spirit Realm is called the Holy Spirit Realm after transcending the spiritual realm. But the giant whale said that someone who was half a step into the Chaos Realm had entered there before, so what was the identity of this person? Could it be that the one who went in was Emperor Kunlun? As far as he knew, the only person who had taken that step was Emperor Kunlun. Lin Moyu asked. After he went in, did he come out? The giant whale shook his head. He came out, but I was asleep at the time and I don't know where he went. After going in, he came out again, which means Tianqiu is not a Jedi. It seems that if I want to know more, I must go in. He is confident in his own abilities. Since others can do it, he can do it too. Before going in, he asked some more questions and learned some important information about the beast abyss from the giant whale. As long as you follow the team of virtual beasts and walk along the yellow spring, you can reach the end of the beast abyss. At the end of the beast abyss there is a giant waterfall. The waterfall opens every once in a while, and each time it opens, some virtual beasts are released into it. The virtual beast will jump off the waterfall, but no one knows what will happen after jumping off. Those guys who rushed out of the underworld with the giant whale are not actually the giant whale's subordinates. They are called beast abyss spirits by the giant whale and exist in various places in the beast abyss. There are quite a few in the Yellow Spring. For those in the Yellow Spring, the giant whale can control them to a certain extent through the avenue in the Yellow Spring. But Ju couldn't take care of the beast spirits in other places. The beast spirit has the instinct to deal with any living creature that breaks in. At that time, Lin Moyu had not really gone deep into the beast abyss, so the beast abyss spirits he encountered were all from the underworld. If Lin Moyu hadn't burned the Yellow Spring, the giant whale wouldn't have appeared. Speaking of this, the giant whale felt a little aggrieved. Why did he come out and bring unnecessary disaster upon himself? Isn't it good to have a good sleep? Lin Moyu said, in that case, then we are done with each other. You continue to manage this place. I have been in 10 trips without fail. The giant whale said, okay. He wished Lin Moyu would leave quickly. In the eyes of the giant whale, Lin Moyu was a plague god. Lin Moyu himself has the strength of a half-step to the Chaos Realm, but he is not afraid of this. By using the power of the Tao here, he can completely deal with Lin Moyu. Moreover, the longer the time drags on, the better it will be for him. The power of the avenue here will continue to erode Lin Moyu's avenue. After a long time, Lin Moyu's realm will fall. He can only retreat actively, otherwise he will die here. But who would have thought that Lin Moyu had so many subordinates, and Lin Moyu was not afraid of being corrupted at all? The result is what it is now. I am being suppressed and have no chance to resist. Lin Moyu came to the location pointed by the Divine Road Talisman, and a Divine Talisman flew out from his fingertips, activating the Divine Road Talisman interwoven by the avenue. As space twisted, the Divine Road Talisman shone, and a space channel appeared in the void. The end of the space channel is Tianqiu, and the power of the Tao continuously flows out from the space channel. The source of the power of the Tao here is Tianqiu. Lin Moyu took a step into the space channel and disappeared. The giant whale heaved a sigh of relief, finally gone. The light of the Divine Road Talisman gradually disappeared, and the space channel also disappeared. The giant whale returned to the road and there was no movement. Soon this space returned to normal. It had been like this for countless years and was extremely quiet. The space channel was not long, and Lin Moyu soon reached the end. There was also a Divine Road Talisman at the end. The channel built with 2 Divine Road Talismans was extremely stable and would not be damaged for countless years. Passing through the ruins, the breath of the ancient and majestic avenue hits you in the face. The exit was connected to a large piece of land, surrounded by lush ancient woods. Lin Moyu stood there motionless, with a hint of shock in his expression. There are not many things in the world that can shock Lin Moyu, but this time he was really shocked. The avenue within these 3.3 miles is very different. The avenue I felt in the spring space before was just ancient, and it was a chaotic yet regular solid surface after thousands of avenues were merged together. But here, the avenue is not only ancient, not only integrated, but also numerous. One after another, ancient avenues that merged into countless avenues and were equally chaotic yet full of rules, swirled and danced in this space. The road to enter the spring space is just one of them. There are several similar heavenly paths. Although there are many avenues, they all have some similarities, and there are many commonalities among them. Lin Moyu looked at it in shock for a long time, and finally figured out the origins of these avenues after thinking hard. At the same time, he also had a very terrifying guess, the Five Worlds Domain, because it was called the Five Worlds Domain. This is a different era's avenue. Each avenue represents an era in the realm. Avenues shuttled and danced in the void, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing. When they gathered, they were like dragons and phoenixes, evolving into strange beasts, many of which were mythical beasts that Lin Moyu had never seen before. When it disperses, the fog becomes illusory and all kinds of strange scenes evolve in the dream. After careful observation, Lin Moyu determined that although there are many avenues, there are only 4 real sources. These 4 avenues are independent, and their common parts are the fusion of infinite avenues. They overlap with each other and turn into the strange vision we see. Although the 4 avenues are different, they have some things in common. They seem to be very close, like relatives. Lin Moyu looked at them and thought of many possibilities, and finally got an answer that even shocked him. The 4 avenues and the Noodle Avenue all represent an era in the realm. So this realm is called the Five Worlds realm. Before this world, this realm had already gone through 4 worlds. This answer is so shocking that no one would believe it no matter who you tell it to. Even Lin Moyu himself was skeptical about his own answer. Because the answer is so incredible, the realm is not the world. The world can erase an era and be reborn under the guidance of the world's will. But even so, the origin of the new world will not change. Perhaps the newly born creatures in World 25 are very different from those in the previous life, but their core essence is the same and will not change. If the realm also has similar abilities, it can erase an era and then give birth to a new one, but how can it produce a new avenue? This goes against Lin Moyu's understanding of the realm and the world, and is unacceptable. Lin Moyu even felt that his Tao heart was shocked, but the 4 avenues before him, plus the names of the 5 world domains, seemed to tell him that this answer might not be wrong. After a round of thoughts, I returned to the road in front of me. Lin Moyu couldn't help but murmur, if this is true, how did they do it? The road suddenly began to roll violently, and a phantom appeared in the void. This phantom looked like a human but not a human, and like a dragon but not a dragon. It kept changing shape and its true appearance could not be seen clearly. When the shadow appeared, an old voice sounded, how to do it? This is a good question, but unfortunately the person who knows the answer is no longer here. Lin Moyu was slightly startled, realizing the other party's identity, and said with some respect in his tone, Junior Lin Moyu, nice to meet you, Senior. Hee. The other party chuckled, and the laughter seemed to contain many meanings, and the specific meaning could not be discerned through silent words. After laughing, he spoke again, you are the 2nd person among the 5th-generation practitioners to enter this place. Come with me and I will take you to see something. As he spoke, the shadow shuttled through the avenue, and Lin Moyu followed. Along the way, the phantom continued to change its shape, and Moyu was somewhat curious about the existence of the phantom. According to the giant whale, he should be the manager of this area. Lin Moyu's initial understanding was that it was similar to the existence of a rule manager. The rule manager has his own aura, and should be very strong, but right now he doesn't seem that strong. However, the avenues here are all around him, which seems to confirm his identity as the other party's manager. Even if he is not strong, as long as he can control the avenue here, he will be able to exert amazing combat power. Naturally, Lin Moyu will not underestimate him and even give him enough respect. Lin Moyu asked softly, I wonder what your name is, Senior. A voice floated over from the front, I am Woming, you can call me Butler. Housekeeper? This name is quite interesting. Just from the name, Moyu feels that the other party is a bit like a spirit. Lin Moyu continued to ask, where is this place? The butler asked, didn't the whale tell you? Lin Moyu said, he said this is Tianqiu, but I want to know what Tianqiu is. The butler laughed and said, if you want to know what Tianqiu is, you must first understand what Tian is, and then understand what Su is. What is heaven and what is emptiness? Lin Moyu had indeed never thought about these 2 questions. Although his understanding of the Tao was that there was heaven and earth everywhere, he had never considered singling out heaven alone. If you haven't thought about it before, think about it now. Lin Moyu's thoughts raced like lightning, and he had the answer in an instant. If I understand correctly, in a broad sense, heaven refers to the entire heaven and earth, the entire realm. If the scope is a little larger, it refers to the entire chaos. For practitioners, heaven refers to their own Tao heart, the heavenly way in their hearts. The heavenly way is impartial, and this impartiality is different for every practitioner. As for the virtual, everything in the world has both virtual and real sides, including the sky. The way of heaven in our hearts is fair, but it can also be unfair. The housekeeper suddenly laughed, interrupting Lin Moyu's words. You think too complicated, it's actually not that troublesome. The truth is simple, think about it again. The truth is simplicity is the best. Lin Moyu naturally understands this principle. He has also conducted research on it and found that it is indeed true in many places. For example, those principles that seem extremely profound and mysterious to those who have just started practicing are extremely simple in the eyes of those who have achieved success in practice. This also led to some opinions. Lin Moyu said, the great way is simple, which is relative. What I think is simple may be extremely mysterious to some people. The butler laughed and said nothing. He didn't explain any more, and Lin Moyu knew that he wouldn't tell her the real answer. Maybe he doesn't want to say it, or maybe it's not the right time. After following him for a while, they had walked 1,000,000 miles without realizing it. They were still walking through the dense forest and did not see any other scenery. Lin Moyu didn't fly up either. In the territory of the avenue in the sky, Lin Moyu had a feeling that if he flew up, something bad might happen. Trusting his intuition, Lin Moyu discovered the changes in 220 Avenue as he moved forward. The avenue in the direction they were heading was gradually becoming denser. Finally, the butler stopped and a big hand appeared from the road, pointing ahead. We're here, come and take a look. Lin Moyu walked forward and looked in the direction he pointed. He found that he was standing on a slope that extended downward to form a basin. The basin is also full of ancient trees, and roads run out of the basin, as if this is the source of the roads. But this place is a little different from other places. Living creatures have appeared in the dense forests of ancient trees growing in the basin. They are not living beings evolved from the great Tao, but real living beings. It's just that these creatures are trapped in the basin and cannot get out. There is an invisible force restraining them. The simulations of the creatures were different, and there were many that Lin Moyu had never seen before. These creatures are all very powerful, the weakest ones are all masters of the great Tao, and there are even those at the eternal level. Looking over, Lin Moyu saw a palace standing in the center of the basin. This is Tianqiu Palace. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. This palace was almost exactly the same as the Tianqiu Palace he had seen before. At that time, he saw that a gap had been made in the Tianqiu Palace, and the Tianqiu Palace in the basin also had a gap. This also means that the scenes that I have seen are not illusions, but real things that happened. The butler chuckled and said, to be precise, it is the Tianqiu Palace of the present time. The housekeeper's words once again changed Lin Moyu's worldview. Perhaps because he was too surprised, after hearing this, Lin Moyu remained quite calm, just a little surprised. What is the Tianqiu Palace of the present world? The housekeeper said, nothing is free in this world. If you want to know the answer, go to Tianqiu Palace and look for it yourself. But I have to remind you that Tianqiu Palace is not safe. You may get what you want, but you may also lose your life. I can only tell you that the greatest secret of the entire realm is hidden here. Many people have come here over the years, all wanting to learn the secret and become the master of the realm, but none of them succeeded. Lin Moyu's thoughts were as fast as lightning, and he quickly analyzed the housekeeper's words. In just 2 sentences, there was actually a lot of information hidden. The giant whale said before that after he became the gatekeeper, only one person had come in. The housekeeper also said that he was the second person to come in, but now he said that many people had been here. There was a contradiction between what he said before, and Lin Moyu realized that when he said he was the second one to come in, he was referring to the present world. Now it is said that many people have come here in countless years, and the Dark Ones are other eras. He also said that this Tianchu Palace is the Tianchu Palace of the present world, which means that there is more than one Tianchu Palace here. Is it possible that there is a Tianchu Palace in every world? At the same time, according to what the housekeeper said, the secret in Tianchu Palace seemed to be related to becoming the master of the realm, which also became the reason why Lin Moyu had to go in. I want to become the master of a realm, but it is difficult to become the master of a realm, and the method I choose may not be correct. If we could get the correct method from Tianchu Palace, that would be best. As for the dangers in Tianchu Palace, Lin Moyu already had a way to deal with them. The housekeeper whispered, "Think carefully whether you want to go or not. If you want to go, follow that road. The end is Tianchu Palace." Lin Moyu saw the path the butler pointed to. There were faint divine symbols flashing on the path. Lin Moyu looked at it for a while and whispered, "Is this a path to seek truth?" The housekeeper chuckled, "That's right, it is the road to seek truth. Only the road to seek truth can lead you to Tianchu Palace. If you don't take this road, you will never reach Tianchu Palace. The road to truth is a special road that can be arranged not only with the magic talisman, but also with the formation. Many sects will set up a truth-seeking road for disciples to walk on. The truth-seeking road can test one's character, and it can also lead to different destinations. In this way, different disciples embarked on the path of seeking truth at the same time, but ended up arriving at different places. This Tianchu Palace can only be reached through the Chiozhen Road, which is normal. Lin Moyu bowed slightly to the housekeeper, then walked to the starting point of the truth-seeking road and strode in. A road suddenly lit up, and countless divine symbols were shining on the road, attracting a huge amount of power from the avenue. Lin Moyu was in it, and only felt his body sinking slightly, knowing that the road to truth had already started. In his sight, a large number of divine runes also appeared. The densely packed divine runes also meant severe tests. If he failed the test, he would not be able to reach the end. The test of the road to truth is nothing more than the strength of one's mind. Lin Moyu doesn't care about it. If even he can't pass it, then who else in the entire realm can pass it? But Lin Moyu's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't want to accept these tests. I have practiced till now and stood at the top of the realm. Who dares to test me? Lin Moyu also had his own pride in his heart. After he entered the truth-seeking road, he did not rush forward, but watched quietly. This path to truth is of a very high level. The person who arranged this path has also reached a very high level of understanding of the divine runes, but there are still some shortcomings. Just a moment later, Lin Moyu had already grasped the situation of the entire truth-seeking road, and analyzed that the person who arranged the truth-seeking road was not as good as himself in making the talismans. The fingertips glowed slightly, and divine talismans were outlined and flew into the truth-seeking road, which suddenly vibrated. More and more divine runes flew out from Lin Moyu's fingertips, and the divine runes on the road to truth actually took the initiative to make way for Lin Moyu's divine runes. Just a moment later, the entire truth-seeking road had been integrated with a large number of Lin Moyu's talismans. From then on, Chiozhen Road changed its name to Lin and became the property of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu took control of Chiozhen Road, became the master of Chiozhen Road, and strolled leisurely in Chiozhen Road. As for tests, they don't exist. There is no such thing as tests. The butler saw this scene from afar and his mood changed obviously. The speed of his evolving body suddenly increased a lot. He actually controlled the path to truth. The steward's low voice was full of shock, and then he whispered, "Could it be that he really has returned?" The housekeeper's second sentence contained extremely complex emotions. If Lin Moyu could hear the second sentence, he would definitely have a lot of thoughts. Watching Lin Moyu walking further and further away, the butler slowly disappeared with a long sigh, and his whereabouts were unknown. Lin Moyu walked along Chiozhen Road, which formed a transparent membrane that separated the inside and the outside. Along the way, many creatures saw Lin Moyu, but they just watched and did not come over. Lin Moyu discovered that these creatures seemed to be afraid of the truth-seeking road. These creatures were not weak in strength, at least they were the masters of the great Tao. Several powerful ones exuded an eternal aura, but even so they did not dare to approach the truth-seeking road. Obviously there are a lot of limitations here. Lin Moyu observed them carefully and found that although they were quite powerful, their wisdom did not match their strength, and all their actions were almost driven by instinct. Why do we have to leave so many powerful creatures with little intelligence and trap them here? This is also a question. Perhaps the answer can be found in Tianqiu Palace. I walked all the way to the end of the truth-seeking road, and the moment I stepped out of the truth-seeking road, Tianqiu Palace came into view. It is majestic and towering, with an overwhelming aura. At this moment, Lin Yu had the illusion that he was facing the entire realm. If someone told him that Tianqiu Palace was the core of the realm, it would be difficult for him to have any doubts. An infinite avenue was hovering in the sky above Tianqiu Palace, and it turned into a vortex that kept spinning. It was exactly the same as the avenue he had seen in his ancestral land, and even better. It felt as if this was the source of the great Tao in the realm, and it was the ancestral land of origin, as if it was a copy of the heavenly Tao in the Tianqiu Palace. Lin Moyu walked towards Tianqiu Palace, but those creatures still did not come over and just watched from afar. Tianqiu Palace exuded an invisible force that stopped those creatures. Lin Moyu walked towards the gate of Tianqiu Palace, stepped into the square in front of the gate, and then stopped. The palace gate was tightly closed, as if it had remained in this state for a long time. In the square in front of the gate, there was a long mark, which seemed to be traces of a battle. Looking at the mark, Lin Moyu had an idea and released the little python. Take a look and see if you have any impression of this place. The little python seemed to be asleep. It responded in a daze and then began to look around Tianqiu Palace. It narrowed its eyes slowly, and murmured uncertainly, "I think I've seen it before." As soon as he finished speaking, the tightly closed door of Tianqiu Palace suddenly lit up. There were traces of fighting on the square in front of Tianqiu Palace, some of which were in the shape of a python, and the small python turned out to be a big python. In addition, when the little python was evolving, it had vaguely seen the Tianqiu Palace, and I even joked with it at the time, saying that the little python might be the guard beast of the Tianqiu Palace. At this time, the gate of Tianqiu Palace lit up, and a python pattern appeared on the door, exactly the same as the little python. The little python's attention was attracted by the gate of Tianqiu Palace. It stared at the gate and couldn't move away. It murmured, "Is this me?" Suddenly, the python pattern on the gate turned into a ray of light that shone on the little python. The little python seemed to be stimulated by something and howled towards the sky. The sound shook the forest and mountains, and countless creatures in the forest seemed to be stimulated and screamed one after another, and the little python's long cry responded. The road in the distance was surging, and the figure of the butler emerged. He looked towards the location of the little python and whispered, "What happened?" At this time, a giant python appeared in the Sky Avenue, dancing with the avenue and circling in the air. The housekeeper was surprised. Wu Shimong has returned. Just as he was surprised, the roar of beasts continued to be heard from farther away, and the whole Tianqiu seemed to become lively. The butler said in a complicated tone, "How could the fifth-generation python return? This shouldn't be the right time. It shouldn't be the right time yet." Lin Moyu looked at the giant python that appeared in the void. At this moment, he was absolutely sure that the little python was the gatekeeper of Tianqiu Palace. It was just that due to some reasons, the little python died. I don't know how many times it reincarnated to become the little python it is today. I happened to bump into it and took it as my mount. Until now, I have brought it back to Tianqiu Palace. The little python has gone home. Here are the little python's memories and power. Now the little python has truly returned. Watching the little python's aura becoming stronger and stronger, it truly reached the eternal level, and then climbed to the eternal peak. After reaching the eternal peak, the little python did not continue to break through, but gradually stabilized. There was a faint force suppressing the little python, preventing it from breaking through. At this moment, the little python is no weaker than the wild beast king. If it can make use of the avenue in the Tianqiu Palace, it can completely crush the wild beast king. Among the many creatures outside Tianqiu Palace, the little python has become the strongest. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, if the little python goes all out, it might be able to fight against the half-step chaos realm. I may not be able to win, but at least I can keep dealing with it for a while. CFCJ, the light dissipated, and the little python slowly landed on the ground. After returning to its original form as a gatekeeper, the little python still lay obediently at Lin Moyu's feet. Master, I know who I am. Lin Moyu looked at the little python. The little python's appearance had changed a little at this moment. The scales on its body became thicker and its body was much larger than before. Its whole body exuded an inky luster, like a black hole absorbing the light around it. The little python's red eyes looked particularly creepy in the darkness. Lin Moyu sighed. It's not as cute as before. Hearing this, Xiaomong felt a little aggrieved. I was born like this. Lin Moyu smiled and said, It's okay, it doesn't matter if you're ugly. Tell me, who are you? The little python said, I am the guardian beast of the 5th generation Tianqiu Palace, and I am also the master of all the beasts in this primitive avenue forest. The 5th generation Tianqiu Palace, the guardian beast. Lin Moyu whispered, So, the Void Palace is not a proper palace. The little python said, There are 5 Tianqiu Palaces in total, and each Tianqiu Palace has a gate-guarding beast. I am the weakest among the gate-guarding beasts. Lin Moyu had just heard a roar coming from afar. The sound carried tremendous power, and it seemed to have surpassed the eternal realm. It seemed that it was caused by the guardian beasts of the other Tianqiu Palaces. Lin Moyu continued to ask, Then how did your guardian beast die? The little python cried, I was injured by the Chaos Emperor. I fell into a deep sleep and died somehow. Lin Moyu sneered, You can't figure this out? The little python shook his head. I was asleep at the time, how could I know? Lin Moyu said, Think about it, who else can come here besides you? The little python tilted his head and thought for a while. The guy who seemed smart but not too smart suddenly shouted, You mean the housekeeper? Lin Moyu asked, What else? The little python shook his head. No, he won't do that, and he can't walk the path of seeking truth. Lin Moyu doesn't think so. The butler has been in Tianqiu for many years. Many things will change over the years. The human heart is hard to predict, unless it is a stubborn stone. As long as it is a living being and has wisdom, any change is normal. As for the path to truth, it seems difficult, but it is actually not difficult. Lin Moyu didn't dwell on this question. Do you know who arranged the truth-seeking road? The little python shook his head. I don't know. It seems like I've been watching it all the time. Do you know the origin of Tianqiu Palace? The little python still shook his head. I don't know. When I awakened my spiritual wisdom, I became the guardian beast. It wasn't that the little python worked hard to become the guardian beast, but that Tianqiu Palace chose him to be the guardian beast. Perhaps before this, the little python was one of the creatures outside the Tianqiu Palace, and was just chosen by luck. Lin Moyu said, I am going to enter Tianqiu Palace now. Is there anything I should pay attention to? The little python said, The Tianqiu Palace is not safe. If the master wants to go in, he must pay attention to safety. As for what is in the Tianqiu Palace, the little python does not know. Okay, it's really a big question. This guardian beast is just a name and is of no use. Lin Moyu has already imagined the scene in his mind when the little python was beaten into a deep sleep. It was when Chaos Emperor came here and wanted to enter Tianqiu Palace, but the little python tried to stop it and was then severely injured by Chaos Emperor. The Chaos Emperor was already half a step into chaos at that time, and his combat power far exceeded that of eternity. Even with the help of the power of heaven from the Tianqiu Palace, the little python could not stop him. However, Chaos Emperor also held back and did not kill the little python. Unexpectedly, the little python was killed by the housekeeper in the end. As for why the housekeeper wanted to kill the little python, there must be other reasons. The little python naturally would not stop Lin Moyu, and took the initiative to open the door of Tianqiu Palace for Lin Moyu. The door that had been sealed for who knows how many years opened, and an ancient and vast aura rushed out from behind the door, turning into a long dragon that rushed into the sky, emitting bursts of dragon roars, which resonated with countless avenues. The sky, which had just quieted down, became lively again. "Master, you must be careful," the little python warned. Lin Moyu chuckled, "Don't worry, he's dead." When no more breath rushed out from behind the door, Lin Moyu strode into the fifth-generation Tianqiu palace. In a corner of Tianqiu, the butler slowly emerged. He looked towards the fifth-generation Tianqiu palace and whispered to himself, "Go in, then I will also start." As he spoke, he waved his hand and the giant hand that evolved pressed on the ground, and a formation suddenly appeared on the ground. This formation is composed of divine symbols, and its complexity is even higher than the path of seeking truth. The butler entered the formation, made himself the center of the formation, and then activated the formation thoroughly. The formation started with a roar, and the infinite avenue fell from the sky and poured into the formation. The butler disappeared from the formation, and he had merged into the avenue.